Welcome back to our exploration of the Mahabharata of Krishna-Dwaipayana Vyasa. This is the fourth part of our series, focusing on the continuation and conclusion of Hidimva-vadha Parva in Adi Parva, Volume 1. Hidimva-vadha Parva, Conclusion. In the remaining part of the Hidimva-vadha Parva, the narrative deepens as we witness the growth and development of key characters who play pivotal roles in the epic. Key highlights of this section include the education of the princes. Follow the education and training of the Pandavas and Kauravas under the guidance of their teachers, including the revered Drona and the cunning Kripa. The rivalries and friendships. Delve into the evolving relationships between the Pandavas and Kauravas, marked by growing rivalries and fleeting friendships, which set the stage for future conflicts. Significant events. Explore key events such as the competition for Draupadi's hand in marriage and the introduction of Karna, whose presence adds layers of complexity to the narrative. The Hidimva-vadha Parva weaves together stories of valor, wisdom, and fate, highlighting the intricate interplay of human actions and divine will. This section underscores the themes of dharma, duty, karma, action, and the inevitable progression towards the larger conflict of the Mahabharata. As you listen to this section, immerse yourself in the rich character development and the unfolding drama that shapes the destiny of the characters. The stories within the Hidimva-vadha Parva are not just tales of heroism and rivalry, but also profound reflections on life's challenges and the pursuit of righteousness. Hidimva-vadha Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, "The monarch Santanu, the most adored of the gods and royal sages, was known in all the worlds for his wisdom, virtues, and truthfulness of speech. The qualities of self-control, liberality, forgiveness, intelligence, modesty, patience, and superior energy ever dwelt in that bull among men, Visn, Santanu, that great being endued with these accomplishments and conversant with both religion and profit. The monarch was at once the protector of the Bharata race and all human beings. His neck was marked with 3 lines, like a conch shell. His shoulders were broad, and he resembled in prowess an infuriated elephant. It would seem that all the auspicious signs of royalty dwelt in his person, considering that to be their fittest abode. Men, seeing the behavior of that monarch of great achievements, came to know that virtue was ever superior to pleasure and profit. These were the attributes that dwelt in that great being, that bull among men, Santanu. And truly, there was never a king like Santanu. All the kings of the earth, beholding him devoted to virtue, bestowed upon that foremost of virtuous men the title of King of Kings. And all the kings of the earth, during the time of that Lord Protector of the Bharata race, were without woe and fear and anxiety of any kind. And they all slept in peace, rising from bed every morning after happy dreams. And owing to that monarch of splendid achievements resembling Indra himself in energy, all the kings of the earth became virtuous and devoted to liberality, religious acts, and sacrifices. And when the earth was ruled by Santanu and other monarchs like him, the religious merits of every order increased very greatly. The Kshatriyas served the Brahmanas, the Vaisyas waited upon the Kshatriyas, and the Sudras, adoring the Brahmanas, and the Kshatriyas waited upon the Vaisyas. And Santanu, residing in Hastinapura, the delightful capital of the Kurus, ruled the whole earth bounded by seas. He was truthful and guileless, and like the king of the celestials himself, conversant with the dictates of virtue. And from the combination in him of liberality, religion, and asceticism, he acquired a great good fortune. He was free from anger and malice, and was handsome in person, like Soma himself. In splendor, he was like the sun, and in impetuosity of valor, like Vayu. In wrath, he was like Yama, and in patience, like the earth. And, O king, while Santanu ruled the earth, no deer, boars, birds, or other animals were needlessly slain. In his dominions, the great virtue of kindness to all creatures prevailed, and the king himself, with the soul of mercy and void of desire and wrath, extended equal protection unto all creatures. Then sacrifices in honor of the gods, the rishis and Pitris commenced, and no creature was deprived of life sinfully. And Santanu was the king and father of all, of those that were miserable and those that had no protectors, of birds and beasts, in fact, of every created thing. And during the rule of the best of Kurus, of that king of kings, speech became united with truth, and the minds of men were directed towards liberality and virtue. And Santanu, having enjoyed domestic felicity for 36 years, retired into the woods. And Santanu's son, the Vasu born of Ganga, named Devavrata, resembled Santanu himself in personal beauty, in habits and behavior, and in learning, and in all branches of knowledge, worldly or spiritual. His skill was very great. His strength and energy were extraordinary. He became a mighty Ka warrior. In fact, he was a great king. One day, while pursuing along the banks of the Ganges a deer that he had struck with his arrow, King Santanu observed that the river had become shallow. On observing this, that bull among men, Visma, Santanu, began to reflect upon this strange phenomenon. He mentally asked why that first of rivers ran out so quickly as before, and while seeking for a cause, the illustrious monarch beheld that a youth of great comeliness, well-built and amiable person, like Indra himself, had, by his keen celestial weapon, checked the flow of the river. And the king, beholding this extraordinary feat of the river Ganga, having been checked in her course near where that youth stood, became very much surprised. This youth was no other than Santanu's son himself. But as Santanu had seen his son only once a few moments after his birth, he had not sufficient recollection to identify that infant with the youth before his eyes. The youth, however, seeing his father, knew him at once, but instead of disclosing himself, he clouded the king's perception by his celestial powers of illusion and disappeared in his very sight. King Santanu, wondering much at what he saw and imagining the youth to be his own son, then addressed Ganga and said, "Show me that child." Ganga, thus addressed, assuming a beautiful form, and holding the boy decked with ornaments in her right arm, showed him to Santanu. And Santanu did not recognize that beautiful female, bedecked with ornaments and attired in fine robes of white, although he had known her before. And Ganga said, "O tiger among men, that eighth son whom thou hadst some time before begat upon me is this. Know that this excellent child is conversant with all weapons, O monarch. Take him now. I have reared him with care, and go home, O tiger among men, taking him with thee. Endued with superior intelligence, he has studied with Vasishtha the entire Vedas with their branches. Skilled in all weapons and a mighty bowman, he is like Indra in battle. And, O Bharata, both the gods and the asuras look upon him with favor. Whatever branches of knowledge are known to Usanas, this one knoweth completely, and so is he the master of all those sastras that the son of Angiras, Vrihaspati, adored by the gods and the asuras, knoweth. And all the weapons known to the powerful and invincible Rama, the son of Jamadagni, are known to this thy illustrious son of mighty arms. O king of superior courage, take this thy own heroic child given unto thee by me. He is a mighty bowman and conversant with the interpretation of all treatises on the duties of a king." Thus commanded by Ganga, Santanu took his child, resembling the sun himself in glory, and returned to his capital. And having reached his city that was like unto the celestial capital, that monarch of Puru's line regarded himself greatly fortunate, and having summoned all the Pauravas together, for the protection of his kingdom, he installed his son as his heir apparent. And O bull of Bharata's race, the prince soon gratified by his behavior, his father and the other members of the Paurava race. In fact, all the subjects of the kingdom. And the king of incomparable prowess lived happily with that son of his. 4 years had thus passed away, when the king one day went into the woods on the bank of the Yamuna. And while the king was rambling there, he perceived a sweet scent coming from an unknown direction, and the monarch, impelled by the desire of ascertaining the cause, wandered hither and thither. And in course of his ramble, he beheld a black-eyed maiden of celestial beauty, the daughter of a fisherman. The king, addressing her, said, "Who art thou, and whose daughter? What dost thou do here, O timid one?" She answered, "Blessed be thou. I am the daughter of the chief of the fishermen. At his command, I am engaged for religious merit in rowing passengers across this river in my boat." And Santanu, beholding that maiden of celestial form, endued with beauty, amiableness, and such fragrance, desired her for his wife. And repairing unto her father, the king solicited his consent to the proposed match. But the chief of the fishermen replied to the monarch, saying, "O king, as soon as my daughter of superior complexion was born, it was, of course, understood that she should be bestowed upon a husband. But listen to the desire I have cherished all along in my heart. O sinless one, thou art truthful. If thou desirest to obtain this maiden as a gift from me, give me then this pledge. If indeed thou givest the pledge, I will of course bestow my daughter upon thee, for truly I can never obtain a husband for her equal to thee." Santanu, hearing this, replied, "When I have heard of the pledge thou askest, I shall then say whether I would be able to grant it. If it is capable of being granted, I shall certainly grant it. Otherwise, how shall I grant it?" The fisherman said, "O king, what I ask of thee is this. The son born of this maiden shall be installed by thee on thy throne, and none else shall thou make thy successor." Vaisampayana continued, "O Bharata, when Santanu heard this, he felt no inclination to grant such a boon, though the fire of desire sorely burnt him within. The king, with his heart afflicted by desire, returned to Hastinapura, thinking all the way of the fisherman's daughter. And having returned home, the monarch passed his time in sorrowful meditation. One day, Devavrata, approaching his afflicted father, said, "All is prosperity with thee. All chiefs obey thee. Then how is it that thou grievest thus? Absorbed in thy own thoughts, thou speakest not a word to me in reply. Thou goest not out on horseback now. Thou lookest pale and emaciated, having lost all animation. I wish to know the disease thou sufferest from, so that I may endeavor to apply a remedy." Thus addressed by his son, Santanu answered, "Thou sayest truly, O son, that I have become melancholy. I will also tell thee why I am so. O thou of Bharata's line, thou art the only scion of this our large race. Thou art always engaged in sports of arms and achievements of prowess. But, O son, I am always thinking of the instability of human life. If any danger overtake thee, O child of Ganga, the result is that we become sonless. Truly thou alone art to me as a century of suns. I do not therefore desire to wed again. I only desire and pray that prosperity may ever attend thee, so that our dynasty may be perpetuated. The wise say that he that hath one son hath no son. Sacrifices before fire and the knowledge of the three Vedas yield, it is true, everlasting religious merit. But all these, in point of religious merit, do not come up to a 16th part of the religious merit attainable on the birth of a son. Indeed, in this respect, there is hardly any difference between men and the lower animals. O wise one, I do not entertain a shadow of doubt that one attains to heaven in consequence of his having begotten a son. The Vedas, which constitute the root of the Puranas and are regarded as authoritative even by the gods, contain numerous proof of this. O thou of Bharata's race, thou art a hero of excitable temper, who is always engaged in the exercise of arms. It is very probable that thou wilt be slain on the field of battle. If it so happen, what then will be the state of the Bharata dynasty? It is this thought that hath made me so melancholy. I have now told thee fully the causes of my sorrow." Vaisampayana continued. Devavrata, who was endued with great intelligence, having ascertained all this from the king, reflected within himself for a while. He then went to the old minister, devoted to his father's welfare, and asked him about the cause of the king's grief. O bull of Bharata's race, when the prince questioned the minister, the latter told him about the boon that was demanded by the chief of the fishermen in respect of his daughter Gandavati. Then Devavrata, accompanied by many Kshatriya chiefs of venerable age, personally repaired to the chief of the fishermen and begged of him his daughter on behalf of the king. The chief of the fishermen received him with due adorations, and, O thou of Bharata's race, when the prince took his seat in the court of the chief, the latter addressed him and said, O bull among the Bharatas, thou art the first of all wielders of weapons and the only son of Santanu. Thy power is great, but I have something to tell thee. If the bride's father was Indra himself, even then he would have to repent of rejecting such an exceedingly honorable and desirable proposal of marriage. The great man, of whose seed this celebrated maiden named Satyavati was born, is, indeed, equal to you in virtue. He hath spoken to me on many occasions of the virtues of thy father, and told me that the king alone is worthy of marrying Satyavati. Let me tell you that I have even rejected the solicitations of that best of Brahmarshis, the celestial sage Asita, who too had often asked for Satyavati's hand in marriage. I have only one word to say on the part of this maiden. In the matter of the proposed marriage, there is one great objection founded on the fact of a rival in the person of a co-wife's son. O oppressor of all foes, he hath no security, even if he be an Asura or a Gandharva, who hath a rival in thee. There is this only objection to the proposed marriage, and nothing else. Blessed be thou. But this is all I have to say in the matter of the bestowal or otherwise of Satyavati. Vaisampayana continued, O thou of Bharata's race, Devavrata, having heard these words, and moved by the desire of benefiting his father, thus answered in the hearing of the assembled chiefs, O foremost of truthful men, listen to the vow I utter. The man has not been or will not be born, who will have the courage to take such a vow. I shall accomplish all that thou demandest. The son that may be born of this maiden shall be our king. Thus addressed, the chief of the fishermen, impelled by desire of sovereignty for his daughter's son, to achieve the almost impossible, then said, O thou of virtuous soul, thou art come hither as full agent on behalf of thy father Santanu of immeasurable glory. Be thou also the sole manager on my behalf in the matter of the bestowal of this my daughter. But, O amiable one, there is something else to be said, something else to be reflected upon by thee. O suppressor of foes, those that have daughters, from the very nature of their obligations, must say what I say. O thou that art devoted to truth, the promise thou hast given in the presence of these chiefs for the benefit of Satyavati hath indeed been worthy of thee. O thou of mighty arms, I have not the least doubt of its ever being violated by thee. But I have my doubts in respect of the children thou mayst beget. Vaisampayana continued, O king, the son of Ganga, devoted to truth, having ascertained the scruples of the chief of the fishermen, then said, moved thereto by the desire of benefiting his father, Chief of fishermen, thou best of men, listen to what I say in the presence of these assembled kings. Ye kings, I have already relinquished my right to the throne. I shall now settle the matter of my children. O fishermen, from this day I adopt the vow of brahmacharya, study and meditation in celibacy. If I die sonless, I shall yet attain to regions of perennial bliss in heaven. Vaisampayana continued, Upon these words of the son of Ganga, the hair on the fisherman's body stood on end from glee, and he replied, I bestow my daughter. Immediately after, the Apsaras and the gods with diverse tribes of rishis began to rain down flowers from the firmament upon the head of Devavrata, and exclaimed, This one is Bhishma, the terrible. Bhishma then, to serve his father, addressed the illustrious damsel and said, "O mother, ascend this chariot and let us go unto our house." Vaisampayana continued, "Having said this, Bhishma helped the beautiful maiden into his chariot. On arriving with her at Hastinapura, he told Santanu everything as it had happened, and the assembled kings, jointly and individually, applauded his extraordinary act and said, 'He is really Bhishma, the terrible.' And Santanu also, hearing of the extraordinary achievements of his son, became highly gratified and bestowed upon the high-souled prince the boon of death at will, saying, 'Death shall never come to thee as long as thou desirest to live. Truly, death shall approach thee, O sinless one, having first obtained thy command.'" Vaisampayana said, "O monarch, after the nuptials were over, King Santanu established his beautiful bride in his household. Soon after was born of Satyavati an intelligent and heroic son of Santanu named Chitrangada. He was endued with great energy and became an eminent man. The Lord Santanu of great prowess also begat upon Satyavati another son named Vichitravirya, who became a mighty bowman and who became king after his father. And before that bull among men, Vichitravirya, attained to majority, the wise King Santanu realized the inevitable influence of time. And after Santanu had ascended to heaven, Bhishma, placing himself under the command of Satyavati, installed that suppressor of foes, viz. Chitrangada, on the throne, who having soon vanquished by his prowess all monarchs, considered not any man as his equal. And beholding that he could vanquish men, asuras, and the very gods, his namesake, the powerful king of the Gandharvas, approached him for an encounter. Between that Gandharva and that foremost one of the Kurus, who were both very powerful, there occurred on the field of Kurukshetra a fierce combat, which lasted full 3 years on the banks of the Saraswati. In that terrible encounter, characterized by thick showers of weapons and in which the combatants ground each other fiercely, the Gandharva, who had greater prowess or strategic deception, slew the Kuru prince. Having slain Chitrangada, that first of men and oppressor of foes, the Gandharva ascended to heaven. When that tiger among men endued with great prowess was slain, Bhishma, the son of Santanu, performed, O king, all his obsequies. He then installed the boy, Vichitravirya of mighty arms, still in his minority, on the throne of the Kurus. And Vichitravirya, placing himself under the command of Bhishma, ruled the ancestral kingdom. And he adored Santanu's son Bhishma, who was conversant with all the rules of religion and law. So indeed, Bhishma also protected him that was so obedient to the dictates of duty. Vaisampayana said, O thou of Kuru's race, after Chitrangada was slain, his successor Vichitravirya being a minor, Bhishma ruled the kingdom, placing himself under the command of Satyavati. When he saw that his brother, who was the foremost of intelligent men, attained to majority, Bhishma set his heart upon marrying Vichitravirya. At this time, he heard that the 3 daughters of the king of Kasi, all equal in beauty to the Apsaras themselves, would be married on the same occasion, selecting their husbands at a self-choice ceremony. Then that foremost of Ka warriors, that vanquisher of all foes, at the command of his mother, went to the city of Varanasi in a single chariot. There Bhishma, the son of Santanu, saw that innumerable monarchs had come from all directions, and there he also saw those 3 maidens that would select their own husbands. And when the assembled kings were each being mentioned by name, Bhishma chose those maidens on behalf of his brother, and taking them upon his chariot, Bhishma, that first of smiters in battle, addressed the kings, O monarch, and said in a voice deep as the roar of the clouds, The wise have directed that when an accomplished person has been invited, a maiden may be bestowed on him, decked with ornaments and along with many valuable presents. Others again may bestow their daughters by accepting a couple of kine. Some again bestow their daughters by taking a fixed sum, and some take away maidens by force. Some wed with the consent of the maidens, some by drugging them into consent, and some by going unto the maiden's parents and obtaining their sanction. Some again obtain wives as presents for assisting at sacrifices. Of these, the learned always applaud the eighth form of marriage. Kings, however, speak highly of the Swayamvara, the fifth form as above, and themselves wed according to it. But the sages have said that wife is dearly to be prized who is taken away by force, after the slaughter of opponents, from amidst the concourse of princes and kings, invited to a self-choice ceremony. Therefore, ye monarchs, I bear away these maidens hence by force. Strive ye, to the best of your might, to vanquish me, or to be vanquished. Ye monarchs, I stand here resolved to fight. Kuru prince, endued with great energy, thus addressing the assembled monarchs and the king of Kasi, took upon his car those maidens, and having taken them up, he sped his chariot away, challenging the invited kings to a fight. The challenged monarchs then all stood up, slapping their arms and biting their nether lips in wrath. And loud was the din produced, as, in a great hurry, they began to cast off their ornaments and put on their armor. And the motion of their ornaments and armor, O Janamajaya, brilliant as these were, resembled meteoric flashes in the sky. And with brows contracted and eyes red with rage, the monarchs moved in impatience, their armor and ornaments dazzling or waving with their agitated steps. The charioteers soon brought handsome cars with fine horses harnessed thereto. Those splendid warriors then, equipped with all kinds of weapons, rode on those cars, and with uplifted weapons pursued the retreating chief of the Kurus. Then, O Bharata, occurred the terrible encounter between those innumerable monarchs on one side, and the Kuru warrior alone on the other. And the assembled monarchs threw at their foe 10,000 arrows at the same time. Bhishma, however, speedily checked those numberless arrows before they could come at him by means of a shower of his own arrows as innumerable as the down on the body. Then those kings surrounded him from all sides and rained arrows on him like masses of clouds showering on the mountain breast. But Bhishma, arresting with his shafts the course of that arrowy downpour, pierced each of the monarchs with 3 shafts. The latter, in their turn, pierced Bhishma, each with 5 shafts. But, O king, Bhishma checked those by his prowess and pierced each of the contending kings with 2 shafts. The combat became so fierce with that dense shower of arrows and other missiles that it looked very much like the encounter between the Celestials and the Asuras of old, and men of courage who took no part in it were struck with fear even to look at the scene. Bhishma cut off, with his arrows, on the field of battle, bows and flagstaffs, and coats of mail, and human heads by hundreds and thousands. And such was his terrible prowess and extraordinary lightness of hand, and such the skill with which he protected himself, that the contending car warriors, though his enemies, began to applaud him loudly. Then, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, having vanquished in battle all those monarchs, pursued his way towards the capital of the Bharatas, taking those maidens with him. It was then, O king, that mighty car warrior, King Salya of immeasurable prowess, from behind summoned Bhishma, the son of Santanu, to an encounter. And desirous of obtaining the maidens, he came upon Bhishma like a mighty leader of a herd of elephants rushing upon another of his kind, and tearing with his tusks the latter's hips at the sight of a female elephant in heat. And Salya of mighty arms, moved by wrath, addressed Bhishma and said, "Stay, stay." Then Bhishma, that tiger among men, that grinder of hostile armies, provoked by these words, flamed up in wrath like a blazing fire. Bow in hand and brow furrowed into wrinkles, he stayed on his car, in obedience to Kshatriya usage, having checked its course in expectation of the enemy. All the monarchs, seeing him stop, stood there to become spectators of the coming encounter between him and Salya. The two then began to exhibit their prowess upon each other, like roaring bulls of great strength at the sight of a cow in rut. Then that foremost of men, King Salya, covered Bhishma, the son of Santanu, with hundreds and thousands of swift-winged shafts. And those monarchs, seeing Salya thus covering Bhishma at the outset with innumerable shafts, wondered much and uttered shouts of applause. Beholding his lightness of hand in combat, the crowd of regal spectators became very glad and applauded Salya greatly. That subjugator of hostile towns, Bhishma, then, on hearing those shouts of the Kshatriyas, became very angry and said, "Stay, stay." In wrath he commanded his charioteer, saying, "Lead thou my car to where Salya is, so that I may slay him instantly, as Garuda slays a serpent." Then the Kuru chief fixed the Varuna weapon on his bowstring, and with it afflicted the 4 steeds of King Salya. And, O tiger among kings, the Kuru chief, then, warding off with his weapons those of his foe, slew Salya's charioteer. Then that first of men, Bhishma, the son of Santanu, fighting for the sake of those damsels, slew with the Indra weapon the noble steeds of his adversary. He then vanquished that best of monarchs, but left him with his life. O bull of Bharata's race, Salya, after his defeat, returned to his kingdom and continued to rule it virtuously. And O conqueror of hostile towns, the other kings also, who had come to witness the self-choice ceremony, returned to their own kingdoms. That foremost of smiters, viz. Bhishma, after defeating those monarchs, set out with those damsels for Hastinapura, whence the virtuous Kuru prince Vichitravirya ruled the earth like that best of monarchs, viz. His father Santanu. And, O king, passing through many forests, rivers, hills, and woods abounding with trees, he arrived at the capital in no time. Of immeasurable prowess in battle, the son of the ocean-going Ganga, having slain numberless foes in battle without a scratch on his own person, brought the daughters of the king of Kasi unto the Kurus as tenderly, if they were his daughters-in-law, or younger sisters, or daughters. And Bhishma of mighty arms, impelled by the desire of benefiting his brother, having by his prowess brought them thus, then offered those maidens possessing every accomplishment unto Vichitravirya. Conversant with the dictates of virtue, the son of Santanu, having achieved such an extraordinary feat according to kingly custom, then began to make preparations for his brother's wedding. And when everything about the wedding had been settled by Bhishma, in consultation with Satyavati, the eldest daughter of the king of Kasi, with a soft smile, told him these words: "At heart, I had chosen the king of Sobha for my husband. He had, in his heart, accepted me for his wife. This was also approved by my father. At the self-choice ceremony also I would have chosen him as my lord. Thou art conversant with all the dictates of virtue. Knowing all this, do as thou likest." Thus addressed by that maiden in the presence of the Brahmanas, the heroic Bhishma began to reflect as to what should be done. As he was conversant with the rules of virtue, he consulted with the Brahmanas who had mastered the Vedas, and permitted Amba, the eldest daughter of the ruler of Kasi, to do as she liked. But he bestowed with due rights the 2 other daughters, Ambika and Ambalika, on his younger brother Vichitravirya. And though Vichitravirya was virtuous and abstemious, yet proud of youth and beauty, he soon became lustful after his marriage. And both Ambika and Ambalika were of tall stature and of the complexion of molten gold, and their heads were covered with black curly hair, and their fingernails were high and red, their hips were fat and round, and their breasts full and deep. And endued with every auspicious mark, the amiable young ladies considered themselves to be wedded to a husband who was every way worthy of themselves, and extremely loved and respected Vichitravirya. And Vichitravirya also, endued with the prowess of the celestials and the beauty of the twin Aswins, could steal the heart of any beautiful woman. And the prince passed 7 years uninterruptedly in the company of his wives. He was attacked while yet in the prime of youth with phthisis. Friends and relatives in consultation with one another tried to effect a cure, but in spite of all efforts, the Kuru prince died, setting like the evening sun. The virtuous Bhishma then became plunged into anxiety and grief, and in consultation with Satyavati, caused the obsequial rites of the deceased to be performed by learned priests and the several of the Kuru race. Vaisampayana said, "The unfortunate Satyavati then became plunged in grief on account of her son, and after performing with her daughters-in-law the funeral rites of the deceased, consoled as best she could her weeping daughters-in-law and Bhishma, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, and turning her eyes to religion and to the paternal and maternal lines of the Kurus, she addressed Bhishma and said, 'The funeral cake, the achievements, and the perpetuation of the line of the virtuous and celebrated Santanu of Kuru's race all now depend on thee. As the attainment of heaven is inseparable from good deeds, as long life is inseparable from truth and faith, so is virtue inseparable from thee. O virtuous one, thou art well acquainted, in detail and in the abstract, with the dictates of virtue, with various Shrutis, and with all the branches of the Vedas. Know very well that thou art equal unto Sukra and Angiras, as regards firmness in virtue, knowledge of the particular customs of families, and readiness of inventions under difficulties. Therefore, O foremost of virtuous men, relying on thee greatly, I shall appoint thee in a certain matter. Hearing me, it behoveth thee to do my bidding. O bull among men, my son and thy brother, endued with energy and dear unto thee, hath gone childless to heaven while still a boy. These wives of thy brother, the amiable daughters of the ruler of Kasi, possessing beauty and youth, have become desirous of children. Therefore, O thou of mighty arms, at my command, raise offspring on them for the perpetuation of our line. It behoveth thee to guard virtue against loss. Install thyself on the throne, and rule the kingdom of the Bharatas. Wed thou duly a wife. Plunge not thy ancestors into hell." Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by his mother and friends and relatives, that oppressor of foes, the virtuous Bhishma, gave this reply conformable to the dictates of virtue. "O mother, what thou sayest is certainly sanctioned by virtue, but thou knowest what my vow is in the matter of begetting children. Thou knowest also all that transpired in connection with thy dower. O Satyavati, I repeat the pledge I once gave, viz., I would renounce 3 worlds, the empire of heaven, anything that may be greater than that, but truth I would never renounce. The earth may renounce its scent, water may renounce its moisture, light may renounce its attribute of exhibiting forms, air may renounce its attribute of touch, the sun may renounce his glory, fire, its heat, the moon, his cooling rays, space, its capacity of generating sound, the slayer of Vritra, his prowess, the god of justice, his impartiality. But I cannot renounce truth." Thus addressed by her son endued with wealth of energy, Satyavati said unto Bhishma, "O thou whose prowess is truth, I know of thy firmness in truth. Thou canst, if so minded, create, by the help of thy energy, 3 worlds other than those that exist. I know what thy vow was on my account, but considering this emergency, bear thou the burden of the duty that one oweth to his ancestors. O punisher of foes, act in such a way that the lineal link may not be broken and our friends and relatives may not grieve." Thus urged by the miserable and weeping Satyavati, speaking such words inconsistent with virtue from grief at the loss of her son, Bhishma addressed her again and said, "O queen, turn not thy eyes away from virtue. O, destroy us not. Breach of truth by a kshatriya is never applauded in our treatises on religion. I shall soon tell thee, O queen, what the established kshatriya usage is, to which recourse may be had to prevent Santanu's line becoming extinct on earth. Hearing me, reflect on what should be done in consultation with learned priests and those that are acquainted with practices allowable in times of emergency and distress, forgetting not at the same time what the ordinary course of social conduct is." Bhishma continued, "In olden days, Rama, the son of Jamadagni, in anger at the death of his father, slew with his battle axe the king of the Haihayas, and Rama, by cutting off the 1,000 arms of Arjuna, the Haihaya king, achieved a most difficult feat in the world. Not content with this, he set out on his chariot for the conquest of the world, and taking up his bow, he cast around his mighty weapons to exterminate the Kshatriyas. And the illustrious scion of Brigu's race, by means of his swift arrows, annihilated the Kshatriya tribe 120 times. And when the earth was thus deprived of Kshatriyas by the great Rishi, the Kshatriya ladies all over the land had offspring raised by Brahmanas, skilled in the Vedas. It has been said in the Vedas that the sons so raised belongeth to him that had married the mother. And the Kshatriya ladies went in unto the Brahmanas not lustfully, but from motives of virtue. Indeed, it was thus that the Kshatriya race was revived. In this connection, there is another old history that I will recite to you. There was in olden days a wise rishi of the name of Utatya. He had a wife of the name Mamata, whom he dearly loved. One day, Utatya's younger brother, Vrihaspati, the priest of the celestials, endued with great energy, approached Mamata. The latter, however, told her husband's younger brother, that foremost of eloquent men, that she had conceived from her connection with his elder brother, and that therefore he should not then seek for the consummation of his wishes. She continued, O illustrious Vrihaspati, the child that I have conceived hath studied in his mother's womb the Vedas with the 6 angas, semen tum frustra perdi non potest. How can then this womb of mine afford room for 2 children at a time? Therefore it behoveth thee not to seek for the consummation of thy desire at such a time. Thus addressed by her, Vrihaspati, though possessed of great wisdom, succeeded not in suppressing his desire. Cum autem jam cum illa coiturus esset. The child in the womb then addressed him and said, O father, cease from thy attempt. There is no space here for 2. O illustrious one, the room is small. I have occupied it first. Semen tum perdi non potest. It behoveth thee not to afflict me. But Vrihaspati, without listening to what that child in the womb said, sought the embraces of Mamata, possessing the most beautiful pair of eyes. Illa tamen muni qui inventure erat punctum temporis quo humor vitalis jamamissum iret providens, viam perquam semen intrare posset pedibus obstruxit. Semen ita exisum, excidit et in terram projectum est. And the illustrious Vrihaspati, beholding this, became indignant, and reproached Utatya's child and cursed him, saying, Because thou hast spoken to me in the way thou hast at a time of pleasure that is sought after by all creatures, perpetual darkness shall overtake thee. And from this curse of the illustrious Vrihaspati, Utatya's child, who was equal unto Vrihaspati in energy, was born blind, and came to be called Dirghatamas, enveloped in perpetual darkness. And the wise Dirghatamas, possessed of a knowledge of the Vedas, though born blind, succeeded yet by virtue of his learning, in obtaining for a wife a young and handsome Brahmana maiden of the name of Pradweshi. And having married her, the illustrious Dirghatamas, for the expansion of Utatya's race, begat upon her several children, with Gautama as their eldest. These children, however, were all given to covetousness and folly. The virtuous and illustrious Dirghatamas, possessing complete mastery over the Vedas, soon after learnt from Surabhi's son the practices of their order, and fearlessly betook himself to those practices, regarding them with reverence. For shame is the creature of sin, and can never be where there is purity of intention. Then those best of munis that dwelt in the same asylum, beholding him transgress the limits of propriety, became indignant, seeing sin where sin was not. And they said, Oh, this man transgresseth the limit of propriety, no longer doth he deserve a place amongst us. Therefore shall we all cast this sinful wretch off? And they said many other things regarding the Muni Dirghatamas. And his wife too, having obtained children, became indignant with him. The husband then addressing his wife Pradweshi said, Why is it that thou also hast been dissatisfied with me? His wife answered, The husband is called the Patri because he supporteth the wife. He is called Pati because he protecteth her. But thou art neither to me. O thou of great ascetic merit, on the other hand, thou hast been blind from birth, It is I who have supported thee and thy children. I shall not do so in future." Hearing these words of his wife, the rishi became indignant and said unto her and her children, "Take me unto the Kshatriyas, and thou shalt then be rich." His wife replied by saying, "I desire not wealth that may be procured by thee, for that can never bring me happiness. O best of Brahmanas, do as thou likest. I shall not be able to maintain thee as before." At these words of his wife, dear Gautamasa said, "I lay down from this day as a rule that every woman shall have to adhere to one husband for her life. Be the husband dead or alive, it shall not be lawful for a woman to have connection with another, and she who may have such connection shall certainly be regarded as fallen. A woman without husband shall always be liable to be sinful, and even if she be wealthy, she shall not be able to enjoy that wealth truly. Calumny and evil report shall ever dog her." Hearing these words of her husband, Pradweshi became very angry and commanded her sons, saying, "Throw him into the waters of Ganga." And at the command of their mother, the wicked Gautama and his brothers, those slaves of covetousness and folly, exclaiming, "Indeed, why should we support this old man?" tied the Muni to a raft and committing him to the mercy of the stream, returned home without compunction. The blind old man, drifting along the stream on that raft, passed through the territories of many kings. One day, a king named Vali, conversant with every duty, went to the Ganges to perform his ablutions. And as the monarch was thus engaged, the raft to which the rishi was tied approached him. And as it came, the king took the old man. The virtuous Vali, ever devoted to truth, then learning who the man was that was thus saved by him, chose him for raising up offspring. And Vali said, "O illustrious one, it behoveth thee to raise upon my wife a few sons that shall be virtuous and wise." Thus addressed, the rishi, endued with great energy, expressed his willingness. Thereupon King Vali sent his wife Sudeshna unto him. But the queen, knowing that the latter was blind and old, went not unto him. She sent unto him her nurse. And upon that Sudra woman, the virtuous rishi of passions under full control, begat 11 children, of whom Kakshivat was the eldest. And beholding those 11 sons with Kakshivat as the eldest, who had studied all the Vedas, and who like rishis were utterers of Brahma, and were possessed of great power, King Vali one day asked the rishi, saying, "Are these children mine?" The rishi replied, "No, they are mine. Kakshivat and others have been begotten by me upon a Sudra woman. Thy unfortunate queen Sudeshna, seeing me blind and old, insulted me by not coming herself, but sending unto me, instead, her nurse." The king then pacified that best of rishis, and sent unto him his queen Sudeshna. The rishi, by merely touching her person, said to her, "Thou shalt have 5 children named Anga, Vanga, Kalinga, Pundra, and Suma, who shall be like unto Surya, Sun, himself in glory. And after their names as many countries shall be known on earth. It is after their names that their dominions have come to be called Anga, Vanga, Kalinga, Pundra, and Suhma." It was thus that the line of Vali was perpetuated, in days of old, by a great rishi, and it was thus also that many mighty bowmen and great car warriors wedded to virtue sprung in the Kshatriya race from the seed of Brahmanas. Hearing this, O mother, do as thou likest, as regards the matter in hand. Bhishma continued, "Listen, O mother, to me as I indicate the means by which the Bharata line may be perpetuated. Let an accomplished Brahmana be invited by an offer of wealth, and let him raise offspring upon the wives of Vichitravirya." Vaisampayana continued. Satyavati then, smiling softly and in voice broken in bashfulness, addressed Bhishma, saying, "O Bharata of mighty arms, what thou sayest is true. From my confidence in thee, I shall now indicate the means of perpetuating our line. Thou shalt not be able to reject it, being conversant, as thou art, with the practices permitted in seasons of distress. In our race, thou art virtue, and thou art truth, and thou art too our sole refuge. Therefore, hearing what I say truly, do what may be proper. My father was a virtuous man. For virtue's sake, he had kept a ferry boat. One day, in the prime of my youth, I went to ply that boat. It so happened that the great and wise Rishi Parasara, that foremost of all virtuous men, came and betook himself to my boat for crossing the Yamuna. As I was rowing him across the river, the Rishi became excited with desire and began to address me in soft words. The fear of my father was uppermost in my mind, but the terror of the Rishi's curse at last prevailed. And having obtained from him a precious boon, I could not refuse his solicitations. The Rishi, by his energy, brought me under his complete control and gratified his desire then and there, having first enveloped the region in a thick fog. Before this, there was a revolting, fishy odor in my body, but the Rishi dispelled it and gave me my present fragrance. The Rishi also told me that by bringing forth his child in an island of the river, I would still continue to be a virgin. And the child of Parasara, so born of me in my maidenhood, hath become a great Rishi, endued with large ascetic powers, and known by the name of Dwaipayana, the island-born. That illustrious Rishi, having by his ascetic power divided the Vedas into 4 parts, hath come to be called on earth by the name of Vyasa, the divider or arranger, and for his dark color, Krishna, the dark. Truthful in speech, free from passion, a mighty ascetic who hath burnt all his sins, he went away with his father immediately after his birth. Appointed by me and thee also, that Rishi of incomparable splendor will certainly beget good children upon the wives of thy brother. He told me when he went away, Mother, think of me when thou art in difficulty. I will now call him up, if thou, O Bhishma of mighty arms, so desirest. If thou art willing, O Bhishma, I am sure that great ascetic will beget children upon Vichitravirya's field. Vaisampayana continued, mention being made of the great Rishi, Bhishma with joined palms said, that man is truly intelligent who fixes his eyes judiciously on virtue, profit, and pleasure, and who after reflecting with patience, acteth in such a way that virtue may lead to future virtue, profit to future profit, and pleasure to future pleasure. Therefore, that which hath been said by thee, and which, besides being beneficial to us, is consistent with virtue, is certainly the best advice, and hath my full approval. And when Bhishma had said this, O thou of Kuru's race, Kali, Satyavati, thought of the Muni Dwaipayana, and Dwaipayana, who was then engaged in interpreting the Vedas, learning that he was being called up by his mother, came instantly unto her without anybody's knowing it. Satyavati then duly greeted her son, and embraced him with arms, bathing him in her tears, for the daughter of the fisherman wept bitterly at the sight of her son after so long a time. And her first son, the great Vyasa, beholding her weeping, washed her with cool water, and bowing unto her said, I have come, O mother, to fulfill thy wishes. Therefore, O virtuous one, command me without delay. I shall accomplish thy desire. The family priest of the Bharatas then worshipped the great Rishi duly, and the latter accepted the offerings of worship, uttering the usual mantras, and gratified with the worship he received, he took his seat. Satyavati, beholding him seated at his ease, after the usual inquiries, addressed him and said, O learned one, sons derive their birth both from the father and the mother. They are, therefore, the common property of both parents. There cannot be the least doubt about it that the mother hath as much power over them as the father. As thou art indeed my eldest son according to the ordinance, O Brahmarshi, so is Vichitravirya my youngest son, and as Bhishma is Vichitravirya's brother on the father's side, so art thou his brother on the same mother's side. I do not know what you may think, but this is what, O son, I think. This Bhishma, the son of Santanu, devoted to truth, doth not, for the sake of truth, entertain the desire of either begetting children or ruling the kingdom. Therefore, from affection for thy brother Vichitravirya, for the perpetuation of our dynasty, for the sake of this Bhishma's request and my command, for kindness to all creatures, for the protection of the people, and from the liberality of thy heart, O sinless one, it behoveth thee to do what I say. Thy younger brother hath left 2 widows, like unto the daughters of the celestials themselves, endued with youth and great beauty. For the sake of virtue and religion, they have become desirous of offspring. Thou art the fittest person to be appointed, therefore beget upon them children worthy of our race, and for the continuance of our line. Vyasa, hearing this, said, O Satyavati, thou knowest what virtue is both in respect of this life and the other. O thou of great wisdom, thy affections also are set on virtue. Therefore, at thy command, making virtue my motive, I shall do what thou desirest. Indeed, this practice that is conformable to the true and eternal religion is known to me. I shall give unto my brother children that shall be like unto Mitra and Varuna. Let the ladies then duly observe for 1 full year the vow I indicate. They shall then be purified. No women shall ever approach me without having observed a rigid vow. Satyavati then said, O sinless one, it must be as thou sayest. Take such steps that the ladies may conceive immediately. In a kingdom where there is no king, the people perish from want of protection. Sacrifices and other holy acts are suspended. The clouds send no showers, and the gods disappear. How can a kingdom be protected that hath no king? Therefore, see thou that the ladies conceive. Bhishma will watch over the children as long as they are in their mothers' wombs. Vyasa replied, If I am to give unto my brother children so unseasonably, then let the ladies bear my ugliness. That in itself shall, in their case, be the austerest of penances. If the princess of Kosala can bear my strong odor, my ugly and grim visage, my attire and body, she shall then conceive an excellent child. Vaisampayana continued, Having spoken thus unto Satyavati, Vyasa of great energy addressed her and said, Let the princess of Kosala clad in clean attire and checked with ornaments wait for me in her bedchamber. Saying this, the rishi disappeared. Satyavati then went to her daughter-in-law, and seeing her in private spoke to her these words of beneficial and virtuous import. O Princess of Kosala, listen to what I say. It is consistent with virtue. The dynasty of the Bharatas hath become extinct from my misfortune. Beholding my affliction and the extinction of his paternal line, the wise Bhishma, impelled also by the desire of perpetuating our race, hath made me a suggestion, which suggestion, however, for its accomplishment is dependent on thee. Accomplish it, O daughter, and restore the lost line of the Bharatas. O thou of fair hips, bring thou forth a child equal in splendor unto the chief of the celestials. He shall bear the onerous burden of this our hereditary kingdom. Satyavati, having succeeded with great difficulty in procuring the assent of her virtuous daughter-in-law to her proposal, which was not inconsistent with virtue, then fed Brahmanas and rishis and numberless guests who arrived on die occasion. Vaisampayana said, Soon after the monthly season of the Princess of Kosala had been over, Satyavati, purifying her daughter-in-law with a bath, led her into the sleeping apartment. There, seating her upon a luxurious bed, she addressed her, saying, O Princess of Kosala, thy husband hath an elder brother who shall this day enter thy womb as thy child. Wait for him tonight without dropping off to sleep. Hearing these words of her mother-in-law, the amiable princess, as she lay on her bed, began to think of Bhishma and the other elders of the Kuru race. Then the rishi of truthful speech, who had given his promise in respect of Ambika, the eldest of the princesses, in the first instance, entered her chamber while the lamp was burning. The princess, seeing his dark visage, his matted locks of copper hue, blazing eyes, his grim beard, closed her eyes in fear. The rishi, from desire of accomplishing his mother's wishes, however, knew her, but the latter, struck with fear, opened not her eyes even once to look at him. And when Vyasa came out, he was met by his mother, who asked him, "Shall the princess have an accomplished son?" Hearing her, he replied, "The son of the princess she will bring forth shall be equal in might unto 10,000 elephants. He will be an illustrious royal sage, possessed of great learning and intelligence and energy. The high-souled one shall have in his time a century of sons, but from the fault of his mother he shall be blind." At these words of her son, Satyavati said, "O thou of ascetic wealth, how can one that is blind become a monarch worthy of the Kurus? How can one that is blind become the protector of his relatives and family, and the glory of his father's race? It behooveth thee to give another king unto the Kurus," saying, "So be it." Vyasa went away, and the first princess of Kosala, in due time, brought forth a blind son. Soon after, Satyavati, O chastiser of foes, summoned Vyasa, after having secured the assent of her daughter-in-law. Vyasa came according to his promise, and approached, as before, the second wife of his brother. And Ambalika, beholding the rishi, became pale with fear. And, O Bharata, beholding her so afflicted and pale with fear, Vyasa addressed her and said, "Because thou hast been pale with fear at the sight of my grim visage, therefore thy child shall be pale in complexion. O thou of handsome face, the name also thy child shall bear will be Pandu, the pale." Saying this, the illustrious and best of rishis came out of her chamber, and as he came out, he was met by his mother, who asked him about the would-be child. The rishi told her that the child would be of pale complexion and known by the name of Pandu. Satyavati again begged of the rishi another child, and the rishi told her in reply, "So be it." Ambalika then, when her time came, brought forth a son of pale complexion. Blazing with beauty, the child was endued with all auspicious marks. Indeed, it was this child who afterwards became the father of those mighty archers, the Pandavas. Some time after, when the oldest of Vichitravirya's widows again had her monthly season, she was solicited by Satyavati to approach Vyasa once again. Possessed of beauty like a daughter of a celestial, the princess refused to do her mother-in-law's bidding, remembering the grim visage and strong odor of the rishi. She, however, sent unto him a maid of hers, endued with the beauty of an apsara, and decked with her own ornaments. And when the Vyasa arrived, the maid rose up and saluted him, and she waited upon him respectfully, and took her seat near him when asked. And, O king, the great rishi of rigid vows was well pleased with her, and when he rose to go away, he addressed her and said, "Amiable one, thou shalt no longer be a slave. Thy child also shall be greatly fortunate and virtuous, and the foremost of all intelligent men on earth." And O king, the son thus begotten upon her by Krishna-Dwaipayana was afterwards known by the name of Vidura. He was thus the brother of Dhritarashtra and the illustrious Pandu. And Vidura was free from desire and passion, and was conversant with the rules of government, and was the god of justice born on earth under the curse of the illustrious Rishi Mandavya. And Krishna-Dwaipayana, when he met his mother as before, informed her as to how he had been deceived by the senior-most of the princesses, and how he had begotten a son upon a Sudra woman. And having spoken thus unto his mother, the rishi disappeared from her sight. Thus were born, in the field of Vichitravirya, even of Dwaipayana, those sons of the splendor of celestial children, those propagators of the Kuru race. Janamejaya said, "What did the god of justice do for which he was cursed? And who was the Brahmana ascetic from whose curse the god had to be born in the Sudra caste?" Vaisampayana said, "There was a Brahmana known by the name of Mandavya. He was conversant with all duties and was devoted to religion, truth, and asceticism. The great ascetic used to sit at the entrance of his hermitage at the foot of a tree, with his arms upraised in the observance of the vow of silence. And as he sat there for years together, one day there came into his asylum a number of robbers laden with spoil. And, O bull in Bharata's race, those robbers were then being pursued by a superior body as guardians of the peace. The thieves, on entering that asylum, hid their booty there, and in fear concealed themselves thereabout before the guards came. But scarcely had they thus concealed themselves when the constables in pursuit came to the spot. The latter, observing the rishi sitting under the tree, questioned him, "O king," saying, "O best of Brahmanas, which way have the thieves taken? Point it out to us so that we may follow it without loss of time." Thus questioned by the guardians of peace, the ascetic, "O king," said not a word, good or otherwise, in reply. The officers of the king, however, on searching that asylum, soon discovered the thieves concealed thereabout together with the plunder. Upon this, their suspicion fell upon the Muni, and accordingly they seized him with the thieves and brought him before the king. The king sentenced him to be executed along with his supposed associates, and the officers, acting in ignorance, carried out the sentence by impaling the celebrated rishi, and having impaled him, they went to the king with the booty they had recovered. But the virtuous rishi, though impaled and kept without food, remained in that state for a long time, without dying. And the rishi, by his ascetic power, not only preserved his life, but summoned other rishi to the scene. And they came there in the night in the forms of birds, and beholding him engaged in ascetic meditation, though fixed on that stake, became plunged into grief. And telling that best of Brahmanas who they were, they asked him, saying, "O Brahmana, we desire to know what hath been thy sin, for which thou hast thus been made to suffer the tortures of impalement." Vaisampayana said, "Thus asked, the tiger among munis then answered those rishis of ascetic wealth, whom shall I blame for this? In fact, none else than my own self hath offended against me." After this, O monarch, the officers of justice, seeing him alive, informed the king of it. The latter, hearing what they said, consulted with his advisers, and came to the place and began to pacify the rishi, fixed on the stake. And the king said, "O thou best of rishis, I have offended against thee in ignorance. I beseech thee to pardon me for the same. It behoveth thee not to be angry with me." Thus addressed by the king, the Muni was pacified. And beholding him free from wrath, the king took him up with the stake and endeavored to extract it from his body. But not succeeding therein, he cut it off at the point just outside the body. The Muni, with a portion of the stake within his body, walked about, and in that state practiced the austerest of penances and conquered numberless regions unattainable by others. And for the circumstances of a part of the stake being within his body, he came to be known in the three worlds by the name of Mandavya, Mandavya with the stake within. And one day, that Brahmana, acquainted with the highest truth of religion, went unto the abode of the god of justice. And beholding the god there seated on his throne, the rishi reproached him and said, "What, pray, is that sinful act committed by me unconsciously, for which I am bearing this punishment? Oh, tell me soon, and behold the power of my asceticism." The god of justice, thus questioned, replied, "O thou of ascetic wealth, a little insect was once pierced by thee on a blade of grass. Thou bearest now the consequence of the act. O rishi, as a gift, however small, multiplieth in respect of its religious merits, so a sinful act multiplieth in respect of the woe it bringeth in its train." On hearing this, Mandavya asked, "O tell me truly when this act was committed by me." Told in reply by the god of justice that he had committed it when a child, the rishi said, "That shall not be a sin which may be done by a child up to the 12th year of his age from birth. The scriptures shall not recognize it as sinful. The punishment thou hast inflicted on me for such a venial offense hath been disproportionate in severity. The killing of a Brahmana involves a sin that is heavier than the killing of any other living being. Thou shalt, therefore, O God of justice, have to be born among men, even in the Sudra order. And from this day I establish this limit in respect of the consequence of acts that an act shall not be sinful when committed by one below the age of 14, but when committed by one above that age, it shall be regarded as sin. Vaisampayana continued, cursed for this fault by that illustrious rishi, the god of justice had his birth as Vidura in the Sudra order, and Vidura was well versed in the doctrines of morality and also politics and worldly profit, and he was entirely free from covetousness and wrath. Possessed of great foresight and undisturbed tranquility of mind, Vidura was ever devoted to the welfare of the Kurus. Vaisampayana said, upon the birth of those three children, Kurujangala, Kurukshetra, and the Kurus grew in prosperity. The earth began to yield abundant harvest, and the crops also were of good flavor. And the clouds began to pour rain in season, and trees became full of fruits and flowers. And the draft cattle were all happy, and the birds and other animals rejoiced exceedingly. And the flowers became fragrant, and the fruits became sweet. The cities and towns became filled with merchants, artisans, traders, and artists of every description. And the people became brave, learned, honest, and happy. And there were no robbers then, nor anybody who was sinful. And it seemed that the golden age had come upon every part of the kingdom, and the people devoted to virtuous acts, sacrifices, and truth, and regarding one another with love and affection, grew in prosperity. And free from pride, wrath, and covetousness, they rejoiced in perfectly innocent sports. And the capital of the Kurus, full as the ocean, was a second Amaravati, teeming with hundreds of palaces and mansions, and possessing gates and arches dark as the clouds. And men in great cheerfulness sported constantly on rivers, lakes, and tanks, and in fine groves and charming woods. And the southern Kurus, in their virtuous rivalry with their northern kinsmen, walked about in the company of Siddhas and Charanas and Rishis. And all over that delightful country, whose prosperity was thus increased by the Kurus, there were no misers and no widowed women. And the wells and lakes were ever full. The groves abounded with trees, and the houses and abodes of Brahmanas were full of wealth, and the whole kingdom was full of festivities. And, O king, virtuously ruled by Bhima, the kingdom was adorned with hundreds of sacrificial stakes. And the wheel of virtue having been set in motion by Bhima, and the country became so contented that the subjects of other kingdoms, quitting their homes, came to dwell there and increase its population. And the citizens and the people were filled with hope upon seeing the youthful acts of their illustrious princes. And O king, in the house of the Kuru chiefs, as also of the principal citizens, give, eat, were the only words constantly heard. And Dhritarashtra and Pandu and Vidura of great intelligence were from their birth brought up by Bhima, as if they were his own sons. And the children, having passed through the usual rites of their order, devoted themselves to vows and study. And they grew up into fine young men, skilled in the Vedas and all athletic sports. And they became well skilled in the practice of bow, in horsemanship, in encounters with mace, sword and shield, in the management of elephants in battle, and in the science of morality. Well read in history and the Puranas and various branches of learning, and acquainted with the truths of the Vedas and their branches, they acquired knowledge, which was versatile and deep. And Pandu, possessed of great prowess, excelled all men in archery, while Dhritarashtra excelled all in personal strength, while in the three worlds there was no one equal to Vidura in devotion to virtue and in the knowledge of the dictates of morality. And beholding the restoration of the extinct line of Santanu, the saying became current in all countries, that among mothers of heroes, the daughters of the king of Kasi were the first, that among countries Kurujangala was the first, that among virtuous men Vidura was the first, that among cities Hastinapura was the first. Pandu became king, for Dhritarashtra, owing to the blindness, and Vidura, for his birth by a Sudra woman, did not obtain the kingdom. One day Bhima, the foremost of those acquainted with the duties of a statesman and dictates of morality, properly addressing Vidura, conversant with the truth of religion and virtue, said as follows. Bhima said, "This our celebrated race, resplendent with every virtue and accomplishment, hath all along sovereignty over all other monarchs on earth, its glory maintained and itself perpetuated by many virtuous and illustrious monarchs of old, the illustrious Krishna-Dwaipayana, and Satyavati, and myself have raised you, 3, up, in order that it may not be extinct. It behoveth myself, and thee also, to take such steps, that this our dynasty may expand again as the sea. It hath been heard by me, that there are 3 maidens, worthy of being allied to our race. One is the daughter of Surasena, of the Yadava race. The other is the daughter of Suvala, and the third is the princess of Madra. O son, all these maidens are of course of blue blood. Possessed of beauty and pure blood, they are eminently fit for an alliance with our family. O thou foremost of intelligent men, I think we should choose them for the growth of our race. Tell me what thou thinkest. Thus addressed, Vidura replied, Thou art our father, and thou art our mother too. Thou art our respected spiritual instructor. Therefore, do thou what may be best for us in thy eyes. Vaisampayana continued. Soon after Bhishma heard from the Brahmanas that Gandhari, the amiable daughter of Suvala, having worshipped Hara, Siva, had obtained from the deity the boon that she should have a century of sons. Bhishma, the grandfather of the Kurus, having heard this, sent messengers unto the king of Gandhara. King Suvala at first hesitated on account of the blindness of the bridegroom, but taking into consideration the blood of the Kurus, their fame and behavior, he gave his virtuous daughter unto Dhritarashtra, and the chaste Gandhari, hearing that Dhritarashtra was blind, and that her parents had consented to marry her to him, from love and respect for her future husband, blindfolded her own eyes. Sakuni, the son of Suvala, bringing unto the Kurus his sister endued with youth and beauty, formally gave her away unto Dhritarashtra. And Gandhari was received with great respect, and the nuptials were celebrated with great pomp under Bhishma's directions. And the heroic Sakuni, after having bestowed his sister along with many valuable robes, and having received Bhishma's adorations, returned to his own city. And O thou of Bharata's race, the beautiful Gandhari gratified all the Kurus by her behavior and respectful attentions. And Gandhari, ever devoted to her husband, gratified her superiors by her good conduct. And as she was chaste, she never referred even by words to men other than her husband or such superiors. Vaisampayana continued. There was amongst the Yadavas a chief named Sura. He was the father of Vasudeva, and he had a daughter called Pritha, who was unrivaled for beauty on earth. And O thou of Bharata's race, Sura, always truthful in speech, gave from friendship this his firstborn daughter unto his childless cousin and friend, the illustrious Kuntiboja, the son of his paternal aunt, pursuant to a former promise. And Pritha, in the house of her adoptive father, was engaged in looking after the duties of hospitality to Brahmanas and other guests. Once she gratified by her attentions the terrible Brahmana of rigid vows, who was known by the name of Durvasa and was well acquainted with the hidden truths of morality. Gratified with her respectful attentions, the sage, anticipating by his spiritual power the future season of distress, consequent upon the curse to be pronounced upon Pandu for his unrighteous act of slaying a deer while serving its mate, imparted to her a formula of invocation for summoning any of the celestials she liked to give her children. And the Rishi said, Those celestials that thou shalt summon by this mantra shall certainly approach thee and give thee children. Thus addressed by the Brahmana, the amiable Kunti, Pritha, became curious, and in her maidenhood summoned the god Arka, sun, and as soon as he pronounced the mantra, she beheld that effulgent deity, that beholder of everything in the world, approaching her. And beholding that extraordinary sight, the maiden of faultless features was overcome with surprise. But the god, Vivaswat, sun, approaching her, said, Here I am, O black-eyed girl, tell me what I am to do for thee. Hearing this, Kunti said, O slayer of foes, a certain Brahmana gave me this formula of invocation as a boon, and, O Lord, I have summoned thee only to test its efficacy. For this offense I bow to thee. A woman, whatever be her offense, always deserveth pardon. Surya, son, replied, I know that Durvasa hath granted this boon, but cast off thy fears, timid maiden, and grant me thy embraces. Amiable one, my approach cannot be futile. It must bear fruit. Thou hast summoned me, and if it be for nothing, it shall certainly be regarded as thy transgression. Vaisampayana continued. Vivaswat thus spoke unto her many things with a view to allay her fears, but, O Bharata, the amiable maiden, from modesty and fear of her relatives, consented not to grant his request. And, O bull of Bharata's race, Arka addressed her again and said, O princess, for my sake, it shall not be sinful for thee to grant my wish. Thus speaking unto the daughter of Kuntibhoja, the illustrious Tapana, the illuminator of the universe, gratified his wish. And of this connection, there was immediately born a son known all over the world as Karna, accounted with natural armor, and with face brightened by earrings. And the heroic Karna was the first of all wielders of weapons, blessed with good fortune, and endued with the beauty of a celestial child. And after the birth of this child, the illustrious Tapana granted unto Pritha her maidenhood and ascended to heaven. And the princess of the Vrishni race, beholding with sorrow that son born of her, reflected intently upon what was then the best for her to do. And from fear of her relatives, she resolved to conceal that evidence of her folly. And she cast her offspring endued with great physical strength into the water. Then the well-known husband of Radha, of the Suta caste, took up the child thus cast into the water, and he and his wife brought him up as their own son. And Radha and her husband bestowed on him the name of Vasusena, born with wealth, because he was born with a natural armor and earrings. And endued as he was born with great strength, as he grew up, he became skilled in all weapons. Possessed of great energy, he used to adore the sun until his back was heated by his rays, i.e., from dawn to midday. And during the hours of worship, there was nothing on earth that the heroic and intelligent Vasusena would not give unto the Brahmanas. And Indra, desirous of benefiting his own son Falguni, Arjuna, assuming the form of a Brahmana, approached Vasusena on one occasion and begged of him his natural armor. Thus asked, Karna took off his natural armor, and joining his hands in reverence, gave it unto Indra in the guise of a Brahmana. And the chief of the celestials accepted the gift, and was exceedingly gratified with Karna's liberality. He therefore gave unto him a fine dart, saying, That one, and one only, among the celestials, the Asuras, men, the Gandharvas, the Nagas, and the Rakshasas, whom thou desirest to conquer, shall be certainly slain with this dart. The son of Surya was before this known by the name of Vasusena, but since he cut off his natural armor, he came to be called Karna, the cutter or peeler of his own cover. Vaisampayana said, The large-eyed daughter of Kuntibhoja, Pritha by name, was endued with beauty and every accomplishment. Of rigid vows, she was devoted to virtue and possessed of every good quality. But though endued with beauty and youth and every womanly attribute, yet it so happened that no king asked for her hand. Her father, Kuntibhoja, seeing this, invited, O best of monarchs, the princes and kings of other countries, and desired his daughter to select her husband from among her guests. The intelligent Kunti, entering the amphitheater, beheld Pandu, the foremost of the Bharatas, that tiger among kings, in that concourse of crowned heads. Proud as the lion, broad-chested, bull-eyed, endued with great strength, and outshining all other monarchs in splendor, he looked like another Indra in that royal assemblage. The amiable daughter of Kuntibhoja, of faultless features, beholding Pandu, that best of men, in that assembly, became very much agitated, and advancing with modesty, all the while quivering with emotion, she placed the nuptial garland about Pandu's neck. The other monarchs, seeing Kunti choose Pandu for her lord, returned to their respective kingdoms on elephants, horses and cars as they had come. Then, O king, the bride's father caused the nuptial rites to be performed duly. The Kuru prince, blessed with great good fortune, and the daughter of Kunti Bhoja formed a couple like Maghavat and Paulomi, the king and queen of the Celestials. And, O best of Kuru monarchs, King Kunti Bhoja, after the nuptials were over, presented his son-in-law with much wealth and sent him back to his capital. Then the Kuru prince Pandu, accompanied by a large force bearing various kinds of banners and pennons, and eulogized by Brahmanas and great rishis pronouncing benedictions, reached his capital. And after arriving at his own palace, he established his queen therein. Vaisampayana continued, some time after, Bhishma, the intelligent son of Santanu, set his heart upon getting Pandu married to a second wife. Accompanied by an army composed of 4 kinds of force, and also by aged counselors and brahmanas and great rishis, he went to the capital of the king of Madra, and that bull of the Valhikas, the king of Madra, hearing that Bhishma had arrived, went out to receive him, and having received him with respect, he got him to enter his palace. Arriving there, the king of Madra offered unto Bhishma a white carpet for a seat, water to wash his feet with, and usual oblation of various ingredients indicative of respect. And when he was seated at ease, the king asked him about the reason of his visit. Then Bhishma, the supporter of the dignity of the Kurus, addressed the king of Madra and said, O oppressor of all foes, know that I have come for the hand of a maiden. It hath been heard by us that thou hast a sister named Madri, celebrated for her beauty and endued with every virtue. I would choose her for Pandu. Thou art, O king, in every respect worthy of an alliance with us, and we also are worthy of thee. Reflecting upon all this, O king of Madra, accept us duly. The ruler of Madra, thus addressed by Bhishma, replied, To my mind, there is none else than one of thy family with whom I can enter into an alliance. But there is a custom in our family observed by our ancestors, which, be it good or bad, I am incapable of transgressing. It is well known, and therefore is known to thee as well, I doubt not. Therefore, it is not proper for thee to say to me, Bestow thy sister. The custom to which I allude is our family custom. With us, that is a virtue and worthy of observance. It is for this only, O slayer of foes, I cannot give thee any assurance in the matter of thy request. On hearing this, Bhishma answered the king of Madra, saying, O king, this, no doubt, is a virtue. The self-create himself hath said it. Thy ancestors were observant of custom. There is no fault to find with it. It is also well known, O Salya, that this custom in respect of family dignity hath the approval of the wise and the good. Saying this, Bhishma of great energy gave unto Salya much gold, both coined and uncoined, and precious stones of various colors by thousands, and elephants and horses and cars, and much cloth and many ornaments, and gems and pearls and corals. And Salya, accepting with a cheerful heart those precious gifts, then gave away his sister, decked in ornaments, unto that bull of the Kuru race. Then the wise Bhishma, the son of the ocean-going Ganga, rejoiced at the issue of his mission, took Madri with him, and returned to the Kuru capital, named after the elephant. Then, selecting an auspicious day and moment, as indicated by the wise for the ceremony, King Pandu was duly united with Madri. And after the nuptials were over, the Kuru king established his beautiful bride in handsome apartments. And, O King of Kings, that best of monarchs then gave himself up to enjoyment in the company of his 2 wives, as best he liked and to the limit of his desires. And after 30 days had elapsed, the Kuru king, O monarch, started from his capital for the conquest of the world. And after reverentially saluting and bowing to Bhishma and the other elders of the Kuru race, and with adieus to Dhritarashtra and others of the family, and obtaining their leave, he set out on his grand campaign, accompanied by a large force of elephants, horses, and cars, and well pleased with the blessings uttered by all around and the auspicious rites performed by the citizens for his success. And Pandu, accompanied by such a strong force, marched against various foes. And that tiger among men, that spreader of the fame of the Kurus, first subjugated the robber tribes of Asana. He next turned his army composed of innumerable elephants, cavalry, infantry, and charioteers, with standards of various colors against Dirga, the ruler of the kingdom of Magadha, who was proud of his strength, and offended against numerous monarchs. And attacking him in his capital, Pandu slew him there, and took everything in his treasury, and also vehicles and draft animals, without number. He then marched into Mithila and subjugated the Videhas. And then, O bull among men, Pandu led his army against Kasi, Sumba, and Pundra, and by the strength and prowess of his arms spread the fame of the Kurus. And Pandu, that oppressor of foes, like unto a mighty fire whose far-reaching flames were represented by his arrows and splendor by his weapons, began to consume all kings that came in contact with him. These, with their forces, vanquished by Pandu at the head of his army, were made the vassals of the Kurus. And all kings of the world, thus vanquished by him, regarded him as the one single hero on earth, even as the celestials regard Indra in heaven. And the kings of earth, with joined palms, bowed to him and waited on him with presents of various kinds of gems and wealth, precious stones and pearls and corals, and much gold and silver, and first-class kine and handsome horses, and fine cars and elephants, and asses and camels and buffaloes, and goats and sheep, and blankets and beautiful hides, and cloths woven out of furs. And the king of Hastinapura, accepting those offerings, retraced his steps towards his capital, to the great delight of his subjects. And the citizens and others filled with joy, and kings and ministers all began to say, "Oh, the fame of the achievements of Santanu, that tiger among kings, and of the wise Bharata, which were about to die, hath been revived by Pandu. They who robbed before the Kurus of both territory and wealth have been subjugated by Pandu, the tiger of Hastinapura, and made to pay tribute." And all the citizens with Bhishma at their head went out to receive the victorious king. They had not proceeded far when they saw the attendants of the king laden with much wealth, and the train of various conveyances laden with all kinds of wealth, and of elephants, horses, cars, kine, camels, and other animals, was so long that they saw not its end. Then Pandu, beholding Bhishma, who was a father to him, worshipped his feet and saluted the citizens and others as each deserved. And Bhishma too, embracing Pandu as his son, who had returned victorious after grinding many hostile kingdoms, wept tears of joy. And Pandu, instilling joy into the hearts of his people with a flourish of trumpets and conchs and kettle drums, entered his capital. Vaisampayana said, Pandu then, at the command of Dhritarashtra, offered the wealth he had acquired by the prowess of his arms to Bhishma, their grandmother Satyavati, and their mothers. And he sent portion of his wealth to Vidura also, and the virtuous Pandu gratified his other relatives also with similar presents. Then Satyavati and Bhishma and the Kosala princes were all gratified with the presents Pandu made out of the acquisitions of his prowess. And Ambalika in particular, upon embracing her son of incomparable prowess, became as glad as the Queen of Heaven upon embracing Jayanta. And with the wealth acquired by that hero, Dhritarashtra performed 5 great sacrifices that were equal unto 100 great horse sacrifices, at all of which the offerings to Brahmanas were by hundreds and thousands. A little while after, O bull of Parata's race, Pandu, who had achieved a victory over sloth and lethargy, accompanied by his 2 wives, Kunti and Madri, retired into the woods. Leaving his excellent palace with its luxurious beds, he became a permanent inhabitant of the woods, devoting the whole of his time to the chase of the deer. And fixing his abode in a delightful and hilly region overgrown with huge sala trees on the southern slope of the Himavata mountains, he roamed about in perfect freedom. The handsome Pandu, with his 2 wives, wandered in those woods like Airavata, accompanied by 2 she-elephants. And the dwellers in those woods, beholding the heroic Bharata prince in the company of his wives, armed with sword, arrows and bow, clad with his beautiful armor, and skilled in all excellent weapons, regarded him as the very god wandering amongst them. And at the command of Dhritarashtra, people were busy in supplying Pandu in his retirement with every object of pleasure and enjoyment. Meanwhile, the son of the ocean-going Ganga heard that King Devaka had a daughter endued with youth and beauty and begotten upon a Sudra wife. Bringing her from her father's abode, Bhishma married her to Vidura of great wisdom, and Vidura begot upon her many children like unto himself in accomplishments. Vaisampayana said, "Meanwhile, O Janamejaya, Dhritarashtra begat upon Gandhari 100 sons, and upon a Vaisya wife another besides those 100. And Pandu had, by his 2 wives Kunti and Madri, 5 sons who were great charioteers, and who were all begotten by the celestials for the perpetuation of the Kuru line." Janamejaya said, "O best of Brahmanas, how did Gandhari bring forth those 100 sons, and in how many years? What were also the periods of life allotted to each? How did Dhritarashtra also beget another son in a Vaisya wife? How did Dhritarashtra behave towards his loving, obedient and virtuous wife Gandhari? How were also begotten the 5 sons of Pandu, those mighty charioteers? Even though Pandu himself labored under the curse of the great Rishi, he slew. Tell me all this in detail, for my thirst for hearing everything relating to my own ancestor hath not been slaked." Vaisampayana said, "One day, Gandhari entertained with respectful attention the great Dwaipayana, who came to her abode, exhausted with hunger and fatigue. Gratified with Gandhari's hospitality, the Rishi gave her the boon she asked for, viz., that she should have a century of sons, each equal unto her lord, in strength and accomplishments. Some time after Gandhari conceived, and she bore the burden in her womb for 2 long years without being delivered, and she was greatly afflicted at this. It was then that she heard that Kunti had brought forth a son, whose splendor was like unto the morning sun. Impatient of the period of gestation which had prolonged so long, and deprived of reason by grief, she struck her womb with great violence without the knowledge of her husband, and thereupon came out of her womb, after 2 years' growth, a hard mass of flesh like unto an iron ball. When she was about to throw it away, Dwaipayana, learning everything by his spiritual powers, promptly came there, and that first of ascetics, beholding that ball of flesh, addressed the daughter of Suvala thus, "What hast thou done?" Gandhari, without endeavoring to disguise her feelings, addressed the Rishi and said, "Having heard that Kunti had brought forth a son like unto Surya in splendor, I struck in grief at my womb. Thou hadst, O Rishi, granted me the boon that I should have 100 sons. But here is only a ball of flesh for those 100 sons." Vyasa then said, "Daughter of Suvala, it is even so, but my words can never be futile. I have not spoken an untruth even in jest. I need not speak of other occasions. Let 100 pots full of clarified butter be brought instantly, and let them be placed at a concealed spot. In the meantime, let cool water be sprinkled over this ball of flesh." Vaisampayana continued, "That ball of flesh then, sprinkled over with water, became, in time, divided into 101 parts, each about the size of the thumb. These were then put into those pots full of clarified butter that had been placed at a concealed spot, and were watched with care. The illustrious Vyasa then said unto the daughter of Suvala that she should open the covers of the pots after full 2 years. And having said this and made these arrangements, the wise Dwaipayana went to the Himavat mountains for devoting himself to asceticism. Then in time, King Duryodhana was born from among those pieces of the ball of flesh that had been deposited in those pots. According to the order of birth, King Yudhishthira was the oldest. The news of Duryodhana's birth was carried to Bhishma and the wise Vidura. The day that the haughty Duryodhana was born was also the birthday of Bhima, of mighty arms and great prowess. As soon as Duryodhana was born, he began to cry and bray like an ass. And hearing that sound, the asses, vultures, jackals and crows uttered their respective cries responsively. Violent winds began to blow, and there were fires in various directions. Then King Dhritarashtra, in great fear, summoning Bhishma and Vidura and other well-wishers and all the Kurus and numberless Brahmanas, addressed them and said, "The oldest of those princes, Yudhishthira, is the perpetuator of our line. By virtue of his birth, he hath acquired the kingdom. We have nothing to say to this. But shall this my son born after him become king? Tell me truly, what is lawful and right under these circumstances?" As soon as these words were spoken, O Bharata, jackals and other carnivorous animals began to howl ominously, and marking those frightful omens all around, the assembled Brahmanas and the wise Vidura replied, "O king, O bull among men, when these frightful omens are noticeable at the birth of thy eldest son, it is evident that he shall be the exterminator of thy race. The prosperity of all dependeth on his abandonment. Calamity there must be in keeping him. O king, if thou abandonest him, there remain yet thy 99 sons. If thou desirest the good of thy race, abandon him, O Bharata. O king, do good to the world and thy own race by casting off this one child of thine. It hath been said that an individual should be cast off for the sake of the family, that a family should be cast off for the sake of a village, that a village may be abandoned for the sake of the whole country, and that the earth itself may be abandoned for the sake of the soul." When Vidura and those Brahmanas had stated so, King Dhritarashtra, out of affection for his son, had not the heart to follow that advice. Then, O king, within a month were born a full 100 sons unto Dhritarashtra, and a daughter also in excess of this 100. And during the time when Gandhari was in a state of advanced pregnancy, there was a maidservant of the Vaishya class who used to attend on Dhritarashtra. During that year, O king, was begotten upon her by the illustrious Dhritarashtra a son endued with great intelligence who was afterwards named Yuvutsu. And because he was begotten by a Kshatriya upon a Vaisya woman, he came to be called Karna. Thus were born unto the wise Dhritarashtra 100 sons, who were all heroes and mighty chariot fighters, and a daughter over and above the 100, and another son Yuyutsu, of great energy and prowess, begotten upon a Vaisya woman. Janamejaya said, "O sinless one, thou hast narrated to me from the beginning all about the birth of Dhritarashtra's 100 sons, owing to the boon granted by the Rishi. But thou hast not told me as yet any particulars about the birth of the daughter. Thou hast merely said that over and above the 100 sons, there was another son named Yuyutsu, begotten upon a Vaisya woman, and a daughter. The great Rishi Vyasa of immeasurable energy said unto the daughter of the king of Gandhara that she would become the mother of 100 sons. Illustrious one, how is that thou sayest Gandhari had a daughter over and above her 100 sons? If the ball of flesh was distributed by the great Rishi only into 100 parts, and if Gandhari did not conceive on any other occasion, how was then Dusala born? Tell me this, O Rishi. My curiosity hath been great." Vaisampayana said, "O descendant of the Pandavas, thy question is just, and I will tell thee how it happened. The illustrious and great Rishi himself, by sprinkling water over that ball of flesh, began to divide it into parts. And as it was being divided into parts, the nurse began to take them up and put them one by one into those pots filled with clarified butter. While this process was going on, the beautiful and chaste Gandhari of rigid vows, realizing the affection that one feeleth for a daughter, began to think within herself, "There is no doubt that I shall have 100 sons, the Muni having said so. It can never be otherwise. But I should be very happy if a daughter were born of me over and above these 100 sons and junior to them all. My husband then may attain to those worlds that the possession of a daughter's sons conferreth. Then again, the affection the women feel for their sons-in-law is great. If therefore I obtain a daughter over and above my 100 sons, then, surrounded by sons and daughters' sons, I may feel supremely blessed. If I have ever practiced ascetic austerities, if I have ever given anything in charity, if I have ever performed the Homa through Brahmanas, if I have ever gratified my superiors by respectful attentions, then, as the fruit of those acts, let a daughter be born unto me." All this while that illustrious and best of rishis, Krishna-Dwaipayana himself, was dividing the ball of flesh, and counting a full 100 of the parts, he said unto the daughter of Suvala, "Here are thy 100 sons. I did not speak aught unto thee that was false. Here, however, is one part in excess of the 100, intended for giving thee a daughter's son. This part shall develop into an amiable and fortunate daughter, as thou hast desired." Then that great ascetic brought another pot full of clarified butter, and put the part intended for a daughter into it. Thus have I, O Bharata, narrated unto thee all about the birth of Dusala. Tell me, O sinless one, what more I am now to narrate. Janamejaya said, "Please recite the names of Dhritarashtra's sons according to the order of their birth." Vaisampayana said, "Their names, O king, according to the order of birth, are Duryodhana, Yuyutsu, Dusasana, Dusaha, Dusala, Jalasandha, Sama, Saha, Vinda, and Anuvinda, Durdarsha, Suvahu, Dushpradharshana, Durmashana, and Durmukha, Dushkarna, and Karna, Vivinsati, and Vikarna, Sala, Satwa, Sulochana, Chitra, and Upachitra, Chitraksha, Charuchitra, Sarasana, Durmada, and Durvigaha, Vivitsu, Vikatanana, Urananabha, and Sunabha, then Nandaka and Upanandaka, Chitravana, Chitravarman, Suvarman, Durvimochana, Ayovahu, Mahavahu, Chitranga, Chitrakundala, Bhima-vega, Bhima-vala, Balaki, Balavardhana, Ugrayuda, Bhima, Karna, Kanakaya, Dridayuda, Dridavarman, Dridakshatra, Somakitri, Anudara, Dridasanda, Jarasanda, Satyasanda, Sada, Suvak, Ugrasravas, Ugrasana, Senani, Dushparajaya, Aparajita, Kundasayan, Visalaksha, Duradhara, Dridahasta, Suhasta, Vatavega, and Suvarchas, Aditya Ketu, Vahvashin, Nagadatta, Agrayayin, Kavachin, Krathana, Kunda, Kundadhara, Dhanurdhara, the heroes, Ugra and Bhimaratha, Viravahu, Alalupa, Abhaya, and Raudrakarman, and Dridaratha, Anudrishya, Kundabhedin, Viravi, Dirgalochana Pramatha, and Pramathi, and the powerful Dirgaroma, Dirghavahu, Mahavahu, Vyudoru, Kanakadvaja, Kundasi, and Virajas. Besides these 100 sons, there was a daughter named Dusala. All were heroes and atirathas and were well skilled in warfare. All were learned in the Vedas and all kinds of weapons. And O king, worthy wives were in time selected for all of them by Dhritarashtra after proper examination. And King Dhritarashtra, O monarch, also bestowed Dusala, in proper time and with proper rites, upon Jayadratha, the king of Sindhu. Janamejaya said, O utterer of Brahma, thou hast recited everything about the extraordinary birth among men of the sons of Dhritarashtra in consequence of the Rishi's grace. Thou hast also said what their names are, according to the order of their birth. O Brahmana, I have heard all these from thee, but tell me now all about the Pandavas. While reciting the incarnations on earth of the celestial, the Asuras, and the beings of other classes, thou saidst that the Pandavas were all illustrious and endued with the prowess of gods, and that they were incarnate portion of the celestials themselves. I desire, therefore, to hear all about those beings of extraordinary achievements, beginning from the moment of their birth. O Vaisampayana, recite thou their achievements. Vaisampayana said, O king, one day Pandu, while roaming about in the woods, on the southern slopes of the Hidimva-vadha, that teemed with deer and wild animals of fierce disposition, saw a large deer that seemed to be the leader of a herd serving his mate. Beholding the animals, the monarch pierced them both with 5 of his sharp and swift arrows winged with golden feathers. O monarch, that was no deer that Pandu struck at, but a rishi's son of great ascetic merit, who was enjoying his mate in the form of a deer. Pierced by Pandu, while engaged in the act of intercourse, he fell down to the ground, uttering cries that were of a man, and began to weep bitterly. The deer then addressed Pandu and said, O king, even men that are slaves to lust and wrath and void of reason, and ever sinful, never commit such a cruel act as this. Individual judgment prevaileth not against the ordinance prevaileth against individual judgment. The wise never sanction anything discountenanced by the ordinance. Thou art born, O Bharata, in a race that hath ever been virtuous. How is it, therefore, that even thou, suffering thyself to be overpowered by passion and wrath, losest thy reason? Hearing this, Pandu replied, O dear, kings behave in the matter of slaying animals of thy species exactly as they do in the matter of slaying foes. It behoveth thee not, therefore, to reprove me thus from ignorance. Animals of thy species are slain by open or covert means. This, indeed, is the practice of kings. Then why dost thou reprove me? Formerly, the Rishi Agastya, while engaged in the performance of a grand sacrifice, chased the deer and devoted every deer in the forest unto the gods in general. Thou hast been slain, pursuant to the usage sanctioned by such precedent. Wherefore reprovest us then? For his especial sacrifices, Agastya performed the homa with fat of the deer. The deer then said, O king, men do not let fly their arrows at their enemies when the latter are unprepared. But there is a time for doing it, viz., after declaration of hostilities. Slaughter at such a time is not censurable. Pandu replied, It is well known that men slay deer by various effective means, without regarding whether the animals are careful or careless. Therefore, O deer, why dost thou reprove me? The deer then said, O king, I did not blame thee for thy having killed a deer, or for the injury thou hast done to me. But, instead of acting so cruelly, thou shouldst have waited till the completion of my act of intercourse. What man of wisdom and virtue is there that can kill a deer while engaged in such an act? The time of sexual intercourse is agreeable to every creature and productive of good to all. O king, with this my mate I was engaged in the gratification of my sexual desire. But that effort of mine hath been rendered futile by thee. O king of the Kurus, as thou art born in the race of the Pauravas, ever noted for white, virtuous deeds, such an act hath scarcely been worthy of thee. O Bharata, this act must be regarded as extremely cruel, deserving of universal execration, infamous and sinful, and certainly leading to hell. Thou art acquainted with the pleasures of sexual intercourse. Thou art acquainted also with the teaching of morality and dictates of duty. Like unto a celestial as thou art, it behoveth thee not to do such an act as leadeth to hell. O best of kings, thy duty is to chastise all who act cruelly, who are engaged in sinful practices, and who have thrown to the winds religion, profit, and pleasure as explained in the scriptures. What hast thou done, O best of men, in killing me who have given thee no offence? I am, O king, a Muni who liveth on fruits and roots, though disguised as a deer. I was living in the woods in peace with all. Yet thou hast killed me, O king, for which I will curse thee certainly. As thou hast been cruel unto a couple of opposite sexes, death shall certainly overtake thee as soon as thou feelest the influence of sexual desire. I am a Muni of the name of Kindama, possessed of ascetic merit. I was engaged in sexual intercourse with this deer because my feelings of modesty did not permit me to indulge in such an act in human society. In the form of a deer, I rove in the deep woods in the company of other deer. Thou hast slain me without knowing that I am a Brahmana. The sin of having slain a Brahmana shall not therefore be thine. But senseless man, as you have killed me, disguised as a deer at such a time, thy fate shall certainly be even like mine. When, approaching thy wife lustfully, thou wilt unite with her, even as I had done with mine, in that very state shalt thou have to go to the world of the spirits. And that wife of thine, with whom thou mayst be united in intercourse at the time of thy death, shall also follow thee with affection and reverence to the domains of the king of the dead. Thou hast brought me grief when I was happy. So shall grief come to thee when thou art in happiness. Vaisampayana continued, saying this, that deer, afflicted with grief, gave up the ghost, and Pandu also was plunged in woe at the sight. Vaisampayana said, after the death of that deer, King Pandu with his wives was deeply afflicted and wept bitterly. And he exclaimed, the wicked, even if born in virtuous families, deluded by their own passions, become overwhelmed with misery as the fruit of their own deeds. I have heard that my father, though begotten by Santanu of virtuous soul, was cut off while still a youth, only because he had become a slave to his lust. In the soil of that lustful king, the illustrious Rishi Krishna-Dwaipayana himself, of truthful speech, begot me. A son though I am of such a being, with my wicked heart wedded to vice, I am yet leading a wandering life in the woods in the chase of the deer. Oh, the very gods have forsaken me. I shall seek salvation now. The great impediments to salvation are the desire to beget children and other concerns of the world. I shall now adopt the brahmacharya mode of life and follow in the imperishable wake of my father. I shall certainly bring my passions under complete control by severe ascetic penances. Forsaking my wives and other relatives and shaving my head, alone shall I wander over the earth, begging for my subsistence from each of these trees standing here, forsaking every object of affection and aversion, and covering my body with dust. I shall make the shelter of trees or deserted houses my home. I shall never yield to influence of sorrow or joy, and I shall regard slander and eulogy in the same light. I shall not seek benedictions or bows. I shall be at peace with all, and shall not accept gifts. I shall not mock anybody, nor shall I knit my brows at anyone, but shall be ever cheerful and devoted to the good of all creatures. I shall not harm any of the four orders of life, gifted with power of locomotion or otherwise, viz., oviparous and viviparous creatures, and worms and vegetables. But on the contrary, preserve an equality of behavior towards all, as if they were my own children. Once a day shall I beg of 5 or 10 families at the most, and if I do not succeed in obtaining alms, I shall then go without food. I shall rather stint myself than beg more than once of the same person. If I do not obtain anything after completing my round of 7 or 10 houses, moved by covetousness, I shall not enlarge my round. Whether I obtain or fail to obtain alms, I shall be equally unmoved like a great ascetic. One lopping off an arm of mine with a hatchet, and one smearing another arm with sandal paste, shall be regarded by me equally. I shall not wish prosperity to the one or misery to the other. I shall not be pleased with life or displeased with death. I shall neither desire to live nor to die. Washing my heart of all sins, I shall certainly transcend those sacred rites productive of happiness that men perform in auspicious moments, days, and periods. I shall also abstain from all acts of religion and profit, and also those that lead to the gratification of the senses. Freed from all sins and snares of the world, I shall be like the wind, subject to none. Following the path of fearlessness and bearing myself in this way, I shall at last lay down my life, destitute of the power of begetting children, firmly adhering to the line of duty. I shall not certainly deviate therefrom, in order to tread in the vile path of the world that is so full of misery. Whether respected or disrespected in the world, that man who from covetousness casteth on others a begging look, certainly behaveth like a dog. Destitute as I am of the power of procreation, I should not certainly, from desire of offspring, solicit others to give me children. Vaisampayana continued, the king, having thus wept in sorrow, with a sigh looked at his two wives Kunti and Madri, and addressing them said, let the princess of Kosala, my mother, Vidura, the king with our friends, the venerable Satyavati, Bhishma, the priests of our family, illustrious soma-drinking brahmanas of rigid vows, and all elderly citizens, depending on us, be informed, after being prepared for it, that Pandu hath retired into the woods to lead a life of asceticism. Hearing these words of their lord, who had set his heart on a life of asceticism in the woods, both Kunti and Madri addressed him in these proper words. O bull of Bharata's race! There are many other modes of life which thou canst adopt, and in which thou canst undergo the severest penances along with us, thy wedded wives, in which for the salvation of thy body, freedom from rebirth, thou mayest obtain heaven. We also, in the company of our Lord, and for his benefit, controlling our passions, and bidding adieu to all luxuries, shall subject ourselves to the severest austerities. O King, O thou of great wisdom, if thou abandonest us, we shall then this very day truly depart from this world. Pandu replied, if indeed this your resolve springeth from virtue, then with you both I shall follow the imperishable path of my fathers. Abandoning the luxuries of cities and towns, clad in barks of trees, and living on fruits and roots, I shall wander in deep woods, practicing the severest penances. Bathing morning and evening, I shall perform the Homa. I shall reduce my body by eating very sparingly, and shall wear rags and skins and knotted locks on my head. Exposing myself to heat and cold and disregarding hunger and thirst, I shall reduce my body by severe ascetic penances. I shall live in solitude, and I shall give myself up to contemplation. I shall eat fruit, ripe or green, that I may find. I shall offer oblations to the Pitris, Manes, and the gods with speech, water, and the fruits of the wilderness. I shall not see, far less harm, any of the denizens of the woods, or any of my relatives, or any of the residents of cities and towns. Until I lay down this body, I shall thus practice the severe ordinances of the Vanaprastha scriptures, always searching for severer ones that they may contain. Vaisampayana continued, the Kuru king, having said this unto his wives, gave away to Brahmanas the big jewel in his diadem, his necklace of precious gold, his bracelets, his large earrings, his valuable robes, and all the ornaments of his wives. Then summoning his attendants, he commended them, saying, return ye to Hastinapura, and proclaim unto all that Pandu with his wives hath gone into the woods, foregoing wealth, desire, happiness, and even sexual appetite. Then those followers and attendants, hearing these and other soft words of the king, set up a loud wail, uttering, oh, we are undone. Then, with hot tears trickling down their cheeks, they left the monarch and returned to Hastinapura with speed, carrying that wealth with them that was to be distributed in charity. Then Dhritarashtra, that first of men, hearing from them everything that had happened in the woods, wept for his brother. He brooded over his affliction continually, little relishing the comfort of beds and seats and dishes. Meanwhile, the Kuru prince Pandu, after sending away his attendants, accompanied by his 2 wives and eating fruits and roots, went to the mountains of Nagasata. He next went to Chaitraratha and then crossed the Kalakuta, and finally, crossing the Hidimva-vadha, he arrived at Gandhamadana. Protected by Mahabhutas, Siddhas, and great rishis, Pandu lived, O king, sometimes on level ground and sometimes on mountain slopes. He then journeyed on to the lake of Indradyumna, whence crossing the mountains of Hansakuta, he went to the mountain of 100 peaks, Satasringa, and there continued to practice ascetic austerities. Vaisampayana said, Pandu, possessed of great energy, then devoted himself to asceticism. Within a short time, he became the favorite of the whole body of the Siddhas and Karanas residing there. And, O Bharata, devoted to the service of his spiritual masters, free from vanity, with mind under complete control and the passions fully subdued, the prince, becoming competent to enter heaven by his own energy, attained to great ascetic prowess. Some of the rishis would call him brother, some friend, while others cherished him as their son. And, O bull of Bharata's race, having acquired after a long time great ascetic merit, coupled with complete singleness, Pandu became even like a Brahmarshi, though he was a Kshatriya by birth. On a certain day of the new moon, the great rishis of rigid vows assembled together, and desirous of beholding Brahman, were on the point of starting on their expedition. Seeing them about to start, Pandu asked those ascetics, saying, Ye first of eloquent men, where shall we go? The rishis answered, There will be a great gathering today in the abode of Brahman, of celestials, rishis and pitris. Desirous of beholding the self-create, we shall go there today. Vaisampayana continued. Hearing this, Pandu rose up suddenly, desirous of visiting heaven along with the great rishis. Accompanied by his 2 wives, when he was on the point of following the rishis in the northerly direction from the mountain of 100 peaks, those ascetics addressed him saying, In our northward march, while gradually ascending the king of mountains, we have seen on its delightful breast many regions inaccessible to ordinary mortals, retreats also of the gods, and Gandharvas and Apsaras, with palatial mansions by hundreds clustering thick around and resounding with the sweet notes of celestial music, the gardens of Kuvera, laid out on even and uneven grounds, banks of mighty rivers, and deep caverns. There are many regions also on those heights that are covered with perpetual snow and are utterly destitute of vegetable and animal existence. In some places, the downpour of rain is so heavy that they are perfectly inaccessible and incapable of being utilized for habitation. Not to speak of other animals, even winged creatures cannot cross them. The only thing that can go there is air, and the only beings, Siddhas and great rishis. How shall these princesses ascend those heights of the king of mountains? Unaccustomed to pain, shall they not droop in affliction? Therefore, come not with us, O bull of Bharata's race. Pandu replied, Ye fortunate ones, it is said that for the sunless there is no admittance into heaven. I am sunless. In affliction I speak unto you. I am afflicted because I have not been able to discharge the debt I owe to my ancestors. It is certain that with the dissolution of this my body my ancestors perish. Men are born on this earth with 4 debts, viz. Those due unto the deceased ancestors, the gods, the rishis, and other men. In justice, these must be discharged. The wise have declared that no regions of bliss exist for them that neglect to pay these debts in due time. The gods are paid, gratified, by sacrifices, the rishis, by study, meditation, and asceticism, the deceased ancestors, by begetting children and offering the funeral cake, and, lastly, other men, by leading a humane and inoffensive life. I have justly discharged my obligations to the rishis, the gods, and other men. But those others than these 3 are sure to perish with the dissolution of my body. Ye ascetics, I am not yet freed from the debt I owe to my deceased ancestors. The best of men are born in this world to beget children for discharging that debt. I would ask you, should children be begotten in my soil, upon my wives, as I myself was begotten in the soil of my father, by the eminent Rishi? The Rishis said, O king of virtuous soul, there is progeny in store for thee, that is sinless and blessed with good fortune, and like unto the gods. We behold it all with our prophetic eyes. Therefore, O tiger among men, accomplish by your own acts that which destiny pointeth at. Men of intelligence, acting with deliberation, always obtain good fruits. It behooveth thee, therefore, O king, to exert thyself. The fruits thou wouldst obtain are distinctly visible. Thou wouldst really obtain accomplished and agreeable progeny. Vaisampayana continued. Hearing these words of the ascetics, Pandu, remembering the loss of his procreative powers owing to the curse of the deer, began to reflect deeply. And calling his wedded wife, the excellent Kunti, unto him, he told her in private, Strive thou to raise offspring at this time of distress. The wise expounders of the eternal religion declare that a son, O Kunti, is the cause of virtuous fame in the three worlds. It is said that sacrifices, charitable gifts, ascetic penances, and vows observed most carefully do not confer religious merit on a sonless man. O thou of sweet smiles, knowing all this, I am certain that as I am sonless, I shall not obtain regions of true felicity. O timid one, wretch that I was and addicted to cruel deeds, as a consequence of the polluted life I led, my power of procreation hath been destroyed by the curse of the deer. The religious institutes mention 6 kinds of sons that are heirs and kinsmen, and 6 other kinds that are not heirs but kinsmen. I shall speak of them presently. O Pritha, listen to me. They are, first, the son begotten by one's own self upon his wedded wife. Second, the son begotten upon one's wife by an accomplished person from motives of kindness. Third, the son begotten upon one's wife by a person for pecuniary consideration. Fourth, the son begotten upon the wife after the husband's death. Fifth, the maiden-born son. Sixth, the son born of an unchaste wife. Seventh, the son given. Eighth, the son bought for a consideration. Ninth, the son self-given. 10th, the son received with a pregnant bride. 11th, the brother's son. And 12th, the son begotten upon a wife of lower caste. On failure of offspring of a prior class, the mother should desire to have offspring of the next class. In times of distress, men solicit offspring from accomplished younger brothers. The self-born Manu hath said that men failing to have legitimate offspring of their own may have offspring begotten upon their wives by others, for sons confer the highest religious merit. Therefore, O Kunti, being destitute myself of the power of procreation, I command thee to raise good offspring through some person who is either equal or superior to me. O Kunti, listen to the history of the daughter of Saradandayana, who was appointed by her lord to raise offspring. That warrior dame, when her monthly season arrived, bathed duly, and in the night went out and waited on a spot where 4 roads met. She did not wait long when a Brahmana, crowned with ascetic success, came there. The daughter of Saradandayana solicited him for offspring. After pouring libations of clarified butter on the fire, in the performance of the sacrifice, known by the name of Punsavana, she brought forth 3 sons that were mighty car warriors, and of whom Durjaya was the eldest, begotten upon her by that Brahmana. O thou of good fortune, do thou follow that warrior dame's example at my command, and speedily raise offspring out of the seed of some Brahmana of high ascetic merit. Vaisampayana said, thus addressed, Kunti replied unto her heroic lord King Pandu, that bull amongst the Kurus, saying, O virtuous one, it behoveth thee not to say so unto me. I am, O thou lotus-eyed one, thy wedded wife, devoted to thee. O Bharata of mighty arms, thyself shalt, in righteousness, beget upon me children endued with great energy. Then I shall ascend to heaven with thee. O Prince of Kuru's race, receive me in thy embrace for begetting children. I shall not certainly, even in imagination, accept any other man except thee in my embraces. What other man is there in this world superior to thee? O virtuous one, listen to this Puranic narrative that hath been, O thou of large eyes, heard by me, and that I shall presently narrate. There was, in ancient times, a king in the race of Puru, known by the name of Vyushitaswa. He was devoted to truth and virtue, of virtuous soul and mighty arms. On one occasion, while he was performing a sacrifice, the gods with Indra and the great rishis came to him. And Indra was so intoxicated with the soma juice he drank and the brahmanas with the large presents they received, that both the gods and the great rishis began themselves to perform everything appertaining to that sacrifice of the illustrious royal sage. And thereupon, Vyushitaswa began to shine above all men like the sun, appearing in double splendor after the season of frost is over. And the powerful Vyushitaswa, who was endued with the strength of 10 elephants, very soon performed the horse sacrifice, overthrowing, O best of monarchs, all the kings of the east, the north, the west, and the south, and exacted tributes from them all. There is an anecdote, O best of the Kurus, that is sung by all reciters of the Puranas, in connection with that first of all men, the illustrious Vyushitaswa. Having conquered the whole earth up to the coast of the sea, Vyushitaswa protected every class of his subjects, as a father does his own begotten sons. Performing many great sacrifices, he gave away much wealth to the Brahmanas. After collecting unlimited jewels and precious stones, he made arrangements for performing still greater ones. And he performed also the Agnishtoma and other special Vedic sacrifices, extracting great quantities of soma juice. And, O king, Vyushitaswa had for his dear wife, Bhadra, the daughter of Kakshivat, unrivaled for beauty on earth. And it hath been heard by us that the couple loved each other deeply. King Vyushitaswa was seldom separated from his wife. Sexual excess, however, brought on an attack of phthisis, and the king died within a few days, sinking like the sun in his glory. Then Bhadra, his beautiful queen, was plunged into woe, and as she was sonless, O tiger among men, she wept in great affliction. Listen to me, O king, as I narrate to you all that Bhadra said with bitter tears trickling down her cheeks. O virtuous one, she said, women serve no purpose when their husbands are dead. She who liveth after her husband is dead, draggeth on a miserable existence that can hardly be called life. O bull of the Kshatriya order, death is a blessing to women without husbands. I wish to follow the way thou hast gone. Be kind, and take me with thee. In thy absence, I am unable to bear life even for a moment. Be kind to me, O king, and take me hence pretty soon. O tiger among men, I shall follow thee over the even and uneven ground. Thou hast gone away, O Lord, never to return. I shall follow thee, O king, as thy own shadow. O tiger among men, I will obey thee as thy slave, and will ever do what is agreeable to thee and what is for thy good. O thou of eyes like lotus petals, without thee, from this day, mental agonies will overwhelm me and eat into my heart. A wretch that I am, some loving couple had doubtless been separated by me in a former life, for which, in this life, I am made to suffer the pangs of separation from thee. O king, that wretched woman who liveth even for a moment separated from her Lord, liveth in woe and suffereth the pangs of hell even here. Some loving couple had doubtless been separated by me in a former life, for which sinful act I am suffering this torture arising from my separation from thee. O king, from this day I will lay myself down on a bed of kusa grass and abstain from every luxury, hoping to behold thee once more. O tiger among men, show thyself to me. O king, O Lord, command once more thy wretched and bitterly weeping wife plunged in woe. Kunti continued, It was thus, O Pandu, that the beautiful Bhadra wept over the death of her lord, and the weeping Bhadra clasped in her arms the corpse in anguish of heart. Then she was addressed by an incorporeal voice in these words: "Rise up, O Bhadra, and leave this place. O thou of sweet smiles, I grant thee this boon. I will beget offspring upon thee. Lie thou down with me on thy own bed, after the catamenial bath, on the night of the 8th or the 14th day of the moon." Thus addressed by the incorporeal voice, the chaste Bhadra did as she was directed for obtaining offspring. And, O bull of the Bharatas, the corpse of her husband begat upon her 7 children, viz. 3 Salwas and 4 Madras. O bull of the Bharatas, do thou also beget offspring upon me, like the illustrious Vyushitaswa, by the exercise of that ascetic power which thou possessest. Vaisampayana said, thus addressed by his loving wife King Pandu, well acquainted with all rules of morality, replied in these words of virtuous import: O Kunti, what thou hast said is quite true. Vyushitaswa of old did even as thou hast said. Indeed, he was equal unto the celestials themselves. But I shall now tell thee about the practices of old indicated by illustrious rishis, fully acquainted with every rule of morality. O thou of handsome face and sweet smiles, women formerly were not immured within houses and dependent on husbands and other relatives. They used to go about freely, enjoying themselves as best as they liked. O thou of excellent qualities, they did not then adhere to their husbands faithfully, and yet, O handsome one, they were not regarded sinful, for that was the sanctioned usage of the times. That very usage is followed to this day by birds and beasts without any exhibition of jealousy. That practice, sanctioned by precedent, is applauded by great rishis. O thou of taper thighs, the practice is yet regarded with respect amongst the northern Kurus. Indeed, that usage so lenient to women hath the sanction of antiquity. The present practice, however, of women's being confined to one husband for life, hath been established but lately. I shall tell thee in detail who established it and why. It hath been heard by us that there was a great rishi of the name of Uddalaka, who had a son named Swetaketu, who also was an ascetic of merit. O thou of eyes like lotus petals, the present virtuous practice hath been established by that Swetaketu from anger. Hear thou the reason. One day, in the presence of Swetaketu's father, a Brahmana came, and catching Swetaketu's mother by the hand, told her, "Let us go." Beholding his mother seized by the hand and taken away apparently by force, the son was greatly moved by wrath. Seeing his son indignant, Uddalaka addressed him and said, "Be not angry, O son. This is the practice sanctioned by antiquity. The women of all orders in this world are free, O son. Men in this matter, as regards their respective orders, act as kine." The rishi's son, Swetaketu, however, disapproved of the usage and established in the world the present practice as regards men and women. It hath been heard by us, O thou of great virtue, that the existing practice dates from that period among human beings, but not among beings of other classes. Accordingly, since the establishment of the present usage, it is sinful for women not to adhere to their husbands. Women transgressing the limits assigned by the rishi became guilty of slaying the embryo, and men too, violating a chaste and loving wife who hath from her maidenhood observed the vow of purity, became guilty of the same sin. The woman also, who, being commanded by her husband to raise offspring, refuses to do his bidding, becometh equally sinful. Thus, O timid one, was the existing usage established of old by Swetaketu, the son of Uddalaka, in defiance of antiquity. O thou of taper thighs, it hath also been heard by us that Madayanti, the wife of Saudasa, commanded by her husband to raise offspring, went unto Rishi Vasishtha. And on going in unto him, the handsome Madayanti obtained a son named Asmaka. She did this, moved by the desire of doing good to her husband. O thou of lotus eyes, thou knowest, O timid girl, how we ourselves, for the perpetuation of the Kuru race, were begotten by Krishna-Dwaipayana. O faultless one, beholding all these precedents, it behoveth thee to do my bidding, which is not inconsistent with virtue. O princess, who is devoted to her husband. It hath also been said by those acquainted with the rules of morality, that a wife, when her monthly season cometh, must ever seek her husband, though at other times she deserveth liberty. The wise have declared this to be the ancient practice. But, be the act sinful or sinless, those acquainted with the Vedas have declared that it is the duty of wives to do what their husbands bid them do. Especially, O thou of faultless features, I, who am deprived of the power of procreation, having yet become desirous of beholding offspring, deserve the more to be obeyed by thee. O amiable one, joining my palms furnished with rosy fingers, and making of them a cup as of lotus leaves, I place them on my head to propitiate thee. O thou of rare looks, it behoveth thee to raise offspring at my command, through some Brahmana possessed of high ascetic merit. For then, owing to thee, O thou of fair hips, I may go the way that is reserved for those that are blessed with children. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by Pandu, that subjugator of hostile cities, the handsome Kunti, ever attentive to what was agreeable and beneficial to her lord, then replied unto him, saying, In my girlhood, O Lord, I was in my father's house engaged in attending upon all guests. I used to wait respectfully upon Brahmanas of rigid vows and great ascetic merit. One day, I gratified with my attentions that Brahmana, whom people call Durvasa, of mind under full control and possessing knowledge of all the mysteries of religion, pleased with my services, that Brahmana gave me a boon in the form of a mantra, formula of invocation, for calling into my presence any one of the celestials I liked. And the Rishi, addressing me, said, Anyone among the celestials whom thou callest by this shall, O girl, approach thee, and be obedient to thy will, whether he liketh it or not. And, O princess, thou shalt also have offspring through his grace. O Bharata, that Brahmana told me this when I lived in my father's house. The words uttered by the Brahmana can never be false. The time also hath come when they may yield fruit. Commanded by thee, O royal sage, I can by that mantra summon any of the celestials, so that we may have good children. O foremost of all truthful men, tell me which of the celestials I shall summon. Know that, as regards this matter, I await your commands. Hearing this, Pandu replied, O handsome one, strive duly this very day to gratify our wishes. Fortunate one, summon thou the God of justice. He is the most virtuous of the celestials. The God of justice and virtue will never be able to pollute us with sin. The world also, O beautiful princess, will then think that what we do can never be unholy. The son also, that we shall obtain from him, shall in virtue be certainly the foremost among the Kurus. Begotten by the God of justice and morality, he would never set his heart upon anything that is sinful or unholy. Therefore, O thou of sweet smiles, steadily keeping virtue before thy eyes, and duly observing holy vows, summon thou the God of justice and virtue by the help of thy solicitations and incantations. Vaisampayana continued, Then Kunti, that best of women, thus addressed by her lord, said, So be it. And bowing down to him, and reverently circumambulating his person, she resolved to do his bidding. Vaisampayana said, O Janamejaya, when Gandhari's conception had been a full year old, it was then that Kunti summoned the eternal God of justice to obtain offspring from him. And she offered without loss of time sacrifices unto the god, and began to duly repeat the formula that Durvasa had imparted to her some time before. Then the god, overpowered by her incantations, arrived at the spot where Kunti was seated in his car, resplendent as the sun. Smiling, he asked, O Kunti, what am I to give thee? And Kunti too, smiling in her turn, replied, Thou must even give me offspring. Then the handsome Kunti was united, in intercourse, with the God of justice in his spiritual form, and obtained from him a son devoted to the good of all creatures. And she brought his excellent child, who lived to acquire a great fame, at the 8th Muhurta, called Abhijit, of the hour of noon of that very auspicious day of the 7th month, Kartika, viz., the 5th of the lighted fortnight, when the star Jyeshtha in conjunction with the moon was ascendant. And as soon as the child was born, an incorporeal voice from the skies said, "This child shall be the best of men, the foremost of those that are virtuous. Endued with great prowess and truthful in speech, he shall certainly be the ruler of the earth, and this first child of Pandu shall be known by the name of Yudhishthira. Possessed of prowess and honesty of disposition, he shall be a famous king, known throughout the 3 worlds." Pandu, having obtained that virtuous son, again addressed his wife and said, "The wise have declared that a kshatriya must be endued with physical strength, otherwise he is no kshatriya. Therefore, ask thou for an offspring of superior strength." Thus commanded by her lord, Kunti then invoked Vayu. And the mighty god of wind, thus invoked, came unto her, riding upon a deer, and said, "What, O Kunti, am I to give thee? Tell me what is in thy heart." Smiling in modesty, she said to him, "Give me, O best of celestials, a child endued with great strength and largeness of limbs, and capable of humbling the pride of every body." The god of wind thereupon begat upon her the child afterwards known as Bhima, of mighty arms and fierce prowess. And upon the birth of that child, endued with extraordinary strength, an incorporeal voice, O Bharata, as before said, "This child shall be the foremost of all endued with strength." I must tell you, O Bharata, of another wonderful event that occurred after the birth of Vrikadara, Bhima. While he fell from the lap of his mother upon the mountain breast, the violence of the fall broke into fragments the stone upon which he fell, without his infant body being injured in the least. And he fell from his mother's lap, because Kunti, frightened by a tiger, had risen up suddenly, unconscious of the child that lay asleep on her lap. And as she had risen, the infant, of body hard as the thunderbolt, falling down upon the mountain breast, broke into 100 fragments the rocky mass upon which he fell. And beholding this, Pandu wondered much. And it so happened that that very day on which Vrikadara was born was also, O best of Bharatas, the birthday of Duryodhana, who afterwards became the ruler of the whole earth. After the birth of Vrikadara, Pandu again began to think, "How am I to obtain a very superior son who shall achieve worldwide fame? Everything in the world dependeth on destiny and exertion, but destiny can never be successful except by timely exertion. We have heard it said that Indra is the chief of the gods. Indeed, he is endued with immeasurable might and energy and prowess and glory. Gratifying him with my asceticism, I shall obtain from him a son of great strength. Indeed, the son he giveth me must be superior to all and capable of vanquishing in battle all men and creatures other than men. I shall therefore practice the severest austerities with heart, deed, and speech." After this, the Kuru king Pandu, taking counsel with the great rishis, commanded Kunti to observe an auspicious vow for 1 full year, while he himself commenced, O Bharata, to stand upon one leg from morning to evening, and practice other severe austerities with mind wrapped in meditation, for gratifying the Lord of the Celestials. It was after a long time that Indra, gratified with such devotion, approached Pandu and, addressing him, said, "I shall give thee, O king, a son who will be celebrated all over the 3 worlds, and who will promote the welfare of Brahmanas, Kaine, and all honest men. The son I shall give thee will be the smiter of the wicked and the delight of friends and relatives. Foremost of all men, he will be an irresistible slayer of all foes." Thus addressed by Vasava, the king of the Celestials, the virtuous king of the Kuru race, well recollecting those words, said unto Kunti, "O fortunate one, thy vow hath become successful. The Lord of the Celestials hath been gratified, and is willing to give thee a son, such as thou desirest, of superhuman achievements and great fame. He will be the oppressor of all enemies, and possessed of great wisdom. Endued with a great soul, in splendor equal unto the sun, invincible in battles, and of great achievements, he will also be extremely handsome. O thou of fair hips and sweet smiles, the Lord of the Celestials hath become gracious to thee. Invoking him, bring thou forth a child who will be the very home of all Kshatriya virtues. Vaisampayana continued. The celebrated Kunti, thus addressed by her lord, invoked Sakra, the king of the gods, who thereupon came unto her and begat him that was afterwards called Arjuna. And as soon as this child was born, an incorporeal voice, loud and deep as that of the clouds, and filling the whole welkin, distinctly said, addressing Kunti in the hearing of every creature dwelling in that asylum, This child of thine, O Kunti, will be equal unto Kartavirya in energy and Siva in prowess. Invincible like Sakra himself, he will spread thy fame far and wide. As Vishnu, the youngest of Aditi's sons, had enhanced Aditi's joy, so shall this child enhance thy joy. Subjugating the Madras, the Kurus, along with the Somakas, and the people of Chedi, Kasi, and Karusha, he will maintain the prosperity of the Kurus. Surfeited with libations at the sacrifice of King Swetaketu, Agni will derive great gratification from the fat of all creatures dwelling in the Khandava woods to be burnt down by the might of this one's arms. This mighty hero, vanquishing all the effeminate monarchs of the earth, will, with his brothers, perform 3 great sacrifices. In prowess, O Kunti, he will be even as Jamadagnya or Vishnu. The foremost of all men endued with prowess, he will achieve great fame. He will gratify in battle, by his heroism, Sankara, the god of gods, Mahadeva, and will receive from him the great weapon named Pasupata. This thy son of mighty arms will also slay, at the command of Indra, those Daityas, called the Nivatakavachas, who are the enemies of the gods. He will also acquire all kinds of celestial weapons, and this bull among men will also retrieve the fortunes of his race. Kunti heard these extraordinary words while lying in the room, and hearing those words uttered so loudly, the ascetics dwelling on the mountain of 100 peaks, and the celestials with Indra sitting in their cars, became exceedingly glad. The sounds of the invisible drum filled the entire welkin. There were shouts of joy, and the whole region was covered with flowers showered down by invisible agents. The various tribes of celestials assembled together began to offer their respectful adorations to the son of Pritha, the sons of Kadru, Nagas, the son of Vinata, the Gandharvas, the lords of the creation, and the 7 great rishis, viz. Bharadwaja, Kasyapa, Gautama, Viswamitra, Jamadagni, Vasishtha, and the illustrious Atri, who illumined the world of old when the sun was lost, all came there. And Marichi, Angiras, Pulastya, Pulaha, Kratu, Daksha, the lord of creation, the Gandharvas, and Apsaras came there also. The various tribes of Apsaras, decked with celestial garlands and every ornament, and attired in fine robes, came there and danced in joy, chanting the praises of Vibhatsu, Arjuna. All around, the great rishis began to utter propitiatory formulas, and Tumvuru, accompanied by the Gandharvas, began to sing in charming notes. And Bhimasena and Ugrasena, Urnayus and Anaka, Gopati and Dhritarashtra and Suryavachas VIII, Yugapa and Trinapa, Kashni, Nandi and Chitraratha, Salasira XIII, Parjanya XIV, Kali XV, and Narada XVI in this list, Vrihata, Vrihaka, Karala of great soul, Brahmacharin, Vahuguna, Suvarna of great fame, Viswavasu, Bhumanyu, Suchandra, Sam, and the celebrated tribes of Haha and Huhu, gifted with wonderful melody of voice. These celestial Gandharvas, O king, all went there. Many illustrious Apsaras, also of large eyes, decked with every ornament, came there to dance and sing. and Anuchana and Anavadya, Gunamukhya and Gunavara, Adrika and Soma, Misrakesi and Alambusha, Marichi and Suchika, Vidyutpana and Tilottama and Ambika, Lakshmana, Kshema Devi, Ramba, Manorama, Asita, Suvahu, Supriya, Suvapu, Pundarika, Sugandha, Surasa, Pramathini, Kamya, and Saradwati all danced there together. And Menaka, Sahajanya, Karnika, Punjikasthala, Ritusthala, Gritachi, Viswachi, Purvachiti, the celebrated Umloka, Pramloka the 10th and Urvasi the 11th, these large-eyed dancing girls of heaven, came there and sang in chorus, and Dati and Aryaman and Mitra and Varuna, Bhaga and Indra, Vivaswat, Pushan, Tvastri and Parjanya or Vishnu, these 12 Adityas came there to glorify Pandu's son. And O King, Mrigavyada, Sarpa, the celebrated Niriti, Ajayakapada, Ahivradhna, Pinakin, Dahana, Iswara, Kapalin, Stanu, and the illustrious Paga, these 11 Rudras, also came there. And the twin Aswins, the 8 Vasas, the mighty Maruts, the Viswadevas, and the Sadhyas, also came there. And Ghatotkacha, Vasuki, Kachchapa, Kunda, and the great Nagatakshaka. These mighty and wrathful snakes, possessed of high ascetic merit, also came there. And Taksha, Arishtanemi, Garuda, Asitadvaja, these and many other Nagas came there. So also Aruna and Aruni of Vinata's race also came there. And only great rishis crowned with ascetic success, and not others, saw those celestials and other beings seated in their cars or waiting on the mountain peaks. Those best of Munis, beholding that wonderful sight, became amazed, and their love and affection for the children of Pandu was in consequence enhanced. The celebrated Pandu, tempted by the desire of having more children, wished to speak again unto his wedded wife, for invoking some other god. But Kunti addressed him, saying, "The wise do not sanction a fourth delivery even in a season of distress. The woman having intercourse with 4 different men is called a Swirini, Hanton, while she having intercourse with 5 becometh a harlot. Therefore, O learned one, as thou art well acquainted with the scripture on this subject, why dost thou, beguiled by desire of offspring, tell me so in seeming forgetfulness of the ordinance?" Vaisampayana said, after the birth of Kunti's sons, and also of the 100 sons of Dhritarashtra, the daughter of the king of the Madras privately addressed Pandu, saying, "O slayer of foes, I have no complaint, even if thou beest unpropitious to me. I have, O sinless one, also no complaint, that though by birth I am superior to Kunti, yet I am inferior to her in station. I do not grieve, O thou of Kuru's race, that Gandhari hath obtained 100 sons. This, however, is my great grief, that while Kunti and I are equal, I should be childless, while it should so chance that thou shouldst have offspring by Kunti alone. If the daughter of Kuntibhoja should so provide that I should have offspring, she would then be really doing me a great favor, and benefiting thee likewise. She being my rival, I feel a delicacy in soliciting any favor of her. If thou beest, O king, propitiously disposed to me, then ask her to grant my desire." Hearing her, Pandu replied, "O Madri, I do revolve this matter often in my own mind, but I have hitherto hesitated to tell thee anything, not knowing how thou wouldst receive it. Now that I know what your wishes are, I shall certainly strive after that end. I think that, asked by me, Kunti will not refuse." Vaisampayana continued. After this, Pandu addressed Kunti in private, saying, "O Kunti, grant me some more offspring for the expansion of my race and for the benefit of the world. O Blessed One, provide thou that I myself, my ancestors, and thine also, may always have the funeral cake offered to us. Oh, do what is beneficial to me, and grant me and the world what indeed is the best of benefits. Oh, do what indeed may be difficult for thee, moved by the desire of achieving undying fame. Behold, Indra, even though he hath obtained the sovereignty of the celestials, doth yet for fame alone perform sacrifices. O handsome one, Brahmanas, well acquainted with the Vedas, and having achieved high ascetic merit, do yet, for fame alone, approach their spiritual masters with reverence. So also all royal sages and Brahmanas possessed of ascetic wealth have achieved, for fame only, the most difficult of ascetic feat. Therefore, O blameless one, rescue this Madri as by a raft, by granting her the means of obtaining offspring, and achieve thou imperishable fame by making her a mother of children. Thus addressed by her lord, Kunti readily yielded, and said unto Madri, Think thou, without loss of time, of some celestial, and thou shalt certainly obtain from him a child like unto him. Reflecting for a few moments, Madri thought of the twin Aswins, who coming unto her with speed begat upon her 2 sons, that were twins named Nakula and Sahadeva, unrivaled on earth for personal beauty. And as soon as they were born, an incorporeal voice said, In energy and beauty, these twins shall transcend even the twin Aswins themselves. Indeed, possessed of great energy and beauty, they illumined the whole region. O king, after all the children were born, the rishis dwelling on the mountain of 100 peaks, uttering blessings on them, and affectionately performing the first rites of birth, bestowed appellations on them. The eldest of Kunti's children was called Yudhishthira, the second Bhimasena, and the third Arjuna. And of Madri's sons, the firstborn of the twins was called Nakula, and the next Sahadeva. And those foremost sons, born at an interval of 1 year after one another, looked like an embodied period of 5 years. And King Pandu, beholding his children of celestial beauty, and of superabundant energy, great strength and prowess, and of largeness of soul, rejoiced exceedingly. And the children became great favorites of the rishis, as also of their wives, dwelling on the mountain of 100 peaks. Some time after, Pandu again requested Kunti on behalf of Madri. Addressed, O king, by her lord in private, Kunti replied, Having given her the formula of invocation only once, she hath, O king, managed to obtain 2 sons. Have I not been thus deceived by her, I fear, O king, that she will soon surpass me in the number of her children? This, indeed, is the way of all wicked women. Fool that I was, I did not know that by invoking the twin gods, I could obtain at one birth twin children. I beseech thee, O king, do not command me any further. Let this be the boon granted by thee to me. Thus, O king, were born unto Pandu 5 sons, who were begotten by celestials, and were endued with great strength, and who all lived to achieve great fame and expand the Kuru race, each bearing every auspicious mark on his person, handsome like Soma, proud as the lion, well skilled in the use of the bow, and of leonine tread, breast, heart, eyes, neck, and prowess, those foremost of men, resembling the celestials themselves in might, began to grow up. And beholding them and their virtues growing with years, the great rishis dwelling on that snow-capped sacred mountain were filled with wonder. And the 5 Pandavas and the 100 sons of Dhritarashtra, that propagator of the Kuru race, grew up rapidly like a cluster of lotuses in a lake. Vaisampayana said, Beholding his 5 handsome sons growing up before him in that great forest on the charming mountain slope, Pandu felt the last might of his arms revive once more. One day, in the season of spring, which maddens every creature, the king, accompanied by his wife, Madri, began to rove in the woods, where every tree had put forth new blossoms. He beheld all around palasas and tilakas and mangoes and champakas and parihadrakas and karnikaras, asokas and kasaras and atimuktas and Kuruvakas, with swarms of maddened bees sweetly humming about. And there were flowers of blossoming parigatas, with the kokilas pouring forth their melodies from under every twig, echoing with the sweet hums of the black bees. And he beheld also various other kinds of trees bent down with the weight of their flowers and fruits. And there were also many fine pools of water overgrown with hundreds of fragrant lotuses. Beholding all these, Pandu felt the soft influence of desire. Roving like a celestial with a light heart amidst such scenery, Pandu was alone with his wife Madri in semi-transparent attire. And beholding the youthful Madri thus attired, the king's desire flamed up like a forest fire. And ill able to suppress his desire thus kindled at the sight of his wife of eyes like lotus petals, he was completely overpowered. The king then seized her against her will, but Madri, trembling in fear, resisted him to the best of her might. Consumed by desire, he forgot everything about his misfortune. And O thou of Kuru's race, unrestrained by the fear of the Rishi's curse and impelled by fate, the monarch, overpowered by passion, forcibly sought the embraces of Madri, as if he wished to put an end to his own life. His reason, thus beguiled by the great destroyer himself by intoxicating his senses, was itself lost with his life. And the Kuru king Pandu, of virtuous soul, thus succumbed to the inevitable influence of time while united in intercourse with his wife. Then Madri, clasping the body of her senseless lord, began to weep aloud. And Kunti with her sons and the twins of Madri, hearing those cries of grief, came to the spot where the king lay in that state. Then, O king, Madri, addressing Kunti in a piteous voice, said, "Come hither alone, O Kunti, and let the children stay there." Hearing these words, Kunti, bidding the children stay, ran with speed, exclaiming, "Woe to me!" And beholding both Pandu and Madri lying prostrate on the ground, she went in grief and affliction, saying, "Of passions under complete control, this hero, O Madri, had all along been watched by me with care. How did he then, forgetting the Rishi's curse, approach thee with enkindled desire? O Madri, this foremost of men should have been protected by thee. Why didst thou tempt him into solitude? Always melancholy at the thought of the Rishi's curse, how came he to be merry with thee in solitude? O Princess of Valhika, more fortunate than myself, thou art really to be envied, for thou hast seen the face of our Lord suffused with gladness and joy." Madri then replied, saying, "Revered sister, with tears in my eyes, I resisted the king, but he could not control himself, bent on, as it were, making the Rishi's curse true." Kunti then said, "I am the older of his wedded wives. The chief religious merit must be mine. Therefore, O Madri, prevent me not from achieving that which must be achieved. I must follow our Lord to the region of the dead. Rise up, O Madri, and yield me his body. Rear thou these children." Madri replied, saying, "I do clasp our Lord yet, and have not allowed him to depart. Therefore, I shall follow him. My appetite hath not been appeased. Thou art my older sister. Oh, let me have thy sanction." This foremost one of the Bharata princes had approached me, desiring to have intercourse. His appetite unsatiated, shall I not follow him in the region of Yama to gratify him? O revered one, if I survive thee, it is certain I shall not be able to rear thy children as if they were mine. Will not sin touch me on that account? But thou, O Kunti, shall be able to bring my sons up as if they were thine. The king, in seeking me wishfully, hath gone to the region of spirits. Therefore, my body should be burnt with his. O revered sister, withhold not thy sanction to this which is agreeable to me. Thou wilt certainly bring up the children carefully. That indeed would be very agreeable to me. I have no other direction to give." Vaisampayana continued. Having said this, the daughter of the king of Madras, the wedded wife of Pandu, ascended the funeral pyre of her lord, that bull among men. Vaisampayana said, "The godlike rishis, wise in counsels, beholding the death of Pandu, consulted with one another, and said, "The virtuous and renowned King Pandu, abandoning both sovereignty and kingdom, came hither for practicing ascetic austerities, and resigned himself to the ascetics dwelling on this mountain. He hath hence ascended to heaven, leaving his wife and infant sons as a trust in our hands. Our duty now is to repair to his kingdom with these, his offspring, and his wife." Vaisampayana continued. Then those godlike rishis of magnanimous hearts, and crowned with ascetic success, summoning one another, resolved to go to Hastinapura, with Pandu's children ahead, desiring to place them in the hands of Bhishma and Dhritarashtra. The ascetics set out that very moment, taking with them those children and Kunti and the 2 dead bodies. And though unused to toil all her life, the affectionate Kunti now regarded as very short the really long journey she had to perform. Having arrived at Kurujangala within a short time, the illustrious Kunti presented herself at the principal gate. The ascetics then charged the porters to inform the king of their arrival. The men carried the message in a trice to the court, and the citizens of Hastinapura, hearing of the arrival of thousands of Karanas and Munis, were filled with wonder. And it was soon after sunrise that they began to come out in numbers with their wives and children to behold those ascetics. Seated in all kinds of cars and conveyances by thousands, vast numbers of Kshatriyas with their wives and Brahmanas with theirs came out, and the concourse of Vaisyas and Sudras too was as large on the occasion. The vast assemblage was very peaceful, for every heart then was inclined to piety. And there also came out Bhishma, the son of Santanu, and Somadatta, or Valhika, and the royal sage Dhritarashtra, endued with the vision of knowledge, and Vidura himself, and the venerable Satyavati, and the illustrious princess of Kosala and Gandhari, accompanied by the other ladies of the royal household, and the 100 sons of Dhritarashtra, decked with various ornaments, also came out. The Kauravas then, accompanied by their priest, saluted the rishis by lowering their heads and took their seats before them. The citizens also saluting the ascetics and bowing down unto them with touching the ground, took their seats there. Then Bhishma, setting that vast concourse perfectly still, duly worshipped, O king, those ascetics by offering them water to wash their feet with, and the customary arghya. And having done this, he spoke unto them about the sovereignty and the kingdom. Then the oldest of the ascetics, with matted locks on head and loins, covered with animal skin, stood up, and with the concurrence of the other rishis, spoke as follows. You all know that possessor of the sovereignty of the Kurus, who was called King Pandu, had, after abandoning the pleasures of the world, repaired hence to dwell on the mountain of 100 peaks. He adopted the brahmacharya mode of life, but for some inscrutable purpose the gods have in view, this his eldest son, Yudhishthira, was born there, begotten by Dharma himself. Then that illustrious king obtained from Vayu this other son, the foremost of all mighty men, called Bhima. This other son, begotten upon Kunti by Indra, is Dhananjaya, whose achievements will humble all bowmen in the world. Look here again at these tigers among men, mighty in the use of the bow, the twin children begotten upon Madri by the twin Aswins. Leading in righteousness the life of Avanaprastha in the woods, illustrious Pandu hath thus revived the almost extinct line of his grandfather. The birth, growth, and Vedic studies of these children of Pandu will, no doubt, give you great pleasure. Steadily adhering to the path of the virtuous and the wise, and leaving behind him these children, Pandu departed hence 17 days ago. His wife Madri, beholding him placed in the funeral pyre and about to be consumed, herself ascended the same pyre, and sacrificing her life thus, hath gone with her lord to the region reserved for chaste wives. Accomplish now whatever rites should be performed for their benefit. These are the unburnt portions of their bodies. Here also are their children, these oppressors of foes, with their mother. Let these be now received with due honors. After the completion of the first rites in honor of the dead, let the virtuous Pandu, who had all along been the supporter of the dignity of the Kurus, have the first annual Shraddha, Sapindakarana, performed with a view to installing him formally among the Pitris. Vaisampayana continued, the ascetics with Guhyakas, having said this unto the Kurus, instantly disappeared in the very sight of the people. And beholding the rishis and the siddhas thus vanish in their sight like vapory forms appearing and disappearing in the skies, the citizens filled with wonder returned to their homes. Vaisampayana continued, Dhritarashtra then said, O Vidura, celebrate the funeral ceremonies of that lion among kings viz. Pandu and of Madri also, in right royal style. For the good of their souls, distribute cattle, cloths, gems, and diverse kinds of wealth, everyone receiving as much as he asketh for. Make arrangements also for Kunti's performing the last rites of Madri in such a style as pleaseth her. And let Madri's body be so carefully wrapped up that neither the sun nor Vayu, god of wind, may behold it. Lament not for the sinless Pandu. He was a worthy king, and hath left behind him 5 heroic sons, equal unto the celestials themselves. Vaisampayana continued, Then Vidura, O Bharata, saying, So be it, in consultation with Bhishma, fixed upon a sacred spot for the funeral rites of Pandu. The family priests went out of the city without loss of time, carrying with them the blazing sacred fire fed with clarified butter and rendered fragrant therewith. Then friends, relatives, and adherents, wrapping it up in cloth, decked the body of the monarch with the flowers of the season and sprinkled various excellent perfumes over it. And they also decked the hearse itself with garlands and rich hangings. Then placing the covered body of the king with that of his queen on that excellent bier decked out so brightly, they caused it to be carried on human shoulders. With the white umbrella of state held over the hearse, with waving yak tails and sounds of various musical instruments, the whole scene looked bright and grand. Hundreds of people began to distribute gems among the crowd on the occasion of the funeral rites of the king. At length, some beautiful robes and white umbrellas and larger yak tails were brought for the great ceremony. The priests, clad in white, walked in the van of the procession, pouring libations of clarified butter on the sacred fire blazing in an ornamental vessel. And Brahmanas, and Kshatriyas, and Vaisyas, and Sudras, by thousands followed the deceased king, loudly wailing in these accents, O Prince, where dost thou go, leaving us behind, and making us forlorn and wretched forever? And Bhishma, and Vidura, and the Pandavas, also all wept aloud. At last they came to a romantic wood on the banks of the Ganga. There they laid down the hearse on which the truthful and lion-hearted prince and his spouse lay. Then they brought water in many golden vessels, washed the prince's body besmeared before with several kinds of fragrant paste, and again smeared it over with sandal paste. They then dressed it in a white dress made of indigenous fabrics, and with the new suit on, the king seemed as if he was living and only sleeping on a costly bed. When the other funeral ceremonies also were finished in consonance with the directions of the priests, the Kauravas set fire to the dead bodies of the king and the queen, bringing lotuses, sandal paste, and other fragrant substances to the pyre. Then seeing the bodies aflame, Kausalya burst out, "O my son! My son!" and fell down senseless on the ground. And seeing her down, the citizens and the inhabitants of the provinces began to wail from grief and affection for their king. And the birds of the air and the beasts of the field were touched by the lamentations of Kunti. And Bhishma, the son of Santanu, and the wise Vidura, and the others also that were there, became disconsolate. Thus weeping, Bhishma, Vidura, Dhritarashtra, the Pandavas, and the Kuru ladies all performed the watery ceremony of the king. And when all this was over, the people, themselves filled with sorrow, began to console the bereaved sons of Pandu. And the Pandavas with their friends began to sleep on the ground. Seeing this, the Brahmanas and the other citizens also renounced their beds. Young and old, all the citizens grieved on account of the sons of King Pandu, and passed 12 days in mourning with the weeping Pandavas. Vaisampayana said, "Then Bhishma and Kunti with their friends celebrated the Sraddha of the deceased monarch and offered the Pinda. And they feasted the Kauravas and thousands of Brahmanas, unto whom they also gave gems and lands. Then the citizens returned to Hastinapura with the sons of Pandu, now that they had been cleansed from the impurity incident to the demise of their father. All then fell to weeping for the departed king. It seemed as if they had lost one of their own kin." When the Sraddha had been celebrated in the manner mentioned above, the venerable Vyasa, seeing all the subjects sunk in grief, said one day to his mother Satyavati, "Mother, our days of happiness have gone by, and days of calamity have succeeded. Sin beginneth to increase day by day. The world hath got old. The empire of the Kauravas will no longer endure because of wrong and oppression. Go thou then into the forest, and devote thyself to contemplation through yoga. Henceforth society will be filled with deceit and wrong. Good work will cease. Do not witness the annihilation of thy race in thy old age." Acquiescing in the words of Vyasa, Satyavati entered the inner apartments and addressed her daughter-in-law, saying, "O Ambika, I hear that in consequence of the deeds of your grandsons, this Bharata dynasty and its subjects will perish. If thou permit, I would go to the forest with Kausalya, so grieved at the loss of her son." "O king," saying this, the queen, taking the permission of Bhishma also, went to the forest. And arriving there with her two daughters-in-law, she became engaged in profound contemplation, and in good time leaving her body ascended to heaven. Vaisampayana continued, "Then the sons of King Pandu, having gone through all the purifying rites prescribed in the Vedas, began to grow up in princely style in the home of their father. Whenever they were engaged in play with the sons of Dhritarashtra, their superiority of strength became marked. In speed, in striking the objects aimed at, in consuming articles of food, and scattering dust, Bhimasena beat all the sons of Dhritarashtra. The son of the wind god pulled them by the hair and made them fight with one another, laughing all the while. And Vrikadara easily defeated those 101 children of great energy, as if they were one instead of being 101. The second Pandava used to seize them by the hair and throwing them down to drag them along the earth. By this, some had their knees broken, some their heads, and some their shoulders. That youth, sometimes holding 10 of them, drowned them in water till they were nearly dead. When the sons of Dhritarashtra got up to the boughs of a tree for plucking fruits, Bhima used to shake that tree by striking it with his foot, so that down came the fruits and the fruit pluckers at the same time. In fact, those princes were no match for Bhima in pugilistic encounters, in speed or in skill. Bhima used to make a display of his strength by thus tormenting them in childishness, but not from malice. Seeing these wonderful exhibitions of the might of Bhima, the powerful Duryodhana, the eldest son of Dhritarashtra, began to conceive hostility towards him, and the wicked and unrighteous Duryodhana, through ignorance and ambition, prepared himself for an act of sin. He thought, "There is no other individual who can compare with Bhima, the second son of Pandu, in point of prowess. I shall have to destroy him by artifice. Singly, Bhima dares a century of us to the combat. Therefore, when he shall sleep in the garden, I shall throw him into the current of the Ganga. Afterwards, confining his eldest brother Yudhishthira and his younger brother Arjuna, I shall reign sole king without molestation." Determined thus, the wicked Duryodhana was ever on the watch to find out an opportunity for injuring Bhima. And, O Bharata, at length at a beautiful place called Pramanakoti on the banks of the Ganga, he built a palace decorated with hangings of broadcloth and other rich stuffs. And he built this palace for sporting in the water there and filled it with all kinds of entertaining things and choice viands. Gay flags waved on the top of this mansion. The name of the house was the Water Sport House. Skillful cooks prepared various kinds of viands. When all was ready, the officers gave intimation to Duryodhana. Then the evil-minded prince said unto the Pandavas, "Let us all go to the banks of the Ganga, graced with trees and crowned with flowers, and sport there in the water." And upon Yudhishthira agreeing to this, the sons of Dhritarashtra, taking the Pandavas with them, mounted country-born elephants of great size and cars resembling towns, and left the metropolis. On arriving at the place, the princes dismissed their attendants, and surveying the beauty of the gardens and the groves, entered the palace like lions entering their mountain caves. On entering, they saw that the architects had handsomely plastered the walls and the ceilings, and that painters had painted them beautifully. The windows looked very graceful, and the artificial fountains were splendid. Here and there were tanks of pellucid water in which bloomed forests of lotuses. The banks were decked with various flowers whose fragrance filled the atmosphere. The Kauravas and the Pandavas sat down and began to enjoy the things provided for them. They became engaged in play and began to exchange morsels of food with one another. Meanwhile, the wicked Duryodhana had mixed a powerful poison with a quantity of food with the object of making away with Bhima. That wicked youth who had nectar in his tongue and a razor in his heart rose at length, and in a friendly way fed Bhima largely with that poisoned food, and thinking himself lucky in having compassed his end, was exceedingly glad at heart. Then the sons of Dhritarashtra and Pandu together became cheerfully engaged in sporting in the water. Their sport having been finished, they dressed themselves in white habiliments and decked themselves with various ornaments. Fatigued with play, they felt inclined in the evening to rest in the pleasure house belonging to the garden. Having made the other youths take exercise in the waters, the powerful second Pandava was excessively fatigued, so that on rising from the water, he lay down on the ground. He was weary and under the influence of the poison, and the cool air served to spread the poison over all his frame, so that he lost his senses at once. Seeing this, Duryodhana bound him with cords of shrubs and threw him into the water. The insensible son of Pandu sank down till he reached the Naga kingdom. Nagas, furnished with fangs containing virulent venom, bit him by thousands. The vegetable poison, mingled in the blood of the son of the wind god, was neutralized by the snake poison. The serpents had bitten all over his frame, except his chest, the skin of which was so tough that their fangs could not penetrate it. On regaining consciousness, the son of Kunti burst his bands and began to press the snakes down under the ground. A remnant fled for life, and going to their king Vasuki, represented, "O king of snakes, a man drowned under the water, bound in cords of shrubs. Probably he had drunk poison, for when he fell amongst us, he was insensible. But when we began to bite him, he regained his senses and, bursting his fetters, commenced laying at us. May it please your majesty to inquire who is." Then Vasuki, in accordance with the prayer of the inferior Nagas, went to the place and saw Bhimasena. Of the serpents there was one, named Aryaka. He was the grandfather of the father of Kunti. The lord of serpents saw his relative and embraced him. Then Vasuki, learning all, was pleased with Bhima, and said to Aryaka with satisfaction, "How are we to please him? Let him have money and gems in profusion." On hearing the words of Vasuki, Aryaka said, "O king of serpents, when your majesty is pleased with him, no need of wealth for him. Permit him to drink of rasakunda, nectar vessels, and thus acquire immeasurable strength. There is the strength of 1,000 elephants in each one of those vessels. Let this prince drink as much as he can." The king of serpents gave his consent, and the serpents thereupon began auspicious rites. Then, purifying himself carefully, Bhimasena, facing the east, began to drink nectar. At one breath, he quaffed off the contents of a whole vessel, and in this manner drained off 8 successive jars till he was full. At length, the serpents prepared an excellent bed for him, on which he lay down at ease. Vaisampayana said, "Meanwhile, the Kauravas and the Pandavas, after having thus sported there, set out, without Bhima, for Hastinapura, some on horses, some on elephants, while others preferred cars and other conveyances. And on their way they said to one another, "Perhaps Bhima hath gone before us." And the wicked Duryodhana was glad at heart to miss Bhima, and entered the city with his brothers in joy. The virtuous Yudhishthira, himself unacquainted with vice and wickedness, regarded others to be as honest as himself. The eldest son of Pritha, filled with fraternal love, going unto his mother, said, after making obeisance to her, "O mother, hath Bhima come?" "O good mother, I don't find him here. Where may he have gone? We long sought for him everywhere in the gardens and the beautiful woods, but found him nowhere. At length we thought that the heroic Bhima preceded us all. O illustrious dame, we came hither in great anxiety. Arrived here, where hath he gone? Have you sent him anywhere? Oh, tell me, I am full of doubts respecting the mighty Bhima. He had been asleep and hath not come. I conclude he is no more." Hearing these words of the highly intelligent Yudhishthira, Kunti shrieked in alarm and said, "Dear son, I have not seen Bhima. He did not come to me. Oh, return in haste, and with your brothers search for him." Having said this in affliction to her eldest son, she summoned Vidura and said, "O illustrious Kshatri, Bhimasena is missing. Where has he gone? The other brothers have all come back from the gardens. Only Bhima of mighty arms does not come home. Duryodhana likes him not. The Kaurava is crooked and malicious and low-minded and imprudent. He coveteth the throne openly. I am afraid he may have in a fit of anger slain my darling. This afflicts me sorely. Indeed, it burns my heart." Vidura replied, "Blessed dame, say not so. Protect thy other sons with care. If the wicked Duryodhana be accused, he may slay thy remaining sons. The great sage hath said that all thy sons will be long-lived. Therefore, Bhima will surely return and gladden thy heart." Vaisampayana continued. The wise Vidura, having said this unto Kunti, returned to his abode, while Kunti, in great anxiety, continued to stay at home with her children. Meanwhile, Bhimasena awoke from that slumber on the 8th day, and felt strong beyond measure in consequence of the nectar he had taken, having been all digested. Seeing him awake, the Nagas began to console and cheer him, saying, "O thou of mighty arms, the strength-giving liquor thou hast drunk will give thee the might of 10,000 elephants. No one now will be able to vanquish thee in fight. O bull of Kuru's race, do thou bath in this holy and auspicious water and return home. Thy brothers are disconsolate because of thee." Then Bhima purified himself with a bath in those waters, and decked in white robes and flowery garlands of the same hue, ate of the paramana, rice and sugar pudding, offered to him by the Nagas. Then that oppressor of all foes, decked in celestial ornaments, received the adorations and blessings of the snakes, and saluting them in return, rose from the nether region. Bearing up the lotus-eyed Pandava from under the waters, the Nagas placed him in the self-same gardens wherein he had been sporting, and vanished in his very sight. The mighty Bhimasena, arrived on the surface of the earth, ran with speed to his mother, and bowing down unto her and his eldest brother, and smelling the heads of his younger brothers, that oppressor of all foes was himself embraced by his mother and every one of those bulls among men. Affectionate unto one another, they all repeatedly exclaimed, "What is our joy today? Oh, what joy!" Then Bhima, endued with great strength and prowess, related to his brothers everything about the villainy of Duryodhana, and the lucky and unlucky incidents that had befallen him in the world of the serpents. Thereupon Yudhishthira said, "Do thou observe silence on this. Do not speak of this to anyone. From this day, protect ye all one another with care." Thus cautioned by the righteous Yudhishthira, they all, with Yudhishthira himself, became very vigilant from that day. And lest negligence might occur on the part of the sons of Kunti, Vidura continually offered them sage advice. Some time after, Duryodhana again mixed in the food of Bhima a poison that was fresh, virulent, and very deadly. But Yuyutsu, Dhritarashtra's son by a Vaisya wife, moved by his friendship for the Pandavas, informed them of this. Vrikadara, however, swallowed it without any hesitation, and digested it completely. And, though virulent, the poison produced no effects on Bhima. When that terrible poison intended for the destruction of Bhima failed of its effect, Duryodhana, Karna, and Sakuni, without giving up their wicked design, had recourse to numerous other contrivances for accomplishing the death of the Pandavas. And though every one of these contrivances was fully known to the Pandavas, yet in accordance with the advice of Vidura, they suppressed their indignation. Meanwhile, the king, Dhritarashtra, beholding the Kuru princes passing their time in idleness and growing naughty, appointed Gautama as their preceptor and sent them unto him for instruction. Born among a clump of heath, Gautama was well skilled in the Vedas, and it was under him, also called Kripa, that the Kuru princes began to learn the use of arms. Janamejaya said, "O Brahmana, it behoveth thee to relate to me everything about the birth of Kripa. How did he spring from a clump of heath? Whence also did he obtain his weapons?" Vaisampayana said, "O king, the great sage Gautama had a son named Saradwat. This Saradwat was born with arrows in hand. O oppressor of foes, the son of Gautama exhibited great aptitude for the study of the science of weapons, but none for the other sciences. Saradwat acquired all his weapons by those austerities by which Brahmanas in student life acquire the knowledge of Vedas. Gautama, the son of Gautama, by his aptitude for the science of weapons and by his austerities, made Indra himself greatly afraid of him. Then, O thou of Kuru's race, the chief of the gods summoned a celestial damsel named Janapadi and sent her unto Gautama, saying, 'Do thy best to disturb the austerities of Gautama.' Repairing unto the charming asylum of Saradwat, the damsel began to tempt the ascetic equipped with bow and arrows. Beholding that Apsara, a figure unrivaled on earth for beauty, alone in those woods and clad in a single piece of cloth, Saradwat's eyes expanded with delight. At the sight of the damsel, his bow and arrows slipped from his hand and his frame shook all over with emotion. But possessed of ascetic fortitude and strength of soul, the sage mustered sufficient patience to bear up against the temptation. The suddenness, however, of his mental agitation caused an unconscious emission of his vital fluid. Leaving his bow and arrows and deerskin behind, he went away, flying from the Apsara. His vital fluid, however, having fallen upon a clump of heath, was divided into two parts, whence sprang two children that were twins. And it happened that a soldier in attendance upon King Santanu, while the monarch was out a-hunting in the woods, came upon the twins, and seeing the bow and arrows and deerskin on the ground, he thought they might be the offspring of some Brahmana proficient in the science of arms. Deciding thus, he took up the children along with the bow and arrows and showed what he had to the king. Beholding them, the king was moved with pity, and saying, "Let these become my children," brought them to his palace. Then that first of men, Santanu, the son of Pratipa, having brought Gautama's twins into his house, performed in respect of them the usual rites of religion. And he began to bring them up, and called them Kripa and Kripi, in allusion to the fact that he brought them up from motives of pity. Kripa. The son of Gautama, having left his former asylum, continued his study of the science of arms in right earnest. By his spiritual insight, he learnt that his son and daughter were in the palace of Santanu. He thereupon went to the monarch and represented everything about his lineage. He then taught Kripa the 4 branches of the science of arms and various other branches of knowledge, including all their mysteries and recondite details. In a short time, Kripa became an eminent professor of the science of arms. And the 100 sons of Dhritarashtra and the Pandavas, along with the Yadavas and the Vrishnis, and many other princes from various lands, began to receive lessons from him in that science. Vaisampayana said, desirous of giving his grandsons a superior education, Bhishma was on the lookout for a teacher endued with energy and well skilled in the science of arms. Deciding, O chief of the Bharatas, that none who was not possessed of great intelligence, none who was not illustrious or a perfect master of the science of arms, None who was not of godlike might should be the instructor of the Kuru, princes, the son of Ganga. O tiger among men, place the Pandavas and the Kauravas under the tuition of Bharadwaja's son, the intelligent Drona, skilled in all the Vedas. Pleased with the reception given him by the great Bhishma, that foremost of all men skilled in arms, viz., illustrious Drona of worldwide fame, accepted the princes as his pupils. And Drona taught them the science of arms in all its branches. And, O monarch, both the Kauravas and the Pandavas, endued with immeasurable strength, in a short time became proficient in the use of all kinds of arms. Janamejaya asked, O Brahmana, how was Drona born? How and whence did he acquire his arms? How and why came he unto the Kurus? Whose son also was he endued with such energy? Again, how was his son Aswathaman, the foremost of all skilled in arms, born? I wish to hear all this. Please recite them in detail. Vaisampayana said, There dwelt at the source of the Ganga a great sage named Bharadwaja, ceaselessly observing the most rigid vows. One day, of old, intending to celebrate the Agnihotra sacrifice, he went along with many great rishis to the Ganga to perform his ablutions. Arrived at the bank of the stream, he saw Ghatotkacha herself, that Apsara endued with youth and beauty, who had gone there a little before. With an expression of pride in her countenance, mixed with a voluptuous languor of attitude, the damsel rose from the water after her ablutions were over, and as she was gently treading on the bank, her attire, which was loose, became disordered. Seeing her attire disordered, the sage was smitten with burning desire. The next moment, his vital fluid came out, in consequence of the violence of his emotion. The rishi immediately held it in a vessel called a drona. Then, O king, Drona sprang from the fluid thus preserved in that vessel by the wise Bharadwaja, and the child thus born studied all the Vedas and their branches. Before now, Bharadwaja of great prowess and the foremost of those possessing a knowledge of arms had communicated to the illustrious Agnivesa a knowledge of the weapon called Agneya. O foremost one of Bharata's race, the Rishi, Agnivesa, sprung from fire, now communicated the knowledge of that great weapon to Drona, the son of his preceptor. There was a king named Prishata, who was a great friend of Bharadwaja. About this time, Prishata had a son born unto him, named Drupada, and that bull among Kshatriyas, viz., Drupada, the son of Prishata, used every day to come to the hermitage of Bharadwaja to play with Drona and study in his company. O monarch, when Prishata was dead, this Drupada of mighty arms became the king of the northern Panchalas. About this time, the illustrious Bharadwaja also ascended to heaven. Drona, continuing to reside in his father's hermitage, devoted himself to ascetic austerities. Having become well versed in the Vedas and their branches, and having burnt also all his sins by asceticism, the celebrated Drona, obedient to the injunctions of his father, and moved by the desire of offspring, married Kripi, the daughter of Saradwat. And this woman, ever engaged in virtuous acts and the Agnihotra, and the austerest of penances, obtained a son named Aswathaman. And as soon as Aswathaman was born, he neighed like the celestial steed, Uchaisravas. Hearing that cry, an invisible being in the skies said, The voice of this child hath, like the neighing of a horse, been audible all around. The child shall, therefore, be known by the name of Aswathaman, the horse-voiced. The son of Bharadwaja, Drona, was exceedingly glad at having obtained that child. Continuing to reside in that hermitage, he devoted himself to the study of the science of arms. O king, it was about this time that Drona heard that the illustrious Brahmana Jamadagnya, that slayer of foes, that foremost one among all wielders of weapons, versed in all kinds of knowledge, had expressed a desire of giving away all his wealth to Brahmanas. Having heard of Rama's knowledge of arms, and of his celestial weapons also, Drona set his heart upon them as also upon the knowledge of morality that Rama possessed. Then Drona of mighty arms, endued with high ascetic virtues, accompanied by disciples who were all devoted to vows ascetic austerities, set out for the Mahendra mountains. Arrived at Mahendra, the son of Bharadwaja, possessed of high ascetic merit, beheld the son of Brigu, the exterminator of all foes, endued with great patience and with mind under complete control. Then, approaching with his disciples that scion of the Brigu race Drona, giving him his name, told him of his birth in the line of Angiras, and touching the ground with his head, he worshipped Rama's feet. And beholding the illustrious son of Jamadagni, intent upon retiring into the woods after having given away all his wealth, Drona said, "Know me to have sprung from Bharadwaja, but not in any woman's womb. I am a Brahmana of high birth, Drona by name, come to thee with the desire of obtaining thy wealth." On hearing him, that illustrious grinder of the Kshatriya race replied, "Thou art welcome, O best of regenerate ones. Tell me what thou desirest." Thus addressed by Rama, the son of Bharadwaja replied unto that foremost of all smiters, desirous of giving away the whole of his wealth, "O thou of multifarious vows, I am a candidate for thy eternal wealth." "O thou of ascetic wealth," returned Rama, "my gold, and whatever other wealth I had, have all been given away unto Brahmanas. This earth also, to the verge of the sea, decked with towns and cities, as with a garland of flowers, I have given unto Kasyapa. I have now my body only, and my various valuable weapons left. I am prepared to give either my body or my weapons. Say, which thou wouldst have, I would give it thee. Say quickly." Drona answered, "O son of Brigu, it behoveth thee to give me all thy weapons together with the mysteries of hurling and recalling them." Saying, "So be it," the son of Brigu gave all his weapons unto Drona. Indeed, the whole science of arms with its rules and mysteries. Accepting them all, and thinking himself amply rewarded, that best of Brahmanas then, glad at heart, set out for the city of his friend Drupada. Vaisampayana said, "Then, O king, the mighty son of Bharadwaja presented himself before Drupada, and addressing that monarch said, 'Know me for thy friend.' Thus addressed by his friend, the son of Bharadwaja, with a joyous heart, the lord of the Panchalas was ill able to bear that speech. The king, intoxicated with the pride of wealth, contracted his brows in wrath, and with reddened eyes spake these words unto Drona, "O Brahmana, thy intelligence is scarcely of a high order, inasmuch as thou sayest unto me, all on a sudden, that thou art my friend. O thou of dull apprehension, great kings can never be friends with such luckless and indigent wights as thou. It is true there had been friendship between thee and me before, for we were then both equally circumstanced. But time that impaireth everything in its course, impaireth friendship also. In this world, friendship never endureth for ever in any heart. Time weareth it off, and anger destroyeth it too. Do not stick, therefore, to that worn-off friendship. Think not of it any longer. The friendship I had with thee, O first of Brahmanas, was for a particular purpose. Friendship can never subsist between a poor man and a rich man, between a man of letters and an unlettered mind, between a hero and a coward. Why dost thou desire the continuance of our former friendship? There may be friendship or hostility between persons equally situated as to wealth or might. The indigent and the affluent can neither be friends nor quarrel with each other. One of impure birth can never be a friend to one of pure birth. One who is not a car warrior can never be a friend to one who is so, and one who is not a king never have a king for his friend. Therefore, why dost thou desire the continuance of our former friendship?" Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by Drupada, the mighty son of Bharadwaja became filled with wrath, and reflecting for a moment, made up his mind as to his course of action. Seeing the insolence of the Panchala king, he wished to check it effectually. Hastily leaving the Panchala capital, Drona bent his steps towards the capital of the Kurus, named after the elephant. Vaisampayana said, arrived at Hastinapura, that best of Brahmanas, the son of Bharadwaja, continued to live privately in the house of Gautama, Kripa. His mighty son, Aswathaman, at intervals of Kripa's teaching, used to give the sons of Kunti lessons in the use of arms. But as yet, none knew of Aswathaman's prowess. Drona had thus lived privately for some time in the house of Kripa, when one day the heroic princes, all in a company, came out of Hastinapura. And coming out of the city, they began to play with a ball and roam about in gladness of heart. And it so happened that the ball with which they had been playing fell into a well, and thereupon the princes strove their best to recover it from the well. But all the efforts the princes made to recover it proved futile. They then began to eye one another bashfully, and not knowing how to recover it, their anxiety became great. Just at this time, they beheld a Brahmana near enough unto them, of darkish hue, decrepit and lean, sanctified by the performance of the Agnihotra, and who had finished his daily rites of worship. And beholding that illustrious Brahmana, the princes who had despaired of success surrounded him immediately. Drona, for that Brahmana was no other, seeing the princes unsuccessful and conscious of his own skill, smiled a little, and addressing them said, shame on your Kshatriya might, and shame also on your skill in arms. You have been born in the race of Bharata. How is it that ye cannot recover the ball from the bottom of this well? If ye promise me a dinner today, I will, with these blades of grass, bring up not only the ball ye have lost, but this ring also that I now throw down. Thus saying, Drona, that oppressor of foes, taking off his ring, threw it down into the dry well. Then Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, addressing Drona, said, O Brahmana, thou askest for a trifle. Do thou, with Kripa's permission, obtain of us that which would last thee for life. Thus addressed, Drona, with smiles replied unto the Bharata princes, saying, this handful of long grass I would invest by my mantras with the virtue of weapons. Behold, these blades possess virtues that other weapons have not. I will, with one of these blades, pierce the ball, and then pierce that blade with another, and that another with a third. And thus shall I, by a chain, bring up the ball. Vaisampayana continued. Then Drona did exactly what he had said, and the princes were all amazed, and their eyes expanded with delight. And regarding what they had witnessed to be very extraordinary, they said, O learned Brahmana, do thou bring up the ring also, without loss of time. Then the illustrious Drona, taking a bow with an arrow, pierced the ring with that arrow, and brought it up at once. And taking the ring thus brought up from the well still pierced with his arrow, he coolly gave it to the astonished princes. Then the latter, seeing the ring thus recovered, said, We bow to thee, O Brahmana. None else owneth such skill. We long to know who thou art and whose son. What also can we do for thee? Thus addressed, Drona replied unto the princes, saying, Do ye repair unto Bhishma, and describe to him my likeness and skill. The mighty one will recognize me. The princes then saying, So be it, repaired unto Bhishma, and telling him of the purport of that Brahmana's speech, related everything about his extraordinary feat. Hearing everything from the princes, Bhishma at once understood that the Brahmana was none else than Drona, and thinking that he would make the best preceptor for the princes, went in person unto him, and welcoming him respectfully, brought him over to the place. Then Bhishma, that foremost of all wielders of arms, adroitly asked him the cause of his arrival at Hastinapura. Asked by him, Drona represented everything as it had happened, saying, O sir, in times past I went to the great Rishi Agnivesa for obtaining from him his weapons, desirous also of learning the science of arms. Devoted to the service of my preceptor, I lived with him for many years in the humble guise of a brahmacharin, with matted locks on my head. At that time, actuated by the same motives, the prince of Panchala, the mighty Yajnasena, also lived in the same asylum. He became my friend, always seeking my welfare. I liked him much. Indeed, We lived together for many, many years. O thou of Kuru's race, from our earliest years we had studied together, and indeed, he was my friend from boyhood, always speaking and doing what was agreeable to me. For gratifying me, O Bhishma, he used to tell me, O Drona, I am the favorite child of my illustrious father. When the king installeth me as monarch of the Panchalas, the kingdom shall be thine. O friend, this indeed is my solemn promise. My dominion, wealth and happiness shall all be dependent on thee. At last, the time came for his departure. Having finished his studies, he bent his steps towards his country. I offered him my regards at the time, and indeed, I remembered his words ever afterwards. Some time after, in obedience to the injunctions of my father, and tempted also by the desire of offspring, I married Kripi of short hair, who, gifted with great intelligence, had observed many rigid vows, and was ever engaged in the Agnihotra and other sacrifices and rigid austerities. Gautami, in time, gave birth to a son named Aswathaman, of great prowess and equal in splendor unto the sun himself. Indeed, I was pleased on having obtained Aswathaman as much as my father had been on obtaining me. And it so happened that one day the child Aswathaman, observing some rich men's sons drink milk, began to cry. At this, I was so beside myself that I lost all knowledge of the point of the compass. Instead of asking him who had only a few kine, so that if he gave me one, he would no longer be able to perform his sacrifices and thus sustain a loss of virtue, I was desirous of obtaining a cow from one who had many, and for that I wandered from country to country. But my wanderings proved unsuccessful, for I failed to obtain a milch cow. After I had come back unsuccessful, some of my son's playmates gave him water mixed with powdered rice. Drinking this, the poor boy was deceived into the belief that he had taken milk, and began to dance in joy, saying, "Oh, I have taken milk! I have taken milk!" Beholding him dance with joy amid these playmates smiling at his simplicity, I was exceedingly touched. Hearing also the derisive speeches of busybodies who said, "Fie upon the indigent Drona, who strives not to earn wealth, whose son, drinking water mixed with powdered rice, mistaketh it for milk, and danceth with joy, saying, 'I have taken milk, I have taken milk!'" I was quite beside myself. Reproaching myself much, I at last resolved that even if I should have to live cast off and censured by Brahmanas, I would not yet, from desire of wealth, be anybody's servant, which is ever hateful. Thus resolved, O Bhishma, I went, for former friendship, unto the king of the Samakas, taking with me my dear child and wife. Hearing that he had been installed in the sovereignty of the Samakas, I regarded myself as blessed beyond compare. Joyfully I went unto that dear friend of mine seated on the throne, remembering my former friendship with him and also his own words to me. And, O illustrious one, approaching Drupada, I said, "O tiger among men, know me for thy friend." Saying this, I approached him confidently as a friend should. But Drupada, laughing in derision, cast me off as if I were a vulgar fellow. Addressing me, he said, "Thy intelligence scarcely seemeth to be of a high order, inasmuch as approaching me suddenly, thou sayest, thou art my friend. Time that impaireth everything, impaireth friendship also. My former friendship with thee was for a particular purpose. One of impure birth can never be a friend of one who is of pure birth. One who is not a car warrior can never be a friend of one who is such. Friendship can only subsist between persons that are of equal rank, but not between those that are unequally situated. Friendship never subsisteth forever in my heart. Time impaireth friendships, as also anger destroyeth them. Do thou not stick, therefore, to that worn-off friendship between us. Think not of it any longer. The friendship I had with thee, O best of Brahmanas, was for a special purpose. There cannot be friendship between a poor man and a rich man, between an unlettered hind and a man of letters, between a coward and a hero. Why dost thou, therefore, desire the revival of our former friendship? O thou of simple understanding, great kings can never have friendship with such indigent and luckless wight as thou. One who is not a king can never have a king for his friend. I do not remember ever having promised thee my kingdom. But, O Brahmana, I can now give thee food and shelter for one night." Thus addressed by him, I left his presence quickly with my wife, vowing to do that which I will certainly do soon enough. Thus insulted by Drupada, "O Bhishma, I have been filled with wrath. I have come to the Kurus, desirous of obtaining intelligent and docile pupils. I come to Hastinapura to gratify thy wishes. Oh, tell me what I am to do." Vaisampayana continued. Thus addressed by the son of Bharadwaja, Bhishma said unto him, "String thy bow, O Brahmana, and make the Kuru princes accomplished in arms. Worshipped by the Kurus, enjoy with a glad heart to thy fill every comfort in their abode. Thou art the absolute Lord, O Brahmana, of whatever wealth the Kurus have and of their sovereignty and kingdom. The Kurus are thine from this day. Think that as already accomplished which may be in thy heart. Thou art, O Brahmana, obtained by us as the fruit of our great good luck. Indeed, the favor thou hast conferred upon me by thy arrival is great." Vaisampayana said. Thus worshipped by Bhishma, Drona, that first of men, endued with great energy, took up his quarters in the abode of the Kurus and continued to live there, receiving their adorations. After he had rested a while, Bhishma, taking with him his grandsons, the Kaurava princes, gave them unto him as pupils, making at the same time many valuable presents. And the mighty one, Bhishma, also joyfully gave unto the son of Bharadwaja a house that was tidy and neat and well filled with paddy and every kind of wealth. And that first of archers, Drona, thereupon joyfully accepted the Kauravas, viz. The sons of Pandu and Dhritarashtra, as his pupils. And having accepted them all as his pupils, one day Drona called them apart, and making them touch his feet, said to them with a swelling heart, "I have in my heart a particular purpose. Promise me truly, ye sinless ones, that when ye have become skilled in arms, ye will accomplish it." Vaisampayana continued. Hearing these words, the Kuru princes remained silent, but Arjuna, O king, vowed to accomplish it whatever it was. Drona then cheerfully clasped Arjuna to his bosom and took the scent of his head repeatedly, shedding tears of joy all the while. Then Drona, endued with great prowess, taught the sons of Pandu the use of many weapons both celestial and human. And, O bull of the Bharata race, many other princes also flocked to that best of Brahmanas for instruction in arms. The Vrishnis and the Antakas, and princes from various lands, and the adopted son of Radha of the Suta caste, Karna, all became pupils of Drona. But of them all, the Suta child Karna, from jealousy, frequently defied Arjuna, and supported by Duryodhana, used to disregard the Pandavas. Arjuna, however, from devotion to the science of arms, always stayed by the side of his preceptor, and in skill, strength of arms, and perseverance excelled all his class fellows. Indeed, although the instruction the preceptor gave was the same in the case of all, yet in lightness and skill, Arjuna became the foremost of all his fellow pupils. And Drona was convinced that none of his pupils would, at any time, be able to be equal to that son of Indra. Thus, Drona continued giving lessons to the princes in the science of weapons, and while he gave unto every one of his pupils a narrow-mouthed vessel for fetching water, in order that much time may be spent in filling them, he gave unto his own son, Aswathaman, a broad-mouthed vessel, so that, filling it quickly, he might return soon enough. And in the intervals so gained, Drona used to instruct his own son in several superior methods of using weapons. Jishnu, Arjuna, came to know of this, and thereupon filling his narrow-mouthed vessel with water by means of the Varuna weapon he used to come unto his preceptor at the same time with his preceptor's son. And accordingly, the intelligent son of Pritha, that foremost of all men possessing a knowledge of weapons, had no inferiority to his preceptor's son in respect of excellence. Arjuna's devotion to the service of his preceptor, as also to arms, was very great, and he soon became the favorite of his preceptor. And Drona, beholding his pupil's devotion to arms, summoned the cook and told him in secret, "Never give Arjuna his food in the dark, nor tell him that I have told thee this." A few days after, however, when Arjuna was taking his food, a wind arose, and thereupon the lamp that had been burning went out. But Arjuna, endued with energy, continued eating in the dark, his hand, from habit, going to his mouth. His attention being thus called to the force of habit, the strong-armed son of Pandu set his heart upon practicing with his bow in the night. And O Bharata, Drona, hearing the twang of his bowstring in the night, came to him, and clasping him, said, "Truly, do I tell thee, that I shall do that unto thee, by which there shall not be an archer equal to thee in this world." Vaisampayana continued, "Thereafter, Drona began to teach Arjuna the art of fighting on horseback, on the back of elephants, on car, and on the ground. And the mighty Drona also instructed Arjuna in fighting with the mace, the sword, the lance, the spear, and the dart. And he also instructed him in using many weapons and fighting with many men at the same time. And hearing reports of his skill, kings and princes, desirous of learning the science of arms, flocked to Drona by thousands. Amongst those that came there, O monarch, was a prince named Ekalavya, who was the son of Hiranyadhanus, king of the Nishadas, the lowest of the mixed orders. Drona, however, cognizant of all rules of morality, accepted not the prince as his pupil in archery, seeing that he was a Nishada who might, in time, excel all his high-born pupils. But, O oppressor of all enemies, the Nishada prince, touching Drona's feet with bent head, wended his way into the forest, and there he made a clay image of Drona, and began to worship it respectfully, as if it was his real preceptor, and practiced weapons before it with the most rigid regularity. In consequence of his exceptional reverence for his preceptor and his devotion to his purpose, all the three processes of fixing arrows on the bowstring, aiming and letting off became very easy for him. And one day, O grinder of foes, the Kuru and the Pandava princes, with Drona's leave, set out in their cars on a hunting excursion. A servant, O king, followed the party at leisure with the usual implements and a dog. Having come to the woods, they wandered about, intent on the purpose they had in view. Meanwhile, the dog also, in wandering alone in the woods, came upon the Nishada prince, Ekalavya. And beholding the Nishada of dark hue, of body besmeared with filth, dressed in black, and bearing matted locks on head, the dog began to bark aloud. Thereupon, the Nishada prince, desirous of exhibiting his lightness of hand, sent 7 arrows into its mouth, before it could shut it. The dog, thus pierced with 7 arrows, came back to the Pandavas. Those heroes who beheld that sight were filled with wonder, and, ashamed of their own skill, began to praise the lightness of hand and precision of aim by auricular precision, exhibited by the unknown archer. And they thereupon began to seek in those woods for the unknown dweller therein that had shown such skill. And O king, the Pandavas soon found out the object of their search, ceaselessly discharging arrows from the bow. And beholding that man of grim visage, who was totally a stranger to them, they asked, "Who art thou and whose son?" Thus questioned, the man replied, "Ye heroes, I am the son of Hiranyadhanus, king of the Nishadas. Know me also for a pupil of Drona, laboring for the mastery of the art of arms." Vaisampayana continued, "The Pandavas then, having made themselves acquainted with everything connected with him, returned to the city, and going unto Drona, told him of that wonderful feat of archery which they had witnessed in the woods. Arjuna, in particular, thinking all the while, O king, Ekalavya saw Drona in private, and relying upon his preceptor's affection for him, said, "Thou hadst lovingly told me, clasping me to thy bosom, that no pupil of thine should be equal to me. Why then is there a pupil of thine, the mighty son of the Nishada king, superior to me. Vaisampayana continued. On hearing these words, Drona reflected for a moment, and resolving upon the course of action he should follow, took Arjuna with him, and went unto the Nishada prince. And he beheld Ekalavya, with body besmeared with filth, matted locks, on head, clad in rags, bearing a bow in hand, and ceaselessly shooting arrows therefrom. And when Ekalavya saw Drona approaching towards him, he went a few steps forward, and touched his feet, and prostrated himself on the ground. And the son of the Nishada king, worshipping Drona, duly represented himself as his pupil, and clasping his hands in reverence stood before him, awaiting his commands. Then Drona, O king, addressed Ekalavya, saying, If, O hero, thou art really my pupil, give me then my fees. On hearing these words, Ekalavya was very much gratified, and said in reply, O illustrious preceptor, what shall I give? Command me, for there is nothing, O foremost of all persons conversant with the Vedas, that I may not give unto my preceptor. Drona answered, O Ekalavya, if thou art really intent on making me a gift, I should like then to have the thumb of thy right hand. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these cruel words of Drona, who had asked of him his thumb as tuition fee, Ekalavya, ever devoted to truth and desirous also of keeping his promise, with a cheerful face and an unafflicted heart, cut off without ado his thumb, and gave it unto Drona. After this, when the Nishada prince began once more to shoot with the help of his remaining fingers, he found, O king, that he had lost his former lightness of hand. And at this, Arjuna became happy, the fever of jealousy having left him. Two of Drona's pupils became very much accomplished in the use of mace. These were Duryodhana and Bhima, who were, however, always jealous of each other. Aswathaman excelled everyone in the mysteries of the science of arms. The twins, Nakula and Sahadeva, excelled everybody in handling the sword. Yudhishthira surpassed everybody as a car warrior. But Arjuna, however, outdistanced everyone in every respect, in intelligence, resourcefulness, strength, and perseverance. Accomplished in all weapons, Arjuna became the foremost of even the foremost of car warriors, and his fame spread all over the earth to the verge of the sea. And although the instruction was the same, the mighty Arjuna excelled all the princes in lightness of hand. Indeed, in weapons as in devotion to his preceptor, he became the foremost of them all. And amongst all the princes, Arjuna alone became an Atiratha, a car warrior capable of fighting at one time with 60,000 foes. And the wicked sons of Dhritarashtra, beholding Bhimasena endued with great strength, and Arjuna accomplished in all arms, became very jealous of them. O bull among men, one day, Drona, desirous of testing the comparative excellence of all his pupils in the use of arms, collected them all together after their education had been completed. And before assembling them together, he had caused an artificial bird, as the would-be aim, to be placed on the top of a neighboring tree. And when they were all together, Drona said unto them, Take up your bows quickly, and stand here aiming at that bird on the tree, with arrows fixed on your bowstrings. Shoot and cut off the bird's head as soon as I give the order. I shall give each of you a turn, one by one, my children. Vaisampayana continued. Then Drona, that foremost of all Angira's sons, first addressed Yudhishthira, saying, O irrepressible one, aim with thy arrow, and shoot as soon as I give the order. Yudhishthira took up the bow first, as desired, O king, by his preceptor, and stood aiming at the bird. But, O bull of Bharata's race, Drona in an instant, addressing the Kuru prince standing with bow in hand, said, Behold, O prince, that bird on top of the tree. Yudhishthira replied unto his preceptor, saying, I do. But the next instant Drona again asked him, What dost thou see now, O prince? Seest thou the tree, myself, or thy brothers? Yudhishthira answered, I see the tree, myself, My brothers and the bird. Drona repeated his question, but was answered as often in the same words. Drona then, vexed with Yudhishthira, reproachingly said, Stand thou apart. It is not for thee to strike the aim. Then Drona repeated the experiment with Duryodhana and the other sons of Dhritarashtra, one after another, as also with his other pupils, Bhima and the rest, including the princes that had come unto him from other lands. But the answer in every case was the same as Yudhishthira's, viz. We behold the tree, thyself, our fellow pupils, and the bird. And reproached by their preceptor, they were all ordered, one after another, to stand apart. Vaisampayana said, When everyone had failed, Drona smilingly called Arjuna and said unto him, By thee the aim must be shot, therefore turn thy eyes to it. Thou must let fly the arrow as soon as I give the order. Therefore, O son, stand here with bow and arrow for an instant. Thus addressed, Arjuna stood aiming at the bird as desired by his preceptor, with his bow bent. An instant after Drona asked him, as in the case of others, Seest thou, O Arjuna, the bird there, the tree and myself? Arjuna replied, I see the bird only, but nor the tree or thyself. Then the irrepressible Drona, well pleased with Arjuna the instant after, again said unto that mighty car warrior amongst the Pandavas, If thou seest the vulture, then describe it to me. Arjuna said, I see only the head of the vulture, not its body. At these words of Arjuna, the hair on Drona's body stood on end from delight. He then said to Partha, Shoot! And the latter instantly let fly his arrow, and with his sharp shaft speedily struck off the head of the vulture on the tree and brought it down to the ground. No sooner was the deed done than Drona clasped Falguna to his bosom and thought Drupada with his friends had already been vanquished in fight. Some time after, O bull of Bharata's race, Drona, accompanied by all of his pupils, went to the bank of the Ganga to bathe in that sacred stream. And when Drona had plunged into the stream, a strong alligator, sent as it were by death himself, seized him by the thigh. And though himself quite capable, Drona in a seeming hurry asked his pupil to rescue him. And he said, Oh, kill this monster and rescue me. Contemporaneously with this speech, Vibhatsu, Arjuna, struck the monster within the water with 5 sharp arrows irresistible in their course, while the other pupils stood confounded, each at his place. Beholding Arjuna's readiness, Drona considered him to be the foremost of all his pupils and became highly pleased. The monster, in the meantime, cut into pieces by the arrows of Arjuna, released the thigh of illustrious Drona and gave up the ghost. The son of Bharadwaja then addressed the illustrious and mighty car warrior Arjuna and said, Accept, O thou of mighty arms, this very superior and irresistible weapon called Brahmasira, with the methods of hurling and recalling it. Thou must not, however, ever use it against any human foe, for if hurled at any foe endued with inferior energy, it might burn the whole universe. It is said, O child, that this weapon hath not a peer in the 3 worlds. Keep it, therefore, with great care, and listen to what I say. If ever, O hero, any foe, not human, contendeth against thee, thou mayst then employ it against him, for compassing his death in battle. Pledging himself to do what he was bid, Vibhatsu then, with joined hands, received that great weapon. The preceptor then, addressing him again, said, None else in this world will ever become a superior bowman to thee. Vanquished thou shalt never be by any foe, and thy achievements will be great. Vaisampayana said, O thou of Bharata's race, beholding the sons of Dhritarashtra and Pandu accomplished in arms, Drona, O monarch, addressed King Dhritarashtra in the presence of Kripa, Somadatta, Valhika, the wise son of Ganga, Bhishma, Vyasa, and Vidura, and said, "O best of Kuru kings, thy children have completed their education. With thy permission, O king, let them now show their proficiency." Hearing him, the king said with a gladdened heart, "O best of Brahmanas, thou hast indeed accomplished a great deed. Command me thyself as to the place and the time, where and when, and the manner also in which the trial may be held. Grief arising from my own blindness maketh me envy those who, blessed with sight, will behold my children's prowess in arm. O Kshatri, Vidura, do all that Drona saith. O thou devoted to virtue, I think there is nothing that can be more agreeable to me." Then Vidura, giving the necessary assurance to the king, went out to do what he was bid. And Drona, endued with great wisdom, then measured out a piece of land that was void of trees and thickets, and furnished with wells and springs. And upon the spot of land so measured out, Drona, that first of eloquent men, selecting a lunar day when the star ascendant was auspicious, offered up sacrifice unto the gods in the presence of the citizens assembled by proclamation to witness the same. And then, O bull among men, the artificers of the king built thereon a large and elegant stage according to the rules laid down in the scriptures, and it was furnished with all kinds of weapons. They also built another elegant hall for the lady spectators, and the citizens constructed many platforms, while the wealthier of them pitched many spacious and high tents all around. When the day fixed for the tournament came, the king, accompanied by his ministers, with Bhishma and Kripa, the foremost of preceptors, walking ahead, came unto that theatre of almost celestial beauty, constructed of pure gold, and decked with strings of pearls and stones of lapis lazuli. And, O first of victorious men, Gandhari, blessed with great good fortune, and Kunti, and the other ladies of the royal household, in gorgeous attire, and accompanied by their waiting women, joyfully ascended the platforms, like celestial ladies ascending the Sumeru mountain. And the four orders, including the Brahmanas and Kshatriyas, desirous of beholding the prince's skill in arms, left the city and came running to the spot. And so impatient was everyone to behold the spectacle that the vast crowd assembled there in almost an instant. And with the sounds of trumpets and drums and the noise of many voices, that vast concourse appeared like an agitated ocean. At last Drona, accompanied by his son, dressed in white attire, with a white sacred thread, white locks, white beard, white garlands, and white sandal paste rubbed over his body, entered the lists. It seemed as if the moon himself, accompanied by the planet Mars, appeared in an unclouded sky. On entering, Bharadwaja performed timely worship and caused Brahmanas versed in mantras to celebrate the auspicious rites. And after auspicious and sweet-sounding musical instruments had been struck up as a propitiatory ceremony, some persons entered, equipped with various arms, and then, having girded up their loins, those mighty warriors, those foremost ones of Bharata's race, the princes, entered, furnished with finger protectors, gauntlet, and bows and quivers. And with Yudhishthira at their head, the valiant princes entered in order of age and began to show wonderful skill with their weapons. Some of the spectators lowered their heads, apprehending fall of arrows, while others fearlessly gazed on with wonder. And riding swiftly on horses and managing them dexterously, the princes began to hit marks with shafts engraved with their respective names. And seeing the prowess of the princes armed with bows and arrows, the spectators thought that they were beholding the city of the Gandharvas, became filled with amazement. And, O Bharata, all on a sudden, some hundreds and thousands, with eyes wide open in wonder, exclaimed, "Well done! Well done!" And having repeatedly displayed their skill and dexterity in the use of bows and arrows and in the management of cars, the mighty warriors took up their swords and bucklers and began to range the lists, playing their weapons. The spectators saw, with wonder, their agility, the symmetry of their bodies, their grace, their calmness, the firmness of their grasp, and their deftness in the use of sword and buckler. Then Vrikadara and Suyoddhana, internally delighted at the prospect of fight, entered the arena, mace in hand, like two single-peaked mountains. And those mighty armed warriors braced their loins and, summoning all their energy, roared like two infuriate elephants contending for a cow elephant. And like two infuriated elephants, those mighty heroes faultlessly, in consonance with the dictates of the science of arm, careered right and left, circling the lists. And Vidura described to Dhritarashtra and the mother of the Pandavas, Kunti and Gandhari, all the feats of the princes. Vaisampayana continued, upon the Kuru king and Bhima, the foremost of all endued with strength, having entered the arena, the spectators were divided into two parties in consequence of the partiality swaying their affections. Some cried, "Behold the heroic king of the Kurus!" Some, "Behold Bhima!" And on account of these cries, there was all on a sudden a loud uproar. And seeing the place become like a troubled ocean, the intelligent Bharadwaja said unto his dear son, Aswathaman, "Restrain both these mighty warriors so proficient in arms. Let not the ire of the assembly be provoked by this combat of Bhima and Duryodhana." Vaisampayana continued. Then the son of the preceptor of the princes restrained those combatants with their maces uplifted, and resembling two swollen oceans agitated by the winds that blow at the universal dissolution. And Drona himself, entering the yard of the arena, commanded the musicians to stop, and with a voice deep as that of the clouds, addressed these words, "Behold ye now that Partha, who is dearer to me than my own son, the master of all arms, the son of Indra himself, and like unto the younger brother of Indra, Vishnu, and having performed the propitiatory rites, the youthful Falguna, equipped with the finger protector, gauntlet, and his quiver full of shafts and bow in hand, donning his golden mail, appeared in the lists, even like an evening cloud, reflecting the rays of the setting sun, and illumined by the hues of the rainbow and flashes of lightning. On seeing Arjuna, the whole assembly were delighted, and conchs began to be blown all around with other musical instruments. And there arose a great uproar in consequence of the spectators exclaiming, "This is the graceful son of Kunti. This is the middle third, Pandava. This is the son of the mighty Indra. This is the protector of the Kurus. This is the foremost of those versed in arms. This is the foremost of all cherishers of virtue. This is the foremost of the persons of correct behavior, the great repository of the knowledge of manners." At those exclamations, the tears of Kunti, mixing with the milk of her breast, wetted her bosom. And his ears being filled with that uproar, that first of men, Dhritarashtra, asked Vidura in delight, "O Kshatri, what is this great uproar for, like unto that of the troubled ocean, arising all on a sudden, and rending the very heavens?" Vidura replied, "O mighty monarch, the son of Pandu and Pritha, Falguna, clad in mail, hath entered the lists, and hence this uproar." Dhritarashtra said, "O thou of soul so great, by the three fires sprung from Pritha, who is even like the sacred fuel, I have indeed been blessed, favored, and protected." Vaisampayana continued, when the spectators, excited with delight, had somewhat regained their equanimity, Vibhatsu began to display his lightness in the use of weapons. By the Agneya weapon, he created fire, and by the Varuna weapon, he created water. By the Vayavya weapon, he created air, and by the Parjanya weapon, he created clouds. And by the Pauma weapon, he created land, and by the Parvatya weapon, he brought mountains into being. By the Antadana weapon, all these were made to disappear. Now the beloved one of his preceptor, Arjuna, appeared tall, and now short. Now he was seen on the yoke of his car, and now on the car itself. And the next moment he was on the ground, and the hero, favored by his practiced dexterity, hit with his various butts, some tender, some fine, and some of thick composition. And like one shaft, he let fly at a time into the mouth of a moving iron boar 5 shafts together from his bowstring. And that hero of mighty energy discharged 21 arrows into the hollow of a cow's horn, hung up on a rope swaying to and fro. In this manner, O sinless one, Arjuna showed his profound skill in the use of sword, bow and mace, walking over the lists in circles. And, O Bharata, when the exhibition had well nigh ended, the excitement of the spectators had cooled, and the sounds of instruments had died out, there was heard proceeding from the gate the slapping of arms, betokening might and strength, and even like unto the roar of the thunder. And, O king, as soon as this sound was heard, the assembled multitude instantly thought, are the mountains splitting, or is the earth itself rending asunder, or is the welkin resounding with the roar of gathering clouds? And then all the spectators turned their eyes towards the gate, and Drona stood, surrounded by the 5 brothers, the sons of Pritha, and looked like the moon in conjunction with the 5-starred constellation Hasta. And Duryodhana, that slayer of foes, stood up in haste, and was surrounded by his century of haughty brothers, with Aswathaman amongst them. And that prince, mace in hand, thus surrounded by his 100 brothers with uplifted weapons, appeared like Purandara in days of yore, encircled by the celestial host on the occasion of the battle with the Danavas. Vaisampayana continued, when the spectators, with eyes expanded with wonder, made way for that subjugator of hostile cities, Karna, that hero with his natural mail and face brightened with earrings, took up his bow and girded on his sword, and then entered the spacious lists like a walking cliff. That far-famed destroyer of hostile hosts, the large-eyed Karna, was born of Pritha in her maidenhood. He was a portion of the hot-beamed sun, and his energy and prowess were like unto those of the lion, or the bull, or the leader of a herd of elephants. In splendor he resembled the sun, in loveliness the moon, and in energy the fire. Begotten by the sun himself, he was tall in stature like a golden palm tree, and, endued with the vigor of youth, he was capable of slaying a lion. Handsome in features, he was possessed of countless accomplishments. The mighty armed warrior, eyeing all around the arena, bowed indifferently to Drona and Kripa. And the entire assembly, motionless and with steadfast gaze, thought, who is he? And they became agitated in their curiosity to know the warrior. And that foremost of eloquent men, the offspring of the sun, in a voice deep as that of the clouds, addressed his unknown brother, the son of the subduer of the Asura, Parka, Indra, saying, O Partha, I shall perform feats before this gazing multitude, excelling all thou hast performed. Beholding them, thou shalt be amazed. And, O thou best of those blessed with speech, he had hardly done when the spectators stood up all at once, uplifted by some instrument, as it were. And, O tiger among men, Duryodhana was filled with delight, while Vibhatsu was instantly all abashment and anger. Then, with the permission of Drona, the mighty Karna, delighting in battle, there did all that Partha had done before, and, O Bharata, Duryodhana with his brothers thereupon embraced Karna in joy, and then addressed him, saying, Welcome, O mighty armed warrior! I have obtained thee by good fortune, O polite one. Live thou as thou pleasest, and command me, and the kingdom of the Kurus. Kama replied, When thou hast said it, I regard it as already accomplished. I only long for thy friendship, and, O Lord, my wish is even for a single combat with Arjuna. Duryodhana said, Do thou with me enjoy the good things of life. Be thou the benefactor of thy friend, and, O repressor of enemies, place thou thy feet on the heads of all foes. Vaisampayana continued, Arjuna, after this, deeming himself disgraced, said unto Karna, stationed amidst the brothers, like unto a cliff, That path which the unwelcome intruder and the uninvited talker cometh to, shall be thine, O Karna, for thou shalt be slain by me. Karna replied, "This arena is meant for all, not for thee alone, O Falguna. They are kings who are superior in energy, and verily, the Kshatriya regardeth might and might alone. What need of altercation which is the exercise of the weak? O Bharata, speak then in arrows until with arrows I strike off thy head today before the preceptor himself." Vaisampayana continued, hastily embraced by his brothers, Partha, that subduer of hostile cities, with the permission of Drona, advanced for the combat. On the other side, Karna, having been embraced by Duryodhana with his brothers, taking up his bow and arrows, stood ready for the fight. Then the firmament became enveloped in clouds emitting flashes of lightning, and the coloured bow of Indra appeared shedding its effulgent rays. And the clouds seemed to laugh on account of the rows of white cranes that were then on the wing. And seeing Indra thus viewing the arena from affection for his son, the sun too dispersed the clouds from over his own offspring, and Falguna remained deep hid under cover of the clouds, while Karna remained visible, being surrounded by the rays of the sun. And the son of Dhritarashtra stood by Karna, and Bharadwaja and Kripa and Bhishma remained with Partha. And the assembly was divided, as also the female spectators. And knowing the state of things, Kunti, the daughter of Poja, swooned away. And by the help of female attendants, Vidura, versed in the law of all duties, revived the insensible Kunti by sprinkling sandal paste and water on her person. On being restored to consciousness, Kunti, seeing her two sons clad in mail, was seized with fear, but she could do nothing to protect them. And beholding both the warriors with bows strung in their hands, the son of Saradwat, Vizems, Kripa, knowing all duties and cognizant of the rules regulating duels, addressed Karna, saying, "This Pandava, who is the youngest son of Kunti, belongeth to the Kaurava race. He will engage in combat with thee. But, O mighty armed one, thou too must tell us thy lineage, and the names of thy father and mother, and the royal line of which thou art the ornament. Learning all this, Partha will fight with thee or not, as he will think fit. Sons of kings never fight with men of inglorious lineage." Vaisampayana continued, when he was thus addressed by Kripa, Karna's countenance became like unto a lotus pale and torn with the pelting showers in the rainy season. Duryodhana said, "O preceptor, verily the scriptures have it that three classes of persons can lay claim to royalty, viz., persons of the blood royal, heroes, and lastly, those that lead armies. If Falguna is unwilling to fight with one who is not a king, I will install Karna as king of Anga." Vaisampayana said, "At that very moment, seated on a golden seat, with parched paddy, and with flowers and water pots and much gold, the mighty warrior Karna was installed king by Brahmanas versed in mantras, and the royal umbrella was held over his head, while yak-tails waved around that redoubtable hero of graceful mien. And the cheers having ceased, King Karna said unto the Kaurava Duryodhana, "O tiger among monarchs, what shall I give unto thee that may compare with thy gift of a kingdom? O king, I will do all thou biddest." And Suyodhana said unto him, "I eagerly wish for thy friendship." Thus spoken to, Karna replied, "Be it so." And they embraced each other in joy and experienced great happiness. Vaisampayana said, after this, with his sheet loosely hanging down, Adiratha entered the lists, perspiring and trembling and supporting himself on a staff. Seeing him, Karna left his bow and, impelled by filial regard, bowed down his head, still wet with the water of inauguration. And then the charioteer, hurriedly covering his feet with the end of his sheet, addressed Karna, crowned with success, as his son. And the charioteer embraced Karna, and from excess of affection bedewed his head with tears, that head still wet with the water sprinkled over it on account of the coronation as king of Anga. Seeing the charioteer, the Pandava Bhimasena took Karna for a charioteer's son, and said by way of ridicule, "O son of a charioteer, thou dost not deserve death in fight at the hands of Partha. As befits thy race, take thou anon the whip. And, O worst of mortals, surely thou art not worthy to sway the kingdom of anger, even as a dog doth not deserve the butter placed before the sacrificial fire." Karna, thus addressed, with slightly quivering lips fetched a deep sigh, looked at the god of the day in the skies. And even as a mad elephant riseth from an assemblage of lotuses, the mighty Duryodhana rose in wrath from among his brothers, and addressed that performer of dreadful deeds, Bhimasena, present there. "O Vrikodara, it behoveth thee not to speak such words. Might is the cardinal virtue of a kshatriya, and even a kshatriya of inferior birth deserveth to be fought with. The lineage of heroes, like the sources of a lordly river, is ever unknown. The fire that covereth the whole world riseth from the waters. The thunder that slayeth the Danavas was made of a bone of a mortal named Dadichi. The illustrious deity Guha, who combines in his composition the portions of all the other deities, is of a lineage unknown. Some call him the offspring of Agni, some of Kritika, some of Rudra, and some of Ganga. It hath been heard by us that persons born in the Kshatriya order have become Brahmanas. Viswamitra and others, born Kshatriyas, have obtained the eternal Brahma. The foremost of all wielders of weapons, the preceptor Drona, hath been born in a waterpot, and Kripa of the race of Gotama hath sprung from a clump of heath. Your own births, ye Pandava princes, are known to me. Can a she-deer bring forth a tiger, like Karna, of the splendor of the sun, and endued with every auspicious mark, and born also with a natural male and earrings? This prince among men deserveth the sovereignty of the world, not of anger only, in consequence of the might of his arm, and my swearing to obey him in everything. If there be anybody here to whom all that I have done unto Karna hath become intolerable, let him ascend his chariot and bend his bow with the help of his feet." Vaisampayana continued. Then there arose a confused murmur amongst the spectators approving of Duryodhana's speech. The sun, however, went down, but Prince Duryodhana, taking Karna's hand, led him out of the arena lighted with countless lamps. And, O king, the Pandavas also, accompanied by Drona and Kripa and Bhishma, returned to their abodes. And the people too came away, some naming Arjuna, some Karna, and some Duryodhana, as the victor of the day. And Kunti, recognizing her son in Karna by the various auspicious marks on his person, and beholding him installed in the sovereignty of anger, was from motherly affection very pleased. And Duryodhana, O monarch, having obtained Karna in this way, banished his fears arising out of Arjuna's proficiency in arms. And the heroic Karna, accomplished in arms, began to gratify Duryodhana by sweet speeches, while Yudhishthira was impressed with the belief that there was no warrior on earth like unto Karna. Vaisampayana continued. Beholding the Pandavas and the son of Dhritarashtra accomplished in arms, Drona thought the time had come when he could demand the preceptorial fee. And, O king, assembling his pupils one day together, the preceptor Drona asked of them the fee, saying, "Seize Drupada, the king of Panchala, in battle, and bring him unto me. That shall be the most acceptable fee." Those warriors then answering, "So be it," speedily mounted up on their chariots, and for bestowing upon their preceptor the fee he had demanded, marched out, accompanied by him. Those bulls among men, smiting the Panchalas on their way, laid siege to the capital of the great Drupada. And Duryodhana and Karna, and the mighty Yuyutsu, and Dusasana and Vikana, and Jalasandha and Sulochana, these and many other foremost of Kshatriya princes of great prowess, vied with one another in becoming the foremost in the attack. And the princes, riding in first-class chariots and following the cavalry, entered the hostile capital and proceeded along the streets. Meanwhile, the king of Panchala, beholding that mighty force and hearing its loud clamour, came out of his palace accompanied by his brothers. Though King Yajnasena was well armed, the Kuru army assailed him with a shower of arrows, uttering their war cry. Yajnasena, however, not easy to be subdued in battle, approaching the Kurus upon his white chariot, began to rain his fierce arrows around. Before the battle commenced, Arjuna, beholding the pride of prowess displayed by the princes, addressed his preceptor, that best of Brahmanas, Drona, and said, "We shall exert ourselves after these have displayed their prowess. The king of Panchala can never be taken on the field of the battle by any of these." Having said this, the sinless son of Kunti, surrounded by his brothers, waited outside the town at a distance of a mile from it. Meanwhile, Drupada, beholding the Kuru host, rushed forward and pouring a fierce shower of arrows around, terribly afflicted the Kuru ranks. And such was his lightness of motion on the field of battle that, though he was fighting unsupported on a single chariot, the Kurus from panic supposed that there were many Drupadas opposed to them. And the fierce arrows of that monarch fell fast on all sides, till conchs and trumpets and drums by thousands began to be sounded by the Panchalas from their houses, giving the alarm. Then there arose from the mighty Panchala host a roar terrible as that of the lion, while the twang of their bowstrings seemed to rend the very heavens. Then Duryodhana and Vikana, Subahu and Durgalochana and Dusasana, becoming furious, began to shower their arrows upon the enemy. But the mighty bowman, Prishata's son, invincible in battle, though very much pierced with the arrows of the enemy, instantly began, "O Bharata," to afflict the hostile ranks with greater vigor, and careering over the field of battle like a fiery wheel, King Drupada with his arrows smote Duryodhana and Vikana, and even the mighty Karna and many other heroic princes and numberless warriors, and slaked their thirst for battle. Then all the citizens showered upon the Kurus various missiles like clouds showering raindrops upon the earth. Young and old, they all rushed to battle, assailing the Kurus with vigor. The Kauravas then, O Bharata, beholding the battle become frightful, broke and fled wailing towards the Pandavas. The Pandavas, hearing the terrible wail of the beaten host, reverentially saluted Drona and ascended their chariots. Then Arjuna, hastily bidding Yudhishthira not to engage in the fight, rushed forward, appointing the sons of Madri, Nakula and Sahadeva, the protectors of his chariot wheels, while Bhimasena, ever fighting in the van, mace in hand, ran ahead. The sinless Arjuna, thus accompanied by his brothers, hearing the shouts of the enemy, advanced towards them, filling the whole region with the rattle of his chariot wheels. And like a Makara entering the sea, the mighty armed Bhima, resembling a second Yama, mace in hand, entered the Panchala ranks, fiercely roaring like the ocean in a tempest. And Bhima, mace in hand, first rushed towards the array of elephants in the hostile force, while Arjuna, proficient in battle, assailed that force with the prowess of his arms. And Bhima, like the great destroyer himself, began to slay those elephants with his mace. Those huge animals, like unto mountains, struck with Bhima's mace, had their heads broken into pieces. Covered with stream of blood, they began to fall upon the ground like cliffs loosened by thunder. And the Pandavas prostrated on the ground, elephants and horses and cars by thousands, and slew many foot soldiers and many car warriors. Indeed, as a herdsman in the woods driveth before him with his staff countless cattle with ease, so did Vrikadara drive before him the chariots and elephants of the hostile force. Meanwhile, Falguna, impelled by the desire of doing good unto Bharadwaja's son, assailed the son of Prishata with a shower of arrows and felled him from the elephant on which he was seated. And O monarch Arjuna, like unto the terrible fire that consumeth all things at the end of the Yuga, began to prostrate on the ground horses and cars and elephants by thousands. The Panchalas and the Srinjayas, on the other hand, thus assailed by the Pandava, met him with a perfect shower of weapons of various kinds. And they sent up a loud shout and fought desperately with Arjuna. the battle became furious and terrible to behold. Hearing the enemy's shouts, the son of Indra was filled with wrath and, assailing the hostile host with a thick shower of arrows, rushed towards it, furiously afflicting it with renewed vigor. They who observed the illustrious Arjuna at that time could not mark any interval between his fixing the arrows on the bowstring and letting them off. Loud were the shouts that rose there, mingled with cheers of approval. Then the king of the Panchalas, accompanied by the generalissimo of his forces, Satyajit, rushed with speed at Arjuna, like the Asura Samvara rushing at the chief of the celestials in days of yore. Then Arjuna covered the king of Panchala with a shower of arrows. Then there arose a frightful uproar among the Panchala host, like unto the roar of a mighty lion springing at the leader of a herd of elephants. And beholding Arjuna rushing at the king of Panchala to seize him, Satyajit of great prowess rushed at him. And the two warriors, like unto Indra and the Asura Virachana's son, Vali, approaching each other for combat, began to grind each other's ranks. Then Arjuna with great force pierced Satyajit with 10 keen shafts, at which feat the spectators were all amazed. But Satyajit, without losing any time, assailed Arjuna with 100 shafts. Then that mighty car warrior, Arjuna, endued with remarkable lightness of motion, thus covered by that shower of arrows, rubbed his bowstring to increase the force and velocity of his shafts. Then cutting in twain his antagonist's bow, Arjuna rushed at the king of the Panchalas. But Satyajit, quickly taking up a tougher bow, pierced with his arrows Partha, his chariot, charioteer, and horses. Arjuna, thus assailed in battle by the Panchala warrior, forgave not his foe. Eager to slay him at once, he pierced with a number of arrows his antagonist's horses, flags, bow, clenched, left fist, charioteer, and the attendant at his back. Then Satyajit, finding his bows repeatedly cut in twain and his horses slain, desisted from the fight. The king of the Panchalas, beholding his general thus discomfited in the encounter, himself began to shower his arrows upon the Pandava prince. Then Arjuna, that foremost of warriors, crowned with success, began to fight furiously, and quickly cutting his enemy's bow in twain, as also his flagstaff, which he caused to fall down, pierced his antagonist's horses, and charioteer also, with 5 arrows. Then, throwing aside his bow, Arjuna took his quiver, and taking out a scimitar and sending forth a loud shout, leaped from his own chariot upon that of his foe. And standing there with perfect fearlessness, he seized Drupada as Garuda seizeth a huge snake after agitating the waters of the ocean. At the sight of this, the Panchala troops ran away in all directions. Then Dhananjaya, having thus exhibited the might of his arm in the presence of both hosts, sent forth a loud shout, and came out of the Panchala ranks. And beholding him returning with his captive, the princes began to lay waste Drupada's capital. Addressing them, Arjuna said, "This best of monarchs, Drupada, is a relative of the Kuru heroes. Therefore, O Bhima, slay not his soldiers. Let us only give unto our preceptor his fee." Vaisampayana continued, "O king, thus prevented by Arjuna, the mighty Bhimasena, though unsatiated with the exercise of battle, refrained from the act of slaughter. And, O bull of the Bharata race, the princes then, taking Drupada with them, after having seized him on the field of battle, along with his friends and counselors, offered him unto Drona. And Drona, beholding Drupada, thus brought under complete control, humiliated and deprived of wealth, remembered that monarch's former hostility, and addressing him said, "Thy kingdom and capital have been laid waste by me. But fear not for thy life, though it dependeth now on the will of thy foe. Dost thou now desire to revive thy friendship with me?" Having said this, he smiled a little and again said, "Fear not for thy life, brave king. We, Brahmanas, are ever forgiving. And O bull among Kshatriyas, my affection and love for thee have grown with me in consequence of our having sported together in childhood in the hermitage. Therefore, O king, I ask for thy friendship again. and as a boon, unasked, I give thee half the kingdom that was thine. Thou toldest me before that none who was not a king could be a king's friend. Therefore is it, O Yajnasena, that I retain half thy kingdom. Thou art the king of all the territory lying on the southern side of the Bhagirathi, while I become king of all the territory on the north of that river. And O Panchala, if it pleaseth thee, know me hence for thy friend. On hearing these words, Drupada answered, Thou art of noble soul and great prowess. Therefore, O Brahmana, I am not surprised at what thou doest. I am very much gratified with thee, and I desire thy eternal friendship. Vaisampayana continued, After this, O Bharata, Drona released the king of Panchala, and cheerfully performing the usual offices of regard, bestowed upon him half the kingdom. Thenceforth, Drupada began to reside sorrowfully in the city of Campilya within the province of Makandi, on the banks of the Ganga, filled with many towns and cities. And after his defeat by Drona, Drupada also ruled the southern Panchalas up to the bank of the Charmanwati river. And Drupada from that day was well convinced that he could not, by Kshatriya might alone, defeat Drona, being very much his inferior in Brahma, spiritual power. And he therefore began to wander over the whole earth to find out the means of obtaining a son who would subjugate his Brahmana foe. Meanwhile, Drona continued to reside in Ahichatra. Thus, O king, was the territory of Ahichatra full of towns and cities, obtained by Arjuna and bestowed upon Drona. Vaisampayana continued, After the expiration, O king, of a year from this, Dhritarashtra, moved by kindness for the people, installed Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu, as the heir apparent of the kingdom on account of his firmness, fortitude, patience, benevolence, frankness, and unswerving honesty of heart. And within a short time Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, by his good behavior, manners, and close application to business, overshadowed the deeds of his father. And the second Pandava, Vrikodara, began to receive continued lessons from Sankarsana, Valarama, in encounters with the sword and the mace, and on the chariot. And after Bhima's education was finished, he became in strength like unto Dumatsena himself, and continuing to live in harmony with his brothers, he began to exert his prowess. And Arjuna became celebrated for the firmness of his grasp of weapons, for his lightness of motion, precision of aim, and his proficiency in the use of the Kshura, Naracha, Vala, and Vipatha weapons, indeed, of all weapons, whether straight or crooked or heavy. And Drona certified that there was none in the world who was equal to Arjuna in lightness of hand and general proficiency. One day Drona, addressing Arjuna before the assembled Kaurava princes, said, There was a disciple of Agastya in the science of arms called Agnivesa. He was my preceptor and I, his disciple. By ascetic merit, I obtained from him a weapon called Brahmasira, which could never be futile, and which was like unto thunder itself, capable of consuming the whole earth. That weapon, O Bharata, from what I have done, may now pass from disciple to disciple. While imparting it to me, my preceptor said, O son of Bharadwaja, never shouldst thou hurl this weapon at any human being, especially at one who is of poor energy. Thou hast, O hero, obtained that celestial weapon, none else deserveth it. But obey the command of the Rishi, Agnivesa. And look here, Arjuna, give me now the preceptorial fee in the presence of these thy cousins and relatives. When Arjuna, on hearing this, pledged his word that he would give what the preceptor demanded, the latter said, O sinless one, thou must fight with me when I fight with thee. And that bull among the Kuru princes thereupon pledged his word unto Drona, and touching his feet, went away northward. Then there arose a loud shout, covering the whole earth bounded by her belt of seas, to the effect that there was no bowman in the whole world like unto Arjuna. And indeed, Dhananjaya, in encounters with the mace and the sword, and on the chariot as also with the bow, acquired wonderful proficiency. Sahadeva obtained the whole science of morality and duties from Vrihaspati, the spiritual chief of celestials, and continued to live under the control of his brothers. And Nakula, the favorite of his brothers taught by Drona, became known as a skillful warrior and a great car warrior, Atiratha. Indeed, Arjuna and the other Pandava princes became so powerful that they slew in battle the great Sauvira, who had performed a sacrifice extending over 3 years, undaunted by the raids of the Gandharvas. And the king of the Yavanas himself, whom the powerful Pandu even had failed to bring under subjection, was brought by Arjuna under control. Then again, Vipula, the king of the Sauviras, endued with great prowess, who had always shown a disregard for the Kurus, was made by the intelligent Arjuna to feel the edge of his power. And Arjuna also repressed by means of his arrows the pride of King Sumitra of Sauvira, also known by the name of Dattamitra, who had resolutely sought an encounter with him. The third of the Pandava princes, assisted by Bhima, on only a single car, subjugated all the kings of the east backed by 10,000 cars. In the same way, having conquered on a single car the whole of the south, Dhananjaya sent unto the kingdom of the Kurus a large booty. Thus did those foremost of men, the illustrious Pandavas, conquering the territories of other kings, extend the limits of their own kingdom. But beholding the great prowess and strength of those mighty bowmen, King Dhritarashtra's sentiments towards the Pandavas became suddenly poisoned, and from that day the monarch became so anxious that he could hardly sleep. Vaisampayana continued, on hearing that the heroic sons of Pandu endued with excess of energy had become so mighty, King Dhritarashtra became very miserable with anxiety. Then summoning unto his side Kanika, that foremost of minister, well versed in the science of politics and an expert in counsels, the king said, O best of Brahmanas, the Pandavas are daily overshadowing the earth. I am exceedingly jealous of them. Should I have peace or war with them? O Kanika, advise me truly, for I shall do as thou biddest. Vaisampayana continued, that best of Brahmanas, thus addressed by the king, freely answered him in these pointed words, well agreeing with the import of political science. Listen to me, O sinless king, as I answer thee, and O best of Kuru kings. It behoveth thee not to be angry with me after hearing all I say. Kings should ever be ready with uplifted maces to strike when necessary, and they should ever increase their prowess. Carefully avoiding all faults themselves, they should ceaselessly watch over the faults of their foes and take advantage of them. If the king is always ready to strike, everybody feareth him. Therefore the king should ever have recourse to chastisement in all he doeth. He should so conduct himself that his foe may not detect any weak side in him, but by means of the weakness he detecteth in his foe, he should pursue him to destruction. He should always conceal, like the tortoise concealing its body, his means and ends, and he should always keep back his own weakness from the sight of others. And having begun a particular act, he should ever accomplish it thoroughly. Behold, a thorn, if not extracted wholly, produceth a festering sore. The slaughter of a foe who doeth the evil is always praiseworthy. If the foe be one of great prowess, one should always watch for the hour of his disaster and then kill him without any scruples. If he should happen to be a great warrior, his hour of disaster also should be watched, and he should then be induced to fly. O sire, an enemy should never be scorned, however contemptible. A spark of fire is capable of consuming an extensive forest, if only it can spread from one object to another in proximity. Kings should sometimes feign blindness and deafness, for if impotent to chastise, they should pretend not to notice the faults that call for chastisement. On occasions such as these, let them regard their bows as made of straw, but they should be always on the alert like a herd of deer sleeping in the woods. When thy foe is in thy power, destroy him by every means open or secret. Do not show him any mercy, although he seeketh thy protection. A foe, or one that hath once injured thee, should be destroyed by lavishing money, if necessary, for by killing him thou mayest be at thy ease. The dead can never inspire fear. thou must destroy the 3, 5, and 7 resources of thy foes. Thou must destroy thy foes' root and branch. Then shouldst thou destroy their allies and partisans. The allies and partisans can never exist if the principle be destroyed. If the root of the tree is torn up, the branches and twigs can never exist as before. Carefully concealing thy own means and ends, thou shouldst always watch thy foes, always seeking their flaws. Thou shouldst, O king, rule thy kingdom, always anxiously watching thy foes. By maintaining the perpetual fire by sacrifices, by brown cloths, by matted locks, and by hides of animals for thy bedding, shouldst thou at first gain the confidence of thy foes, and when thou hast gained it, thou shouldst then spring upon them like a wolf. For it hath been said, that in the acquisition of wealth even the garb of holiness might be employed as a hooked staff to bend down a branch in order to pluck the fruits that are ripe. The method followed in the plucking of fruits should be the method in destroying foes, for thou shouldst proceed on the principle of selection. Bear thy foe upon thy shoulders till the time cometh when thou canst throw him down, breaking him into pieces, like an earthen pot thrown down with violence upon a stony surface. The foe must never be let off, even though he addresseth thee most piteously. No pity shouldst thou show him, but slay him at once. By the arts of conciliation or the expenditure of money should the foe be slain. By creating disunion amongst his allies, or by the employment of force, indeed, by every means in thy power, shouldst thou destroy thy foe. Dhritarashtra said, Tell me truly how a foe can be destroyed by the arts of conciliation or the expenditure of money, or by producing disunion, or by the employment of force. Kanika replied, Listen, O monarch, to the history of a jackal dwelling in days of yore in the forest, and fully acquainted with the science of politics. There was a wise jackal, mindful of his own interests, who lived in the company of 4 friends, viz. A tiger, a mouse, a wolf, and a mongoose. One day they saw in the woods a strong deer, the leader of a herd, whom, however, they could not seize for his fleetness and strength. They thereupon called a council for consultation. The jackal, opening the proceedings, said, O tiger, thou hast made many an effort to seize this deer, but all in vain, simply because this deer is young, fleet, and very intelligent. Let now the mouse go and eat into its feet when it lieth asleep, and when this is done, let the tiger approach and seize it. Then shall we all, with great pleasure, feast on it. Hearing these words of the jackal, they all set to work very cautiously as he directed. And the mouse ate into the feet of the deer, and the tiger killed it as anticipated. And beholding the body of the deer lying motionless on the ground, the jackal said unto his companions, Blessed be ye. Go and perform your ablutions. In the meantime, I will look after the deer. Hearing what the jackal said, they all went into a stream, and the jackal waited there, deeply meditating upon what he should do. The tiger, endued with great strength, returned first of all to the spot after having performed his ablutions, and he saw the jackal there plunged in meditation. The tiger said, Why art thou so sorrowful, O wise one? Thou art the foremost of all intelligent beings. Let us enjoy ourselves today by feasting on this carcass. The jackal said, Hear, O mighty armed one, what the mouse hath said. He hath even said, O fie on the strength of the king of the beasts! This deer hath been slain by me. By might of my arm he will today gratify his hunger. When he hath boasted in such a language, I, for my part, do not wish to touch this food. The tiger replied, If indeed the mouse hath said so, my sense is now awakened. I shall from this day slay with the might of my own arms creatures ranging the forest, and then feast on their flesh. Having said this, the tiger went away. And after the tiger had left the spot, the mouse came. And seeing the mouse come, the jackal addressed him and said, Blessed be thou, O mouse, but listen to what the mongoose hath said. He hath even said, The carcass of this deer is poison. The tiger having touched it with his claws, I will not eat of it. On the other hand, if thou, O jackal, permittest it, I will even slay the mouse and feast on him." Hearing this, the mouse became alarmed and quickly entered his hole. And after the mouse had gone, the wolf, O king, came there having performed his ablutions. And seeing the wolf come, the jackal said unto him, "The king of the beasts hath been angry with thee. Evil is certain to overtake thee. He is expected here with his wife. Do as thou pleasest." Thus was the wolf also, fond of animal flesh, got rid of by the jackal. And the wolf fled, contracting his body into the smallest dimensions. It was then that the mongoose came, and, O king, the jackal, seeing him come, said, "By the might of my arm have I defeated the others who have already fled. Fight with me first, and then eat of this flesh as you please." The mongoose replied, "When indeed the tiger, the wolf, and the intelligent mouse have all been defeated by thee, heroes as they are. Thou seemest to be a greater hero still. I do not desire to fight with thee." Saying this, the mongoose also went away. Kanika continued. When they all had thus left the place, the jackal, well pleased with the success of his policy, alone ate up that flesh. If kings always act in this way, they can be happy. Thus should the timid by exciting their fears, the courageous by the arts of conciliation, the covetous by gift of wealth, and equals and inferiors by exhibition of prowess be brought under thy sway. Besides all this, O king, that I have said, listen now to something else that I say. Kanika continued, if thy son, friend, brother, father, or even the spiritual preceptor, anyone becometh thy foe, thou shouldst, if desirous of prosperity, slay him without scruples. By curses and incantations, by gift of wealth, by poison, or by deception, the foe should be slain. He should never be neglected from disdain. If both the parties be equal and success uncertain, then he that acteth with diligence groweth in prosperity. If the spiritual preceptor himself be vain, ignorant of what should be done and what left undone, and vicious in his ways, even he should be chastised. If thou art angry, show thyself as if thou art not so, speaking even then with a smile on thy lips. Never reprove anyone with indications of anger in thy speech. And O Bharata, speak soft words before thou smitest, and even while thou art smiting. After the smiting is over, pity the victim, and grieve for him, and even shed tears. Comforting thy foe by conciliation, by gift of wealth, and smooth behavior, thou must smite him when he walketh not aright. Thou shouldst equally smile the heinous offender who liveth by the practice of virtue. For the garb of virtue simply covereth his offences like black clouds covering the mountains. Thou shouldst burn the house of that person whom thou punishest with death. And thou shouldst never permit beggars and atheists and thieves to dwell in thy kingdom. By a sudden sally, or pitched battle by poison, or by corrupting his allies, by gift of wealth, by any means in thy power, thou shouldst destroy thy foe. Thou mayest act with the greatest cruelty. Thou shouldst make thy teeth sharp to give a fatal bite. And thou should ever smite so effectually that thy foe may not again raise his head. Thou shouldst ever stand in fear of even one from whom there is no fear, not to speak of him from whom there is such. For if the first be ever powerful, he may destroy thee to the root for thy unpreparedness. Thou shouldst never trust the faithless, nor trust too much those that are faithful. For if those in whom thou confidest prove thy foes, thou art certain to be annihilated. After testing their faithfulness, thou shouldst employ spies in thy own kingdom and in the kingdoms of others. Thy spies in foreign kingdoms should be apt deceivers and persons in the garb of ascetics. Thy spies should be placed in gardens, places of amusement, temples and other holy places, drinking halls, streets, and with the 18 Tirthas, viz. The minister, the chief priest, the heir presumptive, the commander-in-chief, the gatekeepers of the court, persons in the inner apartments, the jailer, the chief surveyor, the head of the treasury, the general executant of orders, the chief of the town police, the chief architect, the chief justice, the president of the council, the chief of the punitive department, the commander of the fort, the chief of the arsenal, the chief of the frontier guards, and the keeper of the forests. And in places of sacrifice, near wells, on mountains and in rivers, in forests, and in all places where people congregate. In speech, thou shouldst ever be humble, but let thy heart be ever sharp as razor. And when thou art engaged in doing even a very cruel and terrible act, thou shouldst talk with smiles on thy lips. If desirous of prosperity, thou shouldst adopt all arts, humility, oath, conciliation, worshipping the feet of others by lowering thy head, inspiring hope, and the like. And a person conversant with the rules of policy is like a tree decked with flowers, but bearing no fruit. Or, if bearing fruit, these must be at a great height, not easily attainable from the ground. And if any of these fruits seem to be ripe, care must be taken to make it appear raw. Conducting himself in such a way, he shall never fade. Virtue, wealth, and pleasure have both their evil and good effects closely knit together. While extracting the effects that are good, those that are evil should be avoided. Those that practice virtue incessantly are made unhappy for want of wealth and the neglect of pleasure. Those again in pursuit of wealth are made unhappy for the neglect of two others. And so those who pursue pleasure suffer for their inattention to virtue and wealth. Therefore, thou shouldst pursue virtue, wealth, and pleasure in such a way that thou mayest not have to suffer therefrom. With humiliation and attention, without jealousy and solicitous of accomplishing thy purpose, shouldst thou, in all sincerity, consult with the Brahmanas. When thou art fallen, thou shouldst raise thyself by any means, gentle or violent. And after thou hast thus raised thyself, thou shouldst practice virtue. He that hath never been afflicted with calamity can never have prosperity. This may be seen in the life of one who surviveth his calamities. He that is afflicted with sorrow should be consoled by the recitation of the history of persons of former times, like those of Nala and Rama. He whose heart hath been unstrung by sorrow should be consoled with hopes of future prosperity. He again, who is learned and wise, should be consoled by pleasing offices presently rendered unto him. He who, having concluded a treaty with an enemy, reposeth at ease as if he hath nothing more to do, is very like a person who awaketh, fallen down from the top of a tree whereon he had slept. A king should ever keep to himself his counsels without fear of calumny, and while beholding everything with the eyes of his spies, he should take care to conceal his own emotions before the spies of his enemies. Like a fisherman who becometh prosperous by catching and killing fish, a king can never grow prosperous without tearing the vitals of his enemy and without doing some violent deeds. The might of thy foe, as represented by his armed force, should ever be completely destroyed by ploughing it up like weeds and mowing it down and otherwise afflicting it by disease, starvation, and want of drink. A person in want never approacheth from love, one in affluence. And when one's purpose hath been accomplished, one hath no need to approach him whom he had hitherto looked to for its accomplishment. Therefore, when thou doest anything, never do it completely, but ever leave something to be desired for by others, whose services thou mayest need. One who is desirous of prosperity should with diligence seek allies and means, and carefully conduct his wars. His exertions in these respects should always be guided by prudence. A prudent king should ever act in such a way that friends and foes may never know his motive before the commencement of his acts. Let them know all when the act hath been commenced or ended, and as long as danger doth not come, so long only shall thou act as if thou art afraid. But when it hath overtaken thee, thou must grapple with it courageously. He who trusteth in a foe who hath been brought under subjection by force, summoneth his own death as a crab by her act of conception. Thou shouldst always reckon the future act as already arrived, and concert measures for meeting it. Else, from want of calmness caused by haste, thou mayest overlook an important point in meeting it when it is before thee. A person desirous of prosperity should always exert with prudence, adopting his measures to time and place. He should also act with an eye to destiny, as capable of being regulated by mantras and sacrificial rites, and to virtue, wealth, and pleasure. It is well known that time and place, if taken into consideration, always produce the greatest good. If the foe is insignificant, he should not yet be despised, for he may soon grow like a palmyra tree extending its roots, or like a spark of fire in the deep woods that may soon burst into an extensive conflagration. As a little fire gradually fed with faggots soon becometh capable of consuming even the biggest blocks, so the person who increaseth his power by making alliances and friendships soon becometh capable of subjugating even the most formidable foe. The hope thou givest unto thy foe should be long deferred before it is fulfilled, and when the time cometh for its fulfillment, invent some pretext for deferring it still. Let that pretext be shown as founded upon some reason, and let that reason itself be made to appear as founded on some other reason. Kings should, in the matter of destroying their foes, ever resemble razors in every particular, unpitying as these are sharp, hiding their intents as these are concealed in their leathern cases, striking when the opportunity cometh as these are used on proper occasions, sweeping off their foes with all their allies and dependents as these shave the head or the chin without leaving a single hair. O supporter of the dignity of the Kurus, bearing thyself towards the Pandavas and others also as policy dictateth, act in such a way that thou mayest not have to grieve in future. Well do I know that thou art endued with every blessing and possessed of every mark of good fortune. Therefore, O king, protect thyself from the sons of Pandu. O king, the sons of Pandu are stronger than their cousins, thy sons. Therefore, O chastiser of foes, I tell thee plainly what thou shouldst do. Listen to it, O king, with thy children, and having listened to it, exert yourselves to do the needful. O king, act in such a way that there may not be any fear for thee from the Pandavas. Indeed, adopt such measures consonant with the science of policy that thou mayest not have to grieve in the future. Vaisampayana continued, having delivered himself thus, Kanika returned to his abode, while the Kuru king Dhritarashtra became pensive and melancholy.